All right,
Okay.
chat. Y'all gonna get to hear a crazy story that me and Sky talk about while I get ready for the Spin Temple thing. So
Oh my god.
my great
I
uncle.
had you tabbed and then fucking
Oh, yeah, you heard me echo. Oh,
got
you're
jump
so
scared.
sweet having me
Yeah.
tagged. So, all right, my uncle. He's actually my cousin, but he's like he's old enough to be like an uncle, right? Like he's old, right? So
Yeah.
we call him Uncle Kyle. And Uncle Kyle is mentally retarded, right? And I say this
Okay.
with love because he won't let us say
Yeah.
anything else, right? This man ended up working for the Houston, like I don't know what the mail department, mail whatever, for like 30, 40 years, right? And he ended up making like postmaster general for like that little area, like for his part in Houston. So he was like a middle, like upper middle management guy. And mind you, this guy's not just a little bit retarded. He's a lot of retarded. And there's going to be a reason why I'm using this word specifically in a second. And
Because he won't
so,
let you use
yeah,
anything.
won't let you do anything else. So when one time, I guess they were having this big meeting, and they were like giving awards out after he retired, and they wanted him to come be a speaker, and so they have him come be a speaker. Uncle Kyle walks up there and he's like, "Yeah, I've been listening to all these other people." And he's got like a stutter, right? I've been listening to all you people tell us all these different things, right? And I tell you, y'all's all's wrong. Back when I was a kid, everything I said something stupid, they'd smack me upside the head for every stutter. And as you can tell, I stutter quite a bit. And guess what? It learned me not to be goddamn retarded no more. And like everybody in the fucking crowd is just like, oh, and I'm just like, yeah, Kyle, for the win, bro. He's like, there's kids now that the day's got it too easy. I was keep waiting for somebody to smack me back now every time I stutter. That's they'll learn. They learn you real good. Like I was just like, oh my god. But yeah, that's pretty funny. I enjoyed that moment. I'll never forget that to the day I die. I'll be getting
He
Alzheimer's.
said it smacked the retarded out of him.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you start saying the stupid things when you get smacked every time you say something stupid. I was like, doesn't that just mean you don't talk as much? He's like, then they think you're wise. I was like, what is this? What is this logic? And then I started
I
thinking
don't know. I
about it.
fuck with it though.
I was like, I don't know if he's wrong.
I don't think he's wrong.
He's like, they think you're wise if you're over here not saying nothing. In reality, he's just like over here, like 2 + 2 is 7, I think. But I'm not gonna say that because they're gonna smack me.
Okay.
But and sometimes we'd be like doing something like family or whatever, be arguing about shit, and he would just come out of nowhere with the most how you doing with the most obvious advice. They'd be like, you'd be like, yeah, we should go do this and then go do this. And he's like, where? And then someone else would be like, no, we should go do whatever and then do whatever. Oh, we're not gonna have time. We do whatever. And he'd be like, oh, that sounds real good, but we're not gonna be able to do nothing if y'all keep fucking arguing. So you're like, thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it.
That definitely helped our decision making.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of people on the show today, man. It's gonna be good. That's tonight at 9:30 though, so like 3:15, 3 hours 15 minutes.
Retarded? Ah! you surprised me.
You were cooking a
by the way,
steak,
everyone,
or is that
chat,
chicken?
Canadian in chat.
That was fajitas.
All right, everybody.
like skirt
Yeah, it's fajita steak. Yeah,
Everybody fucking annex Canada.
it looks good.
Oh my god, it's so good. The fucking
Play
meat
the
market
song,
is so
right?
like
You need to
juicy.
play the song.
It's like thin, so it's easy to cook.
No, not.
It's super tender. Oh man, let me tell you, them Mexicans over there at the meat market, they know what they do. Big fans over there, boys. I fucking love the meat Chicano. It's way better than the fucking Culebra meat market I was going to. I don't know if it's gonna be a debate so much, game man, as me going on there and bullshitting with Pentucket for a little while and doing some history lessons about the whoopings that I ran. And the Barbary Pirates. You know about the Barbary Pirates? Yeah, man.
The history?
Yeah, we're gonna be talking about the bar. You know why? You know what the Marine Corps fight song is?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah, so you know why they say from like the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like that's the Barbary pirates.
Are they?
They were in Tripoli.
I don't know.
They were the Tripolitan Barbary states.
Oh.
Preview for here in like 20 minutes when I decide I'm going to join Pentuple and stop giving this guy a hard time.
Yeah, my mom loves watching Daily Dose with me, so I watch my daily doses with her now.
Yeah. Who wins?
Yeah, and then I was gonna do a hula hoop stream today, and then I was like,
You and Spooky
I just
can
want to
do
make dinner, and
do
then
fire streams together now.
yeah, I just gotta drive the 2 hours to get there.
Yeah.
It's not too bad though. I'll come after Cherry Fest, I think.
You should like accidentally like set him on fire.
What?
Oh my god!
I'm sure he's been set on fire before.
Yeah, but like throw the gasoline on there first.
Oh man. Or I actually
to-
spilled some on your leg. My bad.
Damn, he went up like a torch. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go give Fintuple a hard time for a little while here.
All right. Yep. See you.
Okay. All right. If I can find this thing, that's a real problem here.
I think I'm only in his poker server.
Yeah, these people have like 10 different servers. It makes it very difficult.
Right.
We'll just do this. All right, one of these. This'll get me there, right?
Surely.
Oh, we're in. All right. Now I can do it. All right, adios, muchacha.
All right. See you.
Well.
Hello.
Uh-oh, retard alert!
Oh, Admiral's
Retard
here.
alert,
Let's
class!
go.
If it isn't,
Admiral's here to give us a lesson, a history lesson.
Yeah, guys. Listen, I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of all these lies told by these fucking people, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah, lies and slander. We got Prime apologizing for fucking Iran and Hamas and talking about Israel last night. We got Omar talking about the real history of fucking Iran like it's Tartaria, bro. And I was just waiting for him to say we was kings at some point, bro. I was just waiting for him to say it. Like, I don't know. Also, it's good to see that. Yeah, listen, he's never escaping the Gibbs adjacent streamers, by the way.
Gibbs adjacent streamer, dude. I'll know I made it when I get my own article. What I don't know what my wildest argument is though that they would.
I don't know.
come
I
after.
got told by. You know what's funny is the people that have watched my shit for a while know that my positions haven't changed. Like Corey said that the other night. They was like, "Oh yeah, Gibbs positions. He definitely just got pre-chat GPT positions. He was saying them. He's been saying it for a while." But as of the other night, like Gibbs, you know what I hate about Gibbs is he just changes his positions for whatever is convenient to him. I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's my reputation.
That's the reputation of somebody that doesn't pay attention to your positions, sounds like.
Or someone who's only seen the clip of you saying, "What's good for Papa Gibbs is what's good for Papa Gibbs."
That's neither here nor there, but
That is a legendary clip, though. It's one of my favorite Gibbs moments.
But what did Prime hit me at the other night? He goes,
I don't even remember what the context was. It was just one of those late nights we were all chatting.
bro, motherfucker goes,
You were like, "You know what? What's good for Papa Gibbs is good for Papa Gibbs."
bro, homeboy goes last night. He goes, Gibbs, would you cheer on if Iran attacked U.S. soil? If we had to go back over there and send troops to the ground, and then your stock went up because of that? I was like, first of all, I'm glad that you're worried about a secure border. I'm glad that has arisen. You're concerned, and now understand the argument for secure border. But
Yeah.
I would be sad if this happened. However, I guess I'd be wiping my tears with $100 bills as my stocks flew up from us invading Iran. I mean, I'm gonna win either way. I get either way. I win.
Dude, that's a funny premise in chat, though.
It is.
They died from not having health care.
It's dumb.
No, I think they died because they had a health condition.
Yeah, well, this is like
I don't think you die. I don't think you die because you didn't have a healthcare plan.
Bernie Sanders put so much misinformation into our politics. It's fucking wild. And like we're still to this day fighting.
Well, it's also just like this panic. Like, dude, people are gonna die. I'm not like.
No, my favorite meme has.
They're not dying from not having insurance or cheap healthcare.
I've been cracking up over the meme that's like, here, maybe I can find it. Here, I'll just show you. It's been a great short. They're like, it's like Iran figuring out why U.S. doesn't have free healthcare.
Because we don't want it. Because it doesn't work with our model. It
It
doesn't work with our economic model.
It's an inferior
Why
system.
don't we have government car insurance?
Oh yeah, here we go. I found it.
Well, that's kind of an apples to oranges.
Why?
Other forms of insurance are different. Healthcare is kind of like a health aid more than anything. The way it functions and the way it's regulated. Holy shit! I won with ace up 2 8s.
Of military.
So it's a much more complicated and regulated system.
Oil right now is down almost 8.
Yeah, we gotta talk about why it's so expensive and shit. And I think the government's already the reason it's probably like that.
Part of it.
The same way with education. They got involved in the loans and education, and now it just everything increases year over year. I won't be convinced that the reason that what the fuck is wrong with you?
Come on, be a man. I ain't got shit.
No, I have a pair of twos. I have pocket twos.
Oh, I can't shoot. I had a king pen.
Oh, fucking. Oh god. Here.
Yeah, so it's an inferior system. I've looked into this. Like prior to COVID, we had like the number one medical system in the country in terms of results, and that includes everybody that skipped their care because they couldn't afford it. We still had the best survival rates for. At this point, heart disease, cancer, we're in the top 5 for all of these.
This premise that like Americans are like, oh, healthcare is like a huge concern of mine. Like every state I've been in, I've had access to free healthcare.
Healthcare prices.
I've used it. I literally didn't have healthcare when I was in law school after I turned 26.
If you would be so kind as to turn your attention to the screen here, we're gonna just do a couple videos here real quick. Then y'all can find out why Iran has figured out we don't have free healthcare.
Hold on, where are you? There you are.
Just us bombing the shit out of them. Or my personal favorite.
Yay!
This is literally what Iran saw. I don't think you want any part of that action, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I bet they wish they ran from this one.
Yeah, too bad. Too bad. They got what we call country ass.
You know what we need to really talk about is the real cost of healthcare with obesity and that stuff. That's part of the conversation, right?
I'll tell you another thing we should talk about is 2 Peace Prize nominations, Nobel Peace Prize nominations for old Presidente Trump.
Wait, where's the second one? The first one was the India-Pakistan one, right?
Another one today from I guess a senator here in the United States.
But for which conflict? For the same one?
Ending the Iran war.
Ending the Israel and Iran war?
Yeah.
The 12-day war. They'll write it in the books. The 12-day war.
Oh, and then a Ukrainian.
Can we talk about? Because I didn't understand this, and I presume there was a reason for this. But why was it structured like, okay, you guys can bomb for 6 more hours, then 12 hours pass.
It's because they were already.
Then they have to stop.
It's because they were already in the act of doing it. Like, you're not gonna be able to stop them. Like, it was kind of like, okay, we already have these operations already in planning and in action. Be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of these things you can't just like stop on a dime.
Bullshit, I've watched some.
Right, but why wouldn't that apply to both sides the same then? Because they were like, well, by the way, Dill, the Dane, I would say drug use and obesity and drug use. Like, I don't want to be fucking on the hook for your healthcare because you're fucking a drug addict and you're perpetually getting fucking hooked on shit. I mean, I want you to have access to shit. I don't want it to be fucking prohibitively expensive, but like, yeah, you should be fucking. There should be a financial incentive also against getting addicted to fucking shit. I would not mind if. I don't know. These are people who probably don't need extra money if they're gonna spend it on fucking fentanyl.
I think we need to talk about an important topic, and that's that. It's an anti-abortion law to put in place that you need to sign up to be taken off of life support if you're pregnant.
Well, I just think that should be the default. That we should assume that most people who are pregnant, if they were to get, say you get an accident, and I would ask any woman this, and I wouldn't marry a woman who answered this wrong, but I'd say, like, let's say you got in a car accident while you were pregnant, and they were like, we can save the baby. Would you say yes, of course, by any means?
I mean, maybe.
I feel like that, like, if your instinct isn't, of course, yes, I would want my child saved, if possible. I'm like,
hold on.
That's sus as shit.
What if the baby's
what the fuck is wrong with
What if
you?
the baby's gonna come out damaged with like low IQ, looking like Quasimodo, and fucking like?
No, I don't agree with that either.
Hey, Wick lives a happy life just by all fine and dandy. All right.
I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
what if
that's
the kid's
fucked up.
absolutely fucked up from like this whatever caused this woman to die, and you're gonna be like, yeah, we want this baby to come back and just have the worst standard of living. Because, like, I don't know about that one. Like, that would almost be more cruel. Like, you brought something into this world that's just, like, drooling.
I would be more in favor of government healthcare, Dylan, if you could show me that the system was sustainable, which I don't believe the government is capable of doing. But also, second,
Are you mowing your yard?
Oh, fuck. What was the second
Looks
part I
like
was gonna
Gibb's
say
got
about
his
that?
politics from Connor, because that's called eugenics.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, like,
but also
all children. I'm talking about, like, specifically in the case where, like, hey, mama got killed, and the baby now has permanent damage from the injury, like, and that's, like, they're not going to be recovered from, or complications due to putting them on life support. That's different than, oh, your kid has Down syndrome, let's kill it beforehand. That's not what I'm talking about. You can live a perfectly fine life with Down syndrome. You might not be able to live a perfectly fine life if you actually have severe injuries to your, like, child as in the womb, like, like where they're getting like brain damage.
Yeah, but those are so rare, and I don't know the accuracy of diagnosing those. But also, just to wrap this up for Dylan, I'm also the second element of this to convince me that I'd want to support a government healthcare program is proving to me that the private healthcare system is that bad, and my experience with it has not been that bad. It is not that bad, and I don't think that government healthcare is going to be better. It might be cheaper and like to us, but that cost, like, we know there's like a system behind this, right? And if that system's not sustainable, just because they mask it as free for us isn't going to make it like. I've had the same fucking hand happen twice to me, guys.
You deserve it.
Well, the arguments aren't about the healthcare system so much. The only statistic people usually generally go to is look at life expectancy, but life expectancy does not actually dictate your results at the hospital.
I've had two pair, and then I've gotten fucking discounted on the. I had 2 pair 4s and 5s, and then the kings paired on the board, and then just there the same thing happened, but then the queen fucking paired. I'm getting fucking discounted. Let's fucking run it, pussy.
All right, let's do it. I ain't no bitch.
Fuck, I was hoping you'd fold. I have 7-3 off, dude. I'm fucking cold.
Oh.
Wow, running it once. You deserve to lose. Oh. Give me. No. Oh. Fuck.
Thanks for all that money you were supposed to take from me. Oh, cheers. Woo! Do you feel like Iran right now? Because you just got beasted.
Damn.
Destroyed. A couple more hands like that, you're going to be looking like Gaza over there.
Double or nothing.
No, the Clinton single-payer buy into Medicare was where it was at, because then you cover the poor people. And that's really the only major concern is the 6 to 8% of people that are lost out of healthcare. That's it. Like, after that...
Well, I need healthcare because Twitter told me it's really bad, even though my life's been fine.
Well, I hate this argument, we're going to talk about this like a Thursday, and it's like, argument that, like, like, I messaged some people not in the panel, right, to, like, see if I could find some new people, even before Pentumble decided he was going to tuck his tail and run like a little baby bitch baseball player.
Tuck his
But
tail.
I messaged some people and like some new people.
I'm not gonna
me
say
on,
anything.
and, yeah, I mean, there's nothing to say, tuck his tail and run.
Well, not at you, but I'm just gonna
Yella.
fucking crash out on this panel.
Yeah, I mean,
You're yellow belly.
fucking annoying.
Yeah, I mean, like, and so I asked him,
hey, dude, every Thursday I just sit and listen to retards fucking like for no reason.
you have to know what the attacks are gonna be, bro.
No, I already know everything coming out of their mouth. I already heard it from fucking. Oh god, I already heard it from all the YouTubers I watch. I've already seen it. It's all the fucking most predictable shit from TikTok.
Don't watch the
LOL.
YouTubers. The
Yellow
TikTok.
belly, baby back bullshit.
Yeah, yellow belly.
No.
Bro. Yellow belly over here, bro. He
So
only,
is this the?
he only rolled over, crying like a little baby back bitch, going, oh, lordy, they're too tough for Pentumble, bro. He got all...
No, you won't. But you baited me into the Wick debate. That was fun. I enjoyed that.
And
Took a dub easy.
Spooky, you can absolutely
But,
say yellow bellied on Twitch. That is not a race thing. That just means you're a coward.
A yellow belly.
That is like if I was to call someone yellow, that might be a little more sus. Like
You can even say, I like Oriental ramen noodles.
yeah.
Hey,
that's-
yo.
I don't know about that, but I was talking about like if
You
you're
absolutely can,
cowardly.
it's a
I don't know. I don't know if you were like gonna say like if you were gonna call someone yellow, maybe like you probably couldn't call an Asian person yellow, but if you were like Tyler's a yellow little bitch, like that would be a little bit different. Like it's
Yeah, you can't say spooky on Twitch. What are you doing?
yeah, that's
You
not
can.
racist.
You can say spooky.
You drop the Y, it's no longer good.
Yeah, that'll get
I've
bad.
been spooked. I play Among Us and get spooked all the time.
That's not dropping the Y. That's adding the ED at the end.
He was
Say
using
it.
ableist terms. Also, you could say retarded. That's another word you could say, by the way.
Yeah, dude, I've been overusing that for all the years I wasn't able to.
By the way, I looked that up the other day because I was on maybe it was Coach Kurtz or somebody's, and I remember someone started bitching because someone said that when Kel said it. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure you can say it. And I looked it up. It was
we
like,
can definitely say it.
they took it off the list, like of words you can't use.
Please don't ever go to Twitter and type in the search box "retard" from Pentuple Reel. You will have an endless timeline of tweets to sort through. It is brutal.
Now,
Where's Landon? Is he not getting in the game?
I don't use them on my channel very often because, whatever. It's not one of my go-to words.
High card 10, huh?
Yeah, spook is a term
Yeah,
in the intelligence community. It's also a racist term.
Yeah, but I mean, Christ. I was arguing with someone on Facebook today about they were like, we gotta stop letting people have the N-word pass. Like, and I was like, I don't care if you let me have the pass.
Yeah, I mean,
He
it's
was
like
you
frowned
better
upon
not
in a
say
lot of
it to my face. And I was like, oh, why would I want to hang out with you if you're gonna tell me you're gonna fucking try to fight me because I said something, no matter the context.
I mean, I'm also not just tossing around N-words at people. I'm coming up with better insults. Better ones.
Oh yes, finally my 2-pair gets paid. I've got you cooked. Let's
I
go.
don't have shit.
I definitely would be excited for the next time that these people try to tell me that we should, if we were in the Middle East, they would just leave us alone. Yeah, like that's just
Wait.
not a true statement at all.
Wait, so I've heard the premise that people say the only reason the Middle East hates the U.S. is because of our support for Israel,
Yeah,
and
well,
that their real beef
that-
is all with Israel.
That's an outright lie. I
And
mean,
you're saying that's not true.
it's
They
absolutely
would come after us even if Israel wasn't there, is what
yeah,
you're saying.
it's 100% fact that they would, and that's why I posted that thing about the Barbary pirates. In fact, before we were even a country, they started attacking the United States. In the 17 what was it, Algiers War, which was followed up by the first Barbary War, or known as the Tripolitanian, whatever, the Barbary War, where we fucking invaded Tripoli and we got the goddamn Marine Corps fucking fight song where they're like, from the halls of Montezuma up to the shores of Tripoli. Yeah, we fucking invaded their ass, burned the USS of Philadelphia, and fucking all that shit. But they literally said in the thing, during that, This is like a direct quote that they told Jefferson because they had ambassadors. It says it was written in the Quran that all nations which had not acknowledged the prophet were sinners who it was the right and duty of the faithful to plunder and enslave, and that every Muslim man who was slain in this warfare was sure to go to paradise. He said also that a man who was the first to board a vessel and had one slave over and above his share, and that when they sprang to the deck of an enemy ship, every sailor held a dagger in each hand, and a third in his mouth, which usually struck terror into the foe, and they cried out for quarter at once. So yeah, they basically are like, you can't do shit. We're gonna come get
I'm
you.
coming back. My
And
power went out.
their power went out.
I'll be back in a sec.
This guy, bro. Well, that
I
my
was
chat heard
listening.
it. My chat got to hear it. So yeah, anytime they fucking sell y'all that, this is a goddamn lie, folks. Lies and slander.
Well, even if like Russia works with Israel, they have a bit of a complicated relationship with them, but they do. And Russia was allowed into the Hamas terror tunnels when the United States was, called for the death of. So at the end of the day, like, there's a little bit more to it than people say. And this idea that if we just hide our heads in the sand is just silly to me. Like, if you put it on a micro level, to a lot of these people, especially the red pill ones, it's like, how long are you going to defend your house before you listen to your neighbor and say, just let them, take your wife. It's not that important. It's like, you ask any of them that, they're going to be like, I'm going to defend till my last breath. And it's like, all right, well, why can't Ukraine or Israel?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you another one, right? This is the problem I have with libertarians. It's like, oh yeah, under my system, non-aggression pact. Yada yada. I'm like, well, what's going to happen is you're going to get some dickhead like me who's going to like pretend to be doing that for a while, and they're just going to be stockpiling and getting their own private shit going, and then I'm just going to be like, time to annex next door. Like that's just human nature. That's literally what we do. Like, the only creature more warlike on Earth is fucking like ants. Like, it's like in our human nature to like hunt down other humans and take over their shit.
Yeah, to some degree. I mean, there's a lot of peaceful civilizations and such.
Oh yeah, name one civilization that owns land today that wasn't didn't do it by violence.
Tibet.
Wrong.
I mean, peaceful doesn't mean you don't fight. You can defend yourself. Your initial claim was to hunt each other down, but there's a lot of nations that were survived purely on being defensive and minding their own business.
Yeah, but who did they conquer first to get that land? I mean, they killed somebody.
That might be. It could also have been like a pact between different like landowners to come together and form this state or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm talking like if you go all the way back, like when you start forming like national identities, they fought somebody and they took it over. Like if you go like look at Rome, they fought like the Etruscan League, right? You go further back, you look at like okay, if you go back to like Israel, you want to talk about like the Philistines, right? But guess what? Those are fucking people that came from like the sea peoples or whatever that we know.
Yeah, Nobunaga unite Japan.
Yeah, like all these people conquered somebody to like get them shit going. Like originally.
I don't think that's generally 100%, but yeah, you're probably onto something there. I'm sure there's isolated nation states that. I mean, Google it.
Look at North Sentinel Island. I mean, like North Sentinel Island is only North Sentinel Island because nobody wants to fucking land on there because they get attacked by a million goddamn spears. Yeah.
I'm asking Grok what they think if there's a nation state that exists today that's never attacked his neighbor.
Or been caught. Like, I mean, its neighbor. I mean, to establish the country, you had to kill people.
Not necessarily. I can think of ways that, like, again, landowners and masses came together.
Yeah, but that didn't happen. That didn't happen. That's like not a historical act. Like, if you own the land or you were a landowner, at some point your family.
They played for me, Sadie.
Like the people that get that back in like the day.
Sure, but like, let's say the people that conquer, like the case in Rome. Rome goes in, takes out all the Celtics, and takes over that land, and then they get pushed out or eventually fall. Then that land kind of gets divvied up, and they didn't have to.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking. I mean, yeah, but so even in that idea, they have to still go back to somebody conquering that land in the first place for them to exist.
Yeah, but not them.
Yeah, who cares about them? I'm talking about all of history.
Yeah, but so you said there's not a nation with borders today that that didn't establish their land. I'm saying like when empires fall, that leftover land just gets divvied up,
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, exactly.
and that
And
would
it
be a
got
different
divvied up. It
nation
got divvied up. No, 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 no,
into different nations.
nah, nah. That you're looking at it too fucking meta brained. You got to go think of it more simple.
Maybe.
That empire being divvied up only exists because that empire existed.
Sure, but it's a
And that-
different nation.
Yeah, but well, so what? They still owe their creation to the empire falling.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Like,
And
I think
in
yeah,
fact,
you're right.
in fact,
for a
I'll even go
technicality.
further back. Humans as species, Cro-Magnons wouldn't exist if we hadn't killed off the Neanderthals and became the dominant species of human.
I don't know if you could say we when you're talking about being killing off the Neanderthals.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be included in that. I would.
I don't know. Actually, Pentuple's the one with the biggest forehead because of that hairline.
Bruh.
That hairline fierce, bro.
Bruh.
That
Trying to hide it
motherfucker got
somehow.
Yeah,
beachfront property.
in fact, that's why he didn't want to join the video call with us. He wants to be alone so he can like hide his hairline with his fucking OBS.
Go the other way.
His OBS.
I'm young again.
he's like
I'm so young again.
He's like 2 years away from a top of the head cul-de-sac.
I'm gonna get him for Christmas a gift to Bosley, bro. Is that what you need, bro?
No.
You want some Bosley? Maybe I could actually. You know what? Maybe
We just need RFK to get the red dye out of the food, and I'll be fine.
You know what we can do? We can just like stream. Let's fucking start a stream fund to ship Pentuple to like Turkey so you can go get the hair restoration. We in chat? What do y'all think?
We'll start a GoFundMe.
How much does that even cost? How much does it cost?
It's not that expensive.
Grok will know.
The Turkish seed scout, bro. That's what he needs, guys. If y'all like this idea, make sure we all fucking start the Kickstarter for him. Pentuple's ready to go. He can go do it when he's overseas, just like take a quick pit stop over there.
Boom. Just get a little. Okay, hold on. $1,000 to $6,000. That's it.
Yeah, and you probably won't get fucking kicked off the global entry program, like Gesser was saying.
Bro, that'd be hype.
Oh no, I'd be happy for you.
Bro, dude, when I need this, I'll totally get this.
Yeah, man, you should.
I'll pay that for when I need
What
it.
do you mean? What do you mean when you need it?
Well, you think it'd just be cheaper now?
I think you need it now.
Hmm.
Mm.
I guess it says it's per graft.
Per
70
graft.
cents to 110 per hair.
I don't think it's per one hair. I think it's per.
What's a graft? It says you need 500 to 1,800 grafts. That's probably how many hairs I need.
I think it's like patches of hair. They probably like take out like a patch. I mean,
Save me from my hairline.
yeah. I mean, listen, we're trying to solve Pentuple's problems right here, right now, guys. Yeah, he needs the chia hair.
I don't even want to know about the risk of it being fucked up.
Nah, it's probably pretty
But
cool.
they could just fix
Have
it
you,
again.
have
right?
you not seen the Turkish hairline, the TikTok everybody's
I'm young
seen the
again.
chick for because she like posted she's like the only girl on the plane and she like videos it. It's like all bald men with like fucking the seating stuff in their head.
Wait. Yeah, I have. Yes, I have seen that.
That's gonna be Pentuple actually one of those days. He's gonna be one of those guys.
Yeah, relax. Oh Jesus! You know what's funny? I think one of the guys from that YouTube sketch that I know, he had this, and I was like, "Did he get a hair transplant?" That's crazy, though.
I'll tell you what's even funnier.
That's
is,
crazy, bro.
It's also proven that wearing hats makes you have a higher likelihood of losing your hair. You know what group of people wears a
It
lot
looks
of
fucking
hats?
painful.
Yeah, you know what people wear a lot of hats? Fruity baseball players.
Yeah, because we play outside in the fucking sun.
I mean, helmets don't cause your hair loss. But
You really want to put your bets on hair? Fucking who's got more hair, football players or baseball players?
Yeah, I mean, we got Troy Polamalu. That guy's got enough hair for the rest of them.
Yeah, you've got Troy Polamalu. We've got Andrew McCutcheon.
We got Tom Brady next.
Tom Brady's your example of long hair.
Man's got like 1,000 hairs. All right, Troy Aikman's got 1,000,000 hairs. He's not going bald anytime soon either. Yeah.
One of the best.
Let's talk
of all
about
time.
Iran again.
Troy Aikman, the best of all time.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That's
one of them.
Yeah, he's a good quarterback. I don't know about one of the best all time, but he's a solid one for sure. Top 20 maybe. A dermatologist told me that wearing hats does not affect hair loss at all. Gibbs, well, listen, he's a liar. He lied to you. Lies.
Whoa. Oh, hold up. Here, I'll share screen so you guys can see this. We got a Hawk Tua chick appearance.
Oh, yeah?
Hey y'all, we're on Broadway where it all started, and we're about to get presented a plaque from the mayor himself.
She's getting a plaque from the mayor for being a hot tuba bitch.
All right, as the official mayor of Nashville, it is my honor.
The biggest moment in the history of the internet?
That's what it says.
I hate this.
The plaque says this is the biggest moment in the history of the internet.
That's hilarious. I don't think it's the real mayor of Nashville. I think that's a fucking his.
I don't know. AI bots telling me almost every source says wearing a hat daily is not a major cause of hair loss.
Yeah, it's a cause though.
Yeah. And what kind of doctors are saying that, Tyler?
Dermatologists.
I'm not going to say what kind of doctors are probably saying that.
Board certified dermatologists say
doctors.
that it's a myth that hats cause hair loss.
Yeah, fake news.
The board of dermatologists.
Why would hats cause hair loss?
Because it's the friction on the head, pulling them out one at a time.
So sleeping causes hair loss.
Why wouldn't? I mean, that's like why wouldn't they grow?
No,
it's not like you're pulling out the follicles. If you shave your head, you suddenly don't not grow hair anymore. You know.
I mean, it's actually that's happened to some people.
Why don't I go bald from back here because of sleeping?
Why don't you?
If you
why don't
wax,
you go bald already.
If you wax,
yeah, well,
trust me, my bikini line
now?
takes about 3 waxes a month.
Present Miss Haley Welch with this historic plaque.
This is the Nashville
Haley
mayor.
Welch at this spot broke the internet when she said, "Spit on that thing." Haley, it's my honor to bestow
Isn't that
this
really
on
the
to
national
you.
mayor? No way.
Right here, there you
Impeach
go,
him.
and Chelsea too, of course.
Yeah, and it looks like he's had a hair transplant.
Welch. We're gonna put this on
Impeach
Just
him.
kidding. I don't know if the Nashville mayor
This
or
is
not.
not the actual mayor of Nashville.
Thank you, Haley.
The Nashville mayor is. It looks like him, but with
This is
bald.
what they teach you in the schools. How
Yeah,
to
Freddie
teach your
O'Connell's
man.
the guy's name.
This
It's
is what
actual
she
mayor.
taught America. You need to spit on that thing. Let us hear it.
This is the Nashville mayor.
Hey y'all, we're on Broadway where it all started, and we're about to
Bro, that guy thought he was like cooking. He was like, "Oh, I can't wait to post that video and see all the reactions. People are gonna be like, LOL. They're
This
gonna be
guy.
spamming, ha 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 ha. It's
This
gonna
guy
be so
looks-
funny.
This is him.
It's gonna be the better." You have a video. Let me pull it up.
Casey
Oh, God.
Tron reacts to the new response to H3 video. I might have to watch that in a second. That looks like it'll be funny.
H3 is cooking with his lawsuit.
I
bro.
fucking didn't. I'm not been a huge fucking H3 fan. Like I've never really watched. This
I'm not
shit.
either, but I love what he's doing.
Bro, this shit is fucking hilarious, bro. He trying to get it spit on. I bet she's real good at fucking slobbing the knob. If I had to wager, that country accent, you know she about it. The Nashville airs TOS terms. Oh yeah, you would know, huh? It's all right, Dan. You can make me and Pentuple popular. Let me just stop watching his fucking thing before he pulls up some kind of naughty thing on Twitter.
Naughty.
Yeah, but
I don't.
Bro,
I do.
yeah, sometimes you just get random tits in there out of nowhere.
Dude, random. Only in the following tab.
who's gonna win, a polar bear or a hippo?
Polar bear.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Fuck no.
Hippos are stronger or whatever, but if it's not in the water, it loses most of its mobility, and all it's got is teeth, where a bear's got fucking claws.
Do you think that hippos are mainly water animals? Is that what you just said?
No, it loses its mobility, it loses its edge in the water. The bear has the advantage, it's faster.
In the water, the bear has the
No,
advantage?
no, outside of the water. I'm saying the hippo has the advantage in the water. Not that it's not able to. You just did the whole, oh, you like chocolate, you must hate vanilla thing to me.
I was just asking for clarification on what you were saying.
Yeah. So what you were saying, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, I don't think you're right about that at all. I think that the fucking hippo bodies the fucking polar bear in any environment the polar bear chooses. So it's like
It's the claw.
it's got the strongest fucking bite of any land mammal, 1800 psi, and its body is covered in blubber to protect itself from fucking bites from a tooth the size of the polar bear's hand.
Yeah, a male polar bear actually is larger, can get larger than a male hippo. Like in size, and it's also an Arctic animal, so it's covered in more fat and blubber.
Let's see what.
And it also has fucking giant claws. The claws on the edges give her, I'm saying. Because he doesn't have to get into bite distance. All that hippo has is bite.
Operation Empty Mountain.
That's
Is that
check
really
it.
what it was called?
Well,
Is that what the
polar
Bunker
bear,
Buster was called?
a polar bear is not even close. Like it's max size to a
that's
fucking
what it can
hippo. Bro, a maximum size polar bear is 1,600 pounds, 10 feet. I think the biggest one ever is like 11 or 12 feet, right? A hippo is 11 to 16 feet and averages between 3,000 and 4,000 pounds. And they're faster on land than a fucking polar bear.
I just made it research and now I'm getting double, yeah. So I still think that fucking bear's got it. Bear
It's also
beats
got
hippo.
tusks, bro. Tusks.
Meh. Meh. What
Okay.
about 100 dudes
Winner,
in
the
there?
chat GPT.
What about a pigeon versus a chihuahua?
Chat GPT says a hippo has got like an 85% chance of winning, like every fight.
Nah.
Says the only way a polar bear would win is if it was like in a cold environment.
What about a pigeon versus a chihuahua?
I'd go with a chihuahua. Pigeons.
Two pigeons.
Pigeons have like this thing where they don't know how to defend themselves.
It was a chihuahua. I mean, it's gonna just latch on to what, like a wing?
And
When,
just
like-
start attacking.
Yeah. I mean, it probably do. Dogs do good against birds. But how many pigeons to overwhelm a chihuahua? Two or three, maybe?
A small bird will get picked up and eaten by or a small dog will get picked up and eaten by a bird. Birds grab kids sometimes.
Well, we're talking
Like
about
an
pigeons.
owl, yeah,
right?
but like we're not talking about a pigeon.
Yeah.
A pigeon ain't gonna pick it up, right? Pigeon's like a chihuahua of birds, right?
Well, pigeons like basically were domesticated
Is that
by
fair to
humans,
say?
and now that humans don't fucking have them, they don't know what to do. They just like live in cities and just like walk around like because they need humans to survive.
Yeah, polar bears aren't that intimidating, and what Dill says makes
Well,
sense to me.
I mean,
Hippo breaks a
polar bears-
watermelon with one bite.
I think aren't polar bears the like largest carnivorous fucking
Put my dick in
bear?
it.
I want to know about a hippo versus a polar bear versus a hippo versus an elephant.
A hippo versus an elephant?
Mm.
Do you think, how different do you think these matchups are if we give both animals human intelligence? So imagine you get to spawn into any animal and I get to spawn into any animal and we get to use like our human intelligence. So like we can be as coordinated as you can be with their muscle.
Then
You
the
know,
bear
structure.
definitely beats the hippo 100% because of the claws and the reach, dog.
And just the intelligence, I think being able to stand up would be a huge plus because you can move around, you can be a little more agile. Agility is different if you have human intelligence, right? Because a cheetah without a human intelligence might not be as effective or efficient with its speed, right?
It might be stupider too. I mean, you tell me you know how to use a cheetah body better than a cheetah does how to use a cheetah body.
Well, cheetah's maybe not the best example, but like if you were
the learning curve isn't there.
Yeah, you would have to maybe change.
Well, like a
if you,
dog-
had
dogs
human
are
intelligence with
retarded.
understanding how to use the body. Like
if
that,
you were in a dog's body, you would be like the most intelligent. Like people would figure out if a dog had a human brain, we would instantly be able to tell.
Actually, in
We'd
Harry
be like,
Potter,
this dog is like absolutely incredible at understanding and directions, and like
In
it
Harry Potter,
understands like context.
Prisoner of Azkaban, Sirius Black turned into a dog, and he took them hands from a werewolf. So I don't want to hear shit about that.
Well, yeah, the werewolf's just a bigger dog, retard.
well, but they,
it wasn't sentient. It was fucking feral. He had all the intelligence in the world.
True. Okay, I see what you're saying.
I don't know. You say dogs are dumb, but I've seen a lot of things lately saying dogs are evolving to like understand cities. Like they're like taking buses now, and they're like knowing where to go and shit, and like learning how to live like in the human societies. They know when to avoid vehicles and shit, so that like they don't get attacked by the pest control or whatever they're called.
I'm going to defer to J.K. Rowling, the patron saint of biology, for this argument.
We can unlock.
J.K. Rowling is based as fuck.
Nah, I don't.
Well, how did that all happen? Or is she only based on the trans thing?
You'll only like her on that one topic. She's a massive feminist.
Yeah. She's a TERF? A radical TERF. Wait, no, that's the R in TERF.
Wow.
Yeah, trans exclusion.
You know what's funny? One of my friends, close friends from law school, the first day we met, the first thing she said to me was, she was like, "Hi, I'm," I'll skip her name, but, and I'm a radical feminist. And I was like, oh. I was like, we'll get along fucking great, then good to know. I was like, I am not.
Introducing myself as a Zionist.
Oh, you're a feminist. That's very nice to meet you. I am a sexist. We will get along fantastically.
I'm a radical Zionist.
She's like, I'm a radical feminist. I'm like, oh, you should know that I'm incredibly sexist. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm radically anti-woman. No, I'm just kidding. It's just funny because, she basically was just like, I'm a left-winger, and I was like, okay. And we got through law school, and she was super organized, and I'll credit her because there were so many weeks where she would just send like the agenda for the week to our group chat, and I was just like, all hail Becky. Like, it gives us exactly the pages to read, like all the stuff we have to do for class, all the stuff professors had to make sure we do, all written down neatly. Oh, I mean, she's definitely capable. There's no doubt about that. She's like one of those boss bitches. She'll do very well. And all of the other women will be trying to emulate her. But it's also good, though. She's married and has kids. So she's like, I'm like, oh, where's your radical feminism now, Mom?
Just trans her kids. It's alright. I'll find a way.
Oh, God. No, I don't know. But hey, all left-wingers are nutters. Well, you're Danish. You're a Euro, so it's different. Because the American leftist, the American Democrat, is a very specific archetype. And
they're also smarter. They're also smarter than any European lefty. Like, in fact, like that's the bad.
Fucking.
Bro, every European I talk to is about by default they're 30 IQ points lower than every American, and they're also more extreme left.
Okay, so Mida is an exception to my rule.
Mida,
when I was saying this thing, I was saying this to Gibbs earlier. I was like, when I want to talk to a left winger, I'll hit up Mida.
Well, okay, watch this. I'll put it on right now.
You don't know anything.
Hey, Mida, do you think we should criminalize the homeless? If you are homeless in America, should you put them in jail?
So
and
just
watch the European brain start to break right now with just that question. Just it's gonna happen.
I am an American left
Well, I have
winger, and I will
questions.
not be passed over.
Just watch. They don't.
I think you can criminalize people for
shouldn't be criminal.
okay. You shouldn't be allowed to pitch a tent on public land, and you shouldn't be in the city. You shouldn't be
Public
like
land.
on public
So if I
street.
go to a public land,
That's
so
not
like-
allowed. That
so
could be illegal, but that
if I
shouldn't
go
be
to-
like because you're homeless. It'd just be like you can't set up a tent and if I went to go live stream and set up a camp in public,
okay,
in
so
like a
wait,
street or on the side of a fucking street outside of a bar or wherever these homeless people all hang out and sleep, I shouldn't be allowed to do that for indefinitely, I guess. I don't think you should. You can't arrest people for sitting down and being homeless for 6 hours, right?
Okay, what's the difference?
So there have to be like a standard that you meet.
Yeah, why is it any different between urban? Yeah, urban can't use the word, but why would it be any different between doing that on public land and say if I went to like I don't know?
Well, the issue
No,
we're
like-
talking about
like
is
public-
obviously homeless people camping in places that it's inconvenient for the public. If nobody wants to, I don't want to criminalize homeless for being, if you're homeless just in like, and you're in like a fucking undeveloped land or whatever that like isn't like a public nuisance, that isn't annoying. That's fine. You don't need to be arrested for that, but you can maybe like if whoever owns the land has a say, I guess. But like if the owner of the land, say it's like a private owner of land, they're like, yeah, I don't particularly care that like a bunch of people are pitching tents over there. It's just like wooded areas and stuff. You can leave them.
Pitching a tent over here.
That shouldn't be criminal. It shouldn't be criminal that they're there. It should be like maybe civil. Like if you own the land, you can kick them out.
Nah,
But you can't.
No, this is that European thing.
There has to be a bar because like
I literally asked a couple of Europeans this earlier, and they were like, "Oh, well, maybe it's not their fault they're homeless." I'm like, "What do you mean by that?" They're like, "Oh, what if they lose their jobs and then they go homeless?" I'm like,
That's your fault.
That's your fault. I'm like, well, what if you get sick? You know, I'm like, don't you have universal health care? Yeah. So then that's also not your fault. That's also your fault if you get sick and you're homeless. And they're like, well, what if they're mommy and daddy? I'm like, well, that's mommy and daddy's fault. No, it's not my fault. Fuck them. Like, all of this traced back to accountability. And they're like,
100%.
If they're mentally retarded, I'm like, well, you know what? I have a solution for that too. Put them in the mines, and then they won't be homeless no more.
Well, I completely agree with you, and I think that a lot of people have this false premise that most homeless people are homeless because of some sort of insurmountable bad luck that they've faced, when in reality it is almost always an accumulation of factors related to irresponsibility or immaturity or drug use. The most common one is probably like a lot of people that I know, and this is why I've never had a problem. I've worked all sorts of different jobs, and I've been able to be responsible with my money relatively, and I'm in a better position than some. But the point is, like, there is a number of people that I know who will make, let's say they make an $1,100 paycheck, and they pay off all of their bills with $800. So that leaves them with $300 of what we would call disposable income, right? So many people my age will spend that $300 in that pay period. So they live paycheck to paycheck. But that's because they go and they spend it on fucking alcohol and weed and going to the bar and like all this other stuff, which is fine. I'm not saying they have no right to do that. But like there is a level of accountability where it's like I don't really want to hear about like, oh, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, when it's like you live in luxury. You know what I mean? Like you live in luxury. You have a new car note that you just got. You could have bought a used car, but you got a $40,000 fucking note because you have a job right now. Like, you have to be responsible. And I think by the time you're homeless, it's not because one bad luck factor. It's almost always because of an accumulation of these factors.
Look at what Smacky just said. This is that typical leftist pussy idea that they got, right? Oh, what if we're not supposed to live our lives? We should be providing some level of happiness by the government. You know what you should be provided with? Jack shit. Your privilege is the dirt. Your birthright is the losses you take, fam. Like, I don't want to hear this idea. We should be...
No, let me respond. I have a better response.
You want to live your
nicer.
life? Why don't you go get another fucking job and quit living off my tax dollars, you baby back bitch? That's my opinion.
Let me respond. My response would be, I'm not saying you shouldn't spend your money on yourself, but when you save that $300, you're still going to spend that on yourself and benefit from that. Yeah, like the idea is that when you spend that disposable income, you're satisfying a short-term pursuit, right? So I'm not saying don't spend 300, but don't always spend 300 and then justify it and then complain about it. Because here's the real truth: if you had 500 left over, you'd spend all of that, and if you had 600 left over, you'd spend all of that, because that's what you're doing with 300. What if you had 150 left over?
Then they'll say some
Why
stupid
aren't you
shit.
saving any of it?
Well, no,
the whole
then
point is that like I'm not saying to not spend the money on yourself, but spend the money on yourself by investing it in yourself, by saving it and having actual money to protect yourself. Because one of the things that you have to do to pay for yourself is to have a safety net for yourself. You are not supposed to rely. Here's the thing. If we all say, "Oh, I don't need a safety net," the state will give us the safety net. Now this safety net that they have is going to catch way more people. That safety net should be there for the government, but we all need to keep our own safety net, like almost out of a duty to the public if we want to have this kind of system.
There should be no safety.
If we want to
net
have like a
by the
cohesive
government.
system that's sustainable, we need the safety net at large, and we also need to still maintain our own safety net. And so that's a responsibility you have. And so I'm not saying to not spend money on yourself. I would rephrase it as saying, be smart with how you spend your money on yourself.
No, because,
don't give yourself a brand new iPhone if you're living paycheck to paycheck and saving only $300 a month.
But listen,
get a cheaper phone.
But listen, for example, you can get an iPhone for free.
You choose to live in luxury. That's fine, but don't complain about it.
Well, no. But I'll give you an example. All right, how many times have we heard on these panels where they're like, "Oh, well, if you want to get a job, you'd have to go get a suit," which is not even true anymore most of the time. But let's just take it from face value. I don't know if you know this, but I know a lot of people that go, "We're going to go to Joseph A. Banks." Joseph A. Banks is a reasonably cheap suit place. Okay, cool. That's still like $300 probably for your suit. You just spent that $300 thing. You could go to Walmart and get a fucking suit for $40 and look fucking almost as good, and get the job done. And like if you accessorize it, I look better than the guy who didn't know what he was doing at Joseph Hayes. Like it's just like unreality. Like it's called pampered pussitis. That's what it is. Pampered pussitis. These people don't want to actually have to give. "Oh, I spent thousands of dollars just living. Oh, I should be able to spend it on myself and have some enjoyment from." No, bitch. Do you think peasants back in the fucking medieval times, when they were sitting here hoping not to die of smallpox or get killed by their feudal lord, like, "Oh, but we're more civilized"? Yeah, I knew that was coming. "Oh, we don't live in the medieval time." No, we live in a worse time where we have AI overlords coming and we have fucking Iranian problems. We got all these problems, and y'all
the frog's gay.
And the frogs, we got fluoride in the water, and you're like, "Oh, we are so much more civilized." We're not more civilized. We're just got better weapons.
You guys the correct take. So again, abuse is the thing. We don't want abuse. Yes, 100%. We don't want.
No, I don't want any of it. I don't want
able-bodied.
If one penny goes to somebody else, that's abuse.
Okay.
Inclusive economic institutions are how nations thrive. We've seen this. The reason why we're number one is because we have a highly educated, highly skilled workforce. And to limit people from these things because you don't want to give them money limits growth of the native population. What if you can't afford to have kids? Don't you want a child tax credit? Why do you hate kids? Why do you hate kids?
Well, okay, I'm gonna bring a take because I think this goes back to what Admiral Gibbs actually phrased the question at the beginning. So we're gonna, and I'm not ending that, but I'm just gonna extend this with a tangent, but it relates back. But I don't know that there's a significant portion of homeless people that are sane of mind and reasonable and responsible. And so what we're talking about are people who have severe mental illness or drug addictions. And what Admiral Gibbs was getting at the beginning of this was, do we arrest them? And so when we're talking about arrest, because this is actually something that Trump had proposed before, it's not so much about arresting them to give them criminal penalties and try to disincentivize this behavior, because drug addicts and people who are mentally ill aren't thinking about the law or being reasonable, right? So we have to figure out, these are people that need help. And do we have a system where we wait for them to request help? Should we let a drug addict just be a drug addict? Or should we say, this person's a drug addict, they're fucking nodding out in the fucking street, they're homeless, they have nowhere to go. It's not about arresting them for criminal charges, but they need help. And it's not really something we're going to ask them if they need. They're fucking nodding off on fentanyl in the fucking street. I absolutely would support putting them in a government facility where it's you're not getting criminal charges, but we need to get you fucking
no. We don't
nodding off in the fucking street.
Well, yeah. What you do is you give them a shovel or a pickaxe, and you say, "Guess what? You get to start digging uranium."
Well, that might happen. I'm saying if the state determines, like, look, and there should be a legal process for this potentially, but like, there are people who have no real family, who are severely mentally ill or addicted to drugs. But let's go with someone who's severely mentally ill, who we really just don't think is going to be like anything other than homeless. We should have a place for them to like exist. It doesn't have to be. It could be like the same way I think of like a nursing home. Like I wouldn't be against a facility where it's like, yeah, we've like you're gonna end up in this place if like nobody, if you have nowhere to go and you're like, you know, fucking psychologically completely fucked and you're just like running around in the fucking street, you're gonna end up at like this camp or whatever.
Yeah,
like it doesn't have to be a fucking death torture camp. It just has to be a camp where you can fucking be taken care of.
No.
It would be like literally to take care of fucking mentally ill people. The point is to get them out of the street, which I agree with.
That's not the point. The point is partially that, but it's also we need to be fucking not dude providing all these extra services. They don't need to be taken care of. What we need to do is go, okay, you're on fentanyl or whatever. Cool. Guess what? You're gonna get off this shit. And you know how you're going to get off it? Cold turkey. And we're going to have just enough people here to keep you alive. And then you're going to work here until your debt is paid off. And your debt's $1 million for fucking being picked up out of jail. And so guess what? Now you work here the rest of your life. Should have been homeless. And now you're going to at least contribute to society. That's what we should be doing.
I mean,
I'm like sick of this bullshit. Like I'm tired of it.
My idea.
Every day I go out here and I see these fucking meth heads. They got fucking cans.
You
should be afraid that if you do drugs in public, that you might get put into like a government rehab facility. I would not be like upset with that system.
I'm not worried about that at all. One, because
if there's people who are like perpetually and intentionally doing this, like there can exist criminal penalties, but I don't think it should be like the first. Like we're not using criminal penalties here to disincentivize like the initial behavior. It'd be to disincentivize. Even then, like you should just end up at the camp. If you're like gonna repeat offend, just like put him in the camp with the other people. Make him an employee if he's like somewhat capable or whatever. I guess I don't know. There can be a hierarchy there. It's fine. Yeah, there'd be a sick movie about this camp and like some crazy event happens. I'm just throwing that out there.
Give him like a special fucking like. Listen, the Russians have proved that just sending soldiers out of like a wall will eventually get you the W. We can just give them all fucking the basics like military guns, and we can just make them the meth head force and say, hey,
whoa.
You're gonna clear out the minefield for us. Congratulations. I mean, at least they're gonna be contributing to society and not be a drag on it.
The opposite position here, which I resent for sure, from that is like the Portland approach, where it's like we could just open centers for them to safely do fentanyl, and that'll keep them off the streets. You know what I mean? That'll like keep them safer or whatever. Since we're talking about their safety and stuff, but I still feel like it's so fucking.
You know what also keep them off the street?
I'm like fucking so retarded. Like I don't even know how to explain it, but it's like I think we could save this car by throwing it off a cliff. Like what the fuck are you talking?
Midnight basketball.
Destroy the car.
These people are basically the equivalent should be used as human minesweepers. I'm done like dicking around. These people don't want to change, and the only way is to make it such a drastic bad thing that these people go, okay, I don't want that to happen. We need to change our minds. Like I think that's what we need to do. Like I mean, we've tried the nice way, and it's not worked at all. It's made it.
I think part of the reason that I think there are like I think incentives and disincentives do work in this space. I'm not saying like I don't want to say there's no room for like criminal penalties to be used as a sort of disincentive, like all criminal penalties generally are. But it's just like the problem with homelessness now, and like these camps grow because like you can go to like you shouldn't have like a community of like homeless drug addicts.
Well,
that's like it's one thing to have homeless drug addicts. When you see yourself at the point that there's a community of them and like they congregate and they live in the same homeless area, and it's like this is growing, like this is attracting this, like this people get ended up like sucked into this. How do you think drug addicts become drug addicts? Well, you hang out with the wrong people. Someone pulls out some drugs. You try it once.
Bro, they have.
You try some fucking.
There's a group.
You try some shit.
Why don't they get to vote?
Come on, bro.
Just try some shit. You drunk anyway. Spend their tax money on. Well, why don't the state voters get to vote on how they want to spend their tax money? That's California. That's happening. This is California's decision. This is what they want.
Well, I mean,
why can't they have that?
Well, listen, I'll tell a couple things. One, because I like maybe sometimes that like other people need to get a say, and like that's why people are moving out of California. And it's becoming a bigger and bigger shithole, right? And the second thing, when I look at this, like in Texas, cities are banning urban camping left and right, and now they're coming to cities that haven't banned it. These fuckers literally have Oregon Trail like wagons. Like, I'm not joking when I say that. I saw these people the other day. There's about 12 of them. They had like 18 shopping carts put together with tents around it. Like, there was like 2 cars wide, and they cleared out the middle part somehow with wire cutters, and they had literal fucking shopping cart like tent like fucking wagons that they were like pushing, and someone had a motorized lawnmower and was driving this like it was a fucking thing. And this is what the hobos were living out of. Like, honestly, it was some fucking Apocalypse Now, like, not Apocalypse Now, Apocalypse, like a post-apocalyptic, like, warlord.
Apocalypse later.
Yeah, building bullshit. It looked like something out of, like, Mad Max is what they'd built. And I was impressed, but it was definitely meth head engineering. I've never seen anything like it. But now we're seeing all these, like, they look like caravans, bro. And what are we doing? We're doing nothing. If these guys can build these caravans, they can work in the mines.
Okay, so real quick though, like, why don't Californians get to dictate how they want to spend their state tax money? And if the majority want it, it's like COVID policy.
It's not just
like COVID policy. If you don't like it, move with your feet. Like hundreds of thousands of people did during COVID, but the most people that had their states locked down for long amounts of times, you saw like 60-70% approval rates in state polling for that shit. That's what they wanted to do. New York wanted COVID passports. You don't have to. You can mock it and say it's bad politics, but don't live in New York if you don't want it, because that's what they wanted. Like, are we against federalization now?
I mean, I am whenever my tax dollars.
The South will rise again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mad whenever California's spending my fucking tax dollars on Bayback bullshit. Yeah, I don't get a say in that. Like, you know, what's your point there? Like, how many federal pork belly programs they get, and then they just squander it because their fucking state government, after it's given over to them, don't know what they're fucking doing. I'll tell you, it's all of them. California's fucking.
You should be against Trump bringing back salt taxes, because that's exactly what that is.
I'm against what? Against what taxes?
What's wrong with salt
deductions? Salt deductions.
Other than other taxes?
If your state taxes are too high, you get a cut on your federal taxes. So, like, basically, if your state has really fucking bad tax policy, you could take it out of your federal tax amount. So that's why salt deductions were unpopular with Republicans. It's because they endorse Democrat-heavy spending policies. But if this money is solely coming from California, I just don't see the problem. This is what the voter wants there. If they don't want to move, they can vote with their feet.
They are voting with their feet.
Yeah, they're leaving.
Some of them, the conservatives.
No, a lot of them.
Yeah, a lot of them. But there were more conservatives in California in 2016 than there were in any other state, just because it's the largest state.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's why I say, guys, we gotta take the charts and graphs away from the retards like Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta take the charts and graphs away.
well, just saying.
I don't want him either.
But like, I mean, it isn't just vibes. Like, whenever you start diving, there is something to be said for what Pentuple's saying here, though, Tyler. Like I'm as much an analytics guy. I mean, I'm as much an analytics guy as the next guy. I love analytics. I love stats. Like that's great. But like when we start talking about politics, like the current way it's set up, you know, like the polling system and the way we like track what people's politics are is not working. Like every time you mention polling data, I'm just like, haha, it's not.
This was just population data. This wasn't polling.
Polling is. Hey, did you like my tweet the other day? I don't know. I want to hear what you guys think of this. Guy said, hey, the same reason that it would be retarded for us to vote on every issue, the reason we don't have a pure democracy, is the same reason that your polls are retarded and don't mean anything. It's the same. It's literally just the same thing. It's like, here's what we would have done. Like, you agree with that system being retarded, right? We would never let the polls decide.
Yeah, I agree.
Even if the poll says 70-30, what does that mean?
I agree with that statement. Generally, we should let people just guide the country that don't have expertise. I want to leave it to our elite political class and representatives. Absolutely, I agree.
Polls are all run by gay dorks who phrase the question professionally to get results that they desire.
A lot of them are.
Me and another pollster, I could go out and get fucking favorable polls and be like, look, I asked people if they wanted like some vague fucking thing that like is now clearly represented. They like Trump. Like when people said they wouldn't vote for a felon, they go out and they're like, 95% of people say they never vote for a felon. It's like, yeah, if you come up and ask me, are you going to vote for a felon? You're presenting a candidate with one attribute, and that's that he's a felon. I'm going to say no. I'm not going to vote for a candidate where the only attribute I know about them is that they're a felon. But obviously, that leaves out all of the context of Trump's charges.
I
And
understand that.
clearly, nobody gave a fuck.
I understand
Nobody.
that.
90, talking about 95%. Nobody gave a fuck he had criminal
But
charges.
it's also
Except
like
for
what the
Democrats
fu-
who weren't voting for him anyway.
Well, it's
Are
also like what
correct.
they were also like blatantly like just like trumped up charges, for lack of a better term, right? Like, you know,
They
like
were,
you're like
yes.
sitting
All
here,
of his cases were.
like
I don't
they're-
think any of them
monolith
didn't
out of
seem
polls, though.
fucking bullshit.
That's like
The
saying
Eugene Carroll one was bullshit. The New York one
MSNBC is
bullshit.
garbage, so now I can't listen to any news ever. But you know there's good news sources out there as well. It's the same thing, man. There's bad polling firms that do push polling and do all sorts of nefarious tactics to try to get their side an advantage. Absolutely. You just got to be able to differentiate.
yeah, and by
Like-
bad
like any
polling,
adult
I mean
does.
all of the polling.
How'd you
Any
get Don't
adult
Walk
has to
Around
do that.
Productions to respond to you on my tweet today? I watched that guy. I love that guy's videos. I've been watching him for years. He
Just like
cooks.
him.
You
Yeah, I
slandered
like
him.
him. I just the shtick got old after like the 100th, 50th video for me.
I mean, there is a format. There's a
Yeah,
format.
that's all I'm saying. Like I wasn't hating on the dude. They're well produced.
Every
you know?
video ends with "if there is a next time."
Yeah, it's the same.
Literally
little-
every single one. But he does his research and he compiles it. Like his
Sometimes.
videos, I think, are the most bulletproof presentations on YouTube politically.
Most of his wild takes are put in joke form, so I don't really have a big complaint about him. And he is genuinely funny. It makes well-made videos. It's just after a while the shtick wears off. But yeah, people respond when you give them a general like he asked. He like sincerely wanted to know.
What joke? Yeah. Well, because I also didn't know exactly what you're talking about, but the one that I responded with that he always uses at the end of the video is good.
You know, like I put it in a way that said like I had to watch 100 videos to get there in the first place. So watched 100 videos.
All right, well, boys, this has been fun. I'm gonna go get ready for this next thing here. Listen,
Hey, peace out. Thanks for joining.
You doing your
remember,
California stream?
no, we're gonna be talking about how baseball's real gay and Tyler is absolutely gay. And
Unbelievable.
yeah. I mean, at least Tyler didn't run from a bunch of little lefties. Like that's the real thing.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I'm running terrified
from
from
me.
these retards who can't fucking put together a single coherent, reasonable thought.
He didn't run from them. He ran from me.
No.
The man who's never had a right opinion ever.
Like, oh shit, I'm not lining up with the goat. I better get the fuck out of here before I embarrass myself. It's pretty, reasonable to be honest.
I see. All right, y'all be good. Y'all be good. All right, we're gonna do some other stuff here now, boys. It's gonna be exciting. Let me get back to my thing. All right. Let me just put a fantastic video on for y'all real quick. This is really what's gonna happen when aliens invade, or when we fight aliens, bro. Are y'all ready? Well, of course not. I'm not ready.
You never told us we'd be fighting humans. More like angry demons with skin. Everything was quiet. Then we heard one whisper, peekaboo, before jumping out of a bush and mowing down 17 of our guys. They wrote, send more in the blood of our fallen on our own dropship. One screamed, this is Sparta, and kicked our general off a cliff.
Are you crazy? I'm not going back. One of them bit me. Through armor. I have tetanus now.
One kept throwing our energy grenades back at us with a pickleball racket. They brought a goose. Just a regular, angry goose. And let it loose. We surrendered. They left a note that said, be right back. When we picked it up, hish, it exploded. I tried playing dead. One yelled, unzip its pants. I've never ran faster in my entire life.
Usually this is how it's done. One stick goes
You never told us we'd be fighting.
in each breast and that's it.
That's that was a good one, right? I thought it was funny. Thought it was humorous here. Let's see. How goes the Val here?
Hello, Val is going well.
Are you
How
winning?
was your Iran talk?
We talked about a lot of things. I just shared a video about aliens and what would happen if they fought humans. It was pretty funny.
The aliens?
You want to see it?
Sure. I thought I fucking heard someone.
It's classic, bro. We'll share it again. Chat. We're watching the alien video again because Skana needs some culture in their life. You know.
Yeah, I was just talking about you, and then you popped in here.
Yeah, like slut magic, I appear. Oh, it's a cat. There we go. Let's go back over this.
I was talking about how good Too Hot to Handle is.
Oh, it's so good. All right, we'll share this one more time here. You ready for this video, Sky? This is actually what would happen
I am in.
If aliens invaded Earth.
You never told us
Okay.
we'd be fighting humans. More like angry demons with skin. Everything was quiet. Then we heard one whisper, peekaboo, before jumping out of a bush and mowing down 17 of our guys. They wrote, send more in the blood of our fallen on our own dropship.
I've seen a couple edits like this.
One screamed, this is Sparta!
My brother's been like obsessed with
Kicked
them.
our general
Oh yeah,
off
this
a
was pretty
cliff.
funny.
Are you crazy? I'm not going back. One of them bit me. Through armor. I have tetanus now.
One kept throwing our energy grenades back at us with a pickleball racket. They brought a goose. Just a regular, angry goose. And let it loose. We surrendered. They left a note that said, be right back. When we picked it up, hish, it exploded. I tried playing dead. One yelled, unzip its pants. I've never ran faster in my entire life.
Like, well, I don't want to say that.
Aren't they the probers?
Well, I guess they're getting probed now.
All right. They're getting Elon chipped.
But I'm just saying, aliens don't want none of what we're handing out. None of it.
No, I think that's why they've been hiding for so long, right?
They don't want these samples, bro. Probably is why they're hiding. They just know once we get to space, it's over for them.
I mean, they've seen how much we love to colonize things.
That's true. I gotta say, I think that's a cure for racism. Finding aliens, bro. Because then we're gonna have something we can hate as a group in humanity. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god. What the hell?
All right, who you got, a polar bear or a hippo?
What?
Who's winning the fight, polar bear or hippo?
A hippo so I can die faster? It's just gonna smash me.
Oh, baby. I'm going with the hippo as well.
The polar bear, I feel like I would have to endure some wounds that will not kill me as fast.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't think a hippo is keeping you alive too long.
No. I've seen what they can do to watermelons, and that's gonna be my brain.
I mean, or it steps on you.
Or yeah, or it just runs me over in the water with how fast they fucking go.
Or yeah, in the water. I mean, they're like run 25 miles an hour on land. You're not gonna outrun it on land either. It was all around bad times.
I have
All
ran,
around bad times.
I don't even know, like 15 miles per hour once in my life, and I was going downhill, and I was fast as fuck. Trust me.
Yeah.
Unless the person that had the speedometer was lying to me, which could be very true, but I like to believe that I went 50 miles per hour once in my life.
I might have just rolled down a hill at 15 miles,
Just roll down.
15 miles an hour.
Your knee pain isn't, or your knee isn't as in pain as yesterday, and oh, well, I'm glad you're feeling better then.
Who would have blown some? Oh yeah, I'm gonna call Teeny.
But
Yeah.
the last part sucks. But I'm glad we both feel better than yesterday. Oh my god, yesterday I was fucking dead. And I might have to put on my fucking AC again today, you know. It was raining earlier, and it wasn't supposed to rain. Well, seems like I'll be grinding for the first week, right? Damn it. I don't know why I'm peaking as Astra. I keep thinking that when I die, I can smoke.
Ah, well, TD didn't answer again. This is a good time.
I have no idea what her schedule is like because she like works, right? She's a server.
She's like a
Her
daytime.
shifts has got to work like
I don't
3.
I don't know if she's even still working.
Oh.
I mean, I know where she's at. It's not at work.
Oh. Oh, you got the snap map. No, AFK.
Hey, Browse, you need somebody to go take care of that for you? I got a guy. He'll go get you all your money back in full, plus interest. Just don't
A
ask
loan
no-
shark?
No. No. Just don't ask no questions, all right? They'll get you your money back.
Okay.
But then you're going to owe him a favor. I don't know what that favor will be, but he'll going to cash in one day. And he'll get your money back in full.
No way we surrender, bro. Did we jinx ourselves?
Peace deals, trade deals, tax deals. We're basically taking over this motherfucker. This is what winning looks like, bitches. And we got all the panicins out. We got all these Democrat retards crying. We killing
They're on
it.
aim. My God.
Shit, you better get your own fucking army, pal. I'm what counts out here. You know, I get calls from back home every fucking day.
Sorry.
They think you went bad shit. You wanted to go on TV.
Yeah, I did want to go on TV. That way I have a forum. I can fight back. I'm known. People see me. They know they can't fuck around with me like they could if I was an unknown. That's right.
Do you want
Get
this?
this through your head, you Jew motherfucker.
Oh, man.
Our top frag left. Surely they come back though. I believe. I'd rather not have to do a favor for someone.
You'll be fine. Don't worry about what the favor is, bro. Might just have to, like, open up, a building one day for them and hope nothing bad happens.
Open up a building for him.
Yeah, like down here, a lot of times, I'll give you an example. Like, say, like, a bolita, right? She comes in, she pays off the cartel for getting her in, and like 20 years from now, they come up, they're like, hey, guess what? I need you to open up this
120.
room. I need you to open up this room of this hotel, or give us a key card for that room of this hotel. Don't ask no questions. And then she gives them the room for that key card. She never finds out why they needed it. And we hope they didn't go in there and kill somebody, but you don't really know.
Well, that's easier than opening a building.
That would be opening a building.
Giving them a hotel room?
Like a hotel room key card. They're opening a room in the hotel. Like you're opening a door. You're leaving a fucking warehouse. Oh, you gotta leave this warehouse unlocked this weekend.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
I just don't get on their bad side, too.
Yeah. I mean, don't want to be on their bad side.
I knew you were gonna peek me there, you stupid bitch.
Yeah,
my
you'll be fine, Browse.
I'm super good and have heard stories. Yeah, I would not recommend it either. I believe you, one virgin. What up, Sin? My chamber was telling me, Sin, that the first week of this new season, when the new map is out, if you have the new map, you're gonna lose 50% less RR if you lose a game. But the way you win the same amount though. So it'd be kind of pretty cool to climb for the first week. Perhaps we grind? How is your tattoo healing, by the way? Dude, I had the feeling of sneezing and Browse when we were watching Julie earlier and she had like that crazy sneezing attack. I can't imagine that. I would just like put my nose underwater or something.
Like all children, I grew up fearing the 4 gods of chaos. But what if I told you that I have found a secret document? Actually, it's not so much a secret document as something Games Workshop posted on their website. What would you say if I told you that I have found an easy-to-access PDF that makes it very clear that Games Workshop plan for 8 Gods of Chaos in Warhammer 40k? A few years ago, this might have seemed like a pretty wild and out there idea and something Games Workshop would not touch.
Silva should have gotten that fucking half while we were all fucking holding angles and it was still smoked.
The Great Horned Rat.
She sneezes a lot when she's drunk.
Sneeze.
I was like, maybe there's a time in my life where I like become allergic to alcohol and then I can just like stop drinking.
Wow, that sounds real fucking terrible.
No, I haven't. Is it released or is it releasing tomorrow? Tomorrow? Oh yeah, I forgot to look at the new map too. I haven't looked at the new map. But someone said it looks like a lot of angles. Lots of really shitty angles. Oh, and of course, you then peek me. Type shit. Silva, I think I understand why you went down to Plat 2 from Diamond 2. Just saying.
It's always tougher in the beginning of the first season.
It's in our blood to love the fuck out of ethanol. See, Gibb says it's the opposite.
It's 100% the opposite. That's how it is for any game that uses MMR and skill-based match.
I was talking about firewater.
What?
Like me being allergic to alcohol because I'm native.
The firewater, yeah. But no, for ranking though, it's the opposite. Yeah, if you okay, let me put it like this: it's a skill-based matchmaking system, right? So what happens is when you go in and try to rank early, okay, there's going to be a smaller number of players playing early. Most likely the super sweats, right? Because they're going to be the ones who want to play the game the most. So you're going to have the highest group of skilled players going in there and a smaller number of people playing. So if I go in there and I'm playing against people my skill level and I do equal to or bad, they're going to put me lower because there's going to be higher numbers of people. Now, if I come in, like, I don't know, 2-3 weeks after the drop and the player base is lower, I come in and it's going to put me against people, I think it's my average skill base. And if I do better, then I'm going to go higher faster because you're not going to have to go against you're going to be going against people that are probably lower skill rate because they've already had like 2-3 weeks to work out like where people are actually supposed to be in during the season.
Nice.
That's like generally how that works for matchmaking, like especially skill-based matchmaking.
But if I lose 50% less for playing on this one map and I gain the same as I would gain when I win it, that sounds like a bargain to me to play more during that time.
I mean, as long as you're winning overall more, then yeah, it's good. If you're not, then no.
Still wouldn't be as bad though. So I'll lose like 7 RR each game. And then gain like 24 for each win, surely.
Mm-hmm. You know, you're gonna gain like 6.
Motherfucker.
Lose like 30 is what's about to happen.
Oh my god, that was so messy.
I guess I'm just gonna do lore until fucking that time.
Like all children, I grew up fearing the 4 gods
Where's
of
Clover?
chaos.
Oh, right
But
there.
what if I told you that I have found a secret document? Actually,
Damn it. But I think you genetically mutated to tolerate alcohol then by overindulgence. This is so true. I think the same until I feel like I did yesterday. And then I'm like, yeah, really, I am native. That was firewater. It literally burnt the back of my throat.
All right.
The skin is not there anymore.
Teeny just messaged. She's like, I'm up. I was like, you got an hour and 45.
Nice. I forgot you could edit tweets, and you put like my Twitter name in there.
not so much as
And I had all your political people follow me. I was like, where did they find me?
On Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'll post like my cosplays on there, and that'll be it.
Oh, baby. The cosplays.
Just post my World of T-shirts one.
Yeah, it's the World of T-shirts.
I should get some of his merch.
Get his merch. Oh, congratulations to Gibbs, by the way, today.
Oh.
You want to know why?
What happened? 120 on Jet.
I made my last payment on this fucking loan.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Nice. I know that's been bothering the shit out of you for the past couple months.
I'm so happy it's over. Yeah, I've been trying to pay it off early, and I'm just like, we can do it. And it's done.
Hell yeah.
It's done, boys. Oh, my credit score. Before that, even I looked, my credit score was like, had just jumped up like 50 points. It's like high 700s. So I was like, oh man, this is going to really bump it up.
secret document as something Games Workshop posted on their
That was
website.
easy.
What would you say if I told you that I have found an easy to access PDF that makes it very clear that Games Workshop plan for 8 Gods of Chaos
And I smoke
in
dank
Warhammer
weed.
40k? A few years ago, this might have seemed like a pretty wild and out there idea.
Chamber was
and
so
something
upset.
Games Workshop would not touch.
He hasn't seen anyone.
But in Age of Sigmar, there are
And then our
already
AFK is
5
still doing
Chaos
better than
gods.
him
The
after
Great
round
Horde
3.
Rat has risen up and taken his place upon the Pantheon. And in Warhammer 40k,
What? Too hot to
we've seen
handle
multiple
Twitter.
characters
Hey.
in recent years
I'll just post all my
nearly
thirst
rise
traps.
to
Isn't
the
that what
mantle
Twitter's for?
of godhood. And
No. I mean, some people use it like that.
I think so.
I've never used it like that. I literally only use it to promote my fucking online content.
Yeah.
That's because like the Halo people started shooting me
When
out for
we
not having
look
Twitter.
at
Going,
the burning of OMAT, a campaign supplement for the Horus Heresy game,
So the
Games
cycle
Workshop
repeats
being
itself.
very clear. There are
You
not
got me to
4
download
ways
Twitter.
of taking your demons.
I gotta get someone else to
There
download
are
Twitter.
8. Though mortal man might see the forces of the warp as a unified host of monsters, this was far from the truth.
I believe in you, Sova.
Within the depths of the warp, there stirred a number of powers, each with its own agenda and desires, and each with its own hosts. While those demonic
Feels like I have to burp,
incursions
but
spawned
when I try,
from
it
the
doesn't
nightmare of
work.
the Ruinstorm might align to one particular immaterial host, for even the most practiced summoner,
I'll just put, like, my
the
cold
intricacies of the
water
warp's
here.
Byzantine power structures were
And let it stew
utterly
for a little bit more.
unknowable. As a result, summoned demons
Or
were
seep.
often
Let
unwittingly
it seep
drawn
more.
from across the vast multitudes of demon kind.
The what?
Inscrutable allegiances subsumed
My
by
tea, I got the
binding
throat coat.
rituals that drew
Oh,
them together.
no.
An etheric dominion represents one
I got the
of
tea.
the innumerable hosts of demon kind, each of which is sworn to a greater entity that resides within the warp. Those encompassed by the same dominion
I might
share similar
grind to
features
get out of
and
iron. This is the highest I've ever ranked in a
embodying
multiplayer game. I never really
primordial
played
force
them before.
or
Yeah, no,
idea
this is your
given
first
physical form.
FPS, right?
Most will share identifying features that link them with the inscrutable patron they
What?
serve,
He can see me?
providing the smallest sense of unity
Yeah, got
What?
bro.
across a demonic host. There are 8 etheric dominions, each
The
one
butterfly's
represented
peeling
on
already.
the 8-pointed star of chaos. Heedless
I need ink
slaughter.
therapy.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go do something real quick.
The dark fury of battle, and the red joy of life's final end. For some among the hordes of the warp, the only goal was to fight and to die. It mattered not where or why, as long as blood flowed. Such vile entities would appear garbed in the trappings of conquerors and executioners, caring only for the tally of skulls and death they might reap from the mortal world, irrespective of such concerns as friend or foe. Putrid corruption. A slow corruption, rotting away body and soul, with no final release in death. Among the hosts of chaos, there were those who cared nothing for victory or defeat, only that suffering was spread to as many as possible. Such creatures were ushered forth into the material world in a miasma of disease and filth, content to spread their vile gifts to the world of mortals. Rapturous sensation. A maddening screech of sensation and wild impulses. For some among the numberless tide of chaos, the end of violence truly mattered not, merely that they were there to take part and experience its vicissitudes, inflicting overwhelming pain and gorging on mortals' fear. These demon kind reveled in the sensory overload of war, bounding over shell-sundered battlefields to deliver blissful death as they exulted in each blinding flash and deafening blast. Infernal Tempest. Some hosts of demon kind brought forth a maelstrom of raw warp stuff with them, manifesting the energy of the immaterium as sheer elemental power. Around these entities roiled tempests of prismatic balefire, the air riven with crackling arcs of unreal lightning as the earth twisted into fragments of shimmering crystal. To these demons, there was no higher purpose than the promulgation of that power and its profligate use on the battlefields of the mortal realm. Ravenous Dissolution. Such is the hatred that swirls within the warp that it encompasses all things, and like the dragon of eternity that feasts upon its own tail, this hatred extends even to itself. To expect rational and sane logic from creatures such as these would be foolish, for chaos was both its name and nature. Yet, in its self-destructive hatred, there was no ally to be found. Only a new and more unpredictable foe. Malevolent Artifice. Just as chaos reflects back a twisted mockery of humanity's every facet, so too is the very drive to create perverted into a malevolent and destructive force within the Immaterium. Conjured forth into real space, such demonkind harnessed the works of mortals as a vector for their own annihilation. Their monstrous machine entity forms at once a mimicry of flesh and artifice, every action made to demonstrate their supremacy over both mortal beings and everything they deigned to create. The encroaching ruin. Chaos in its purest form is a terror that few can stand before and remain sane. It hungers only for destruction, that all things mortal meet their predestined end and crumble into dust to be forgotten forever. To this singular end, it moves inexorably, driven by a nightmarish purpose which subsumes the petty divisions of demonkind. Formless distortion. Even as demons manifest as obscene parodies of mortal forms, the true essence of chaos is endlessly shifting and unknowable, twisting, changing, and perverting everything it touches. Some demons who crossed the veil into real space embodied this ceaseless distortion to its fullest extent, shaping themselves into roiling agglomerations of immaterial flesh and bone, for whom death was simply one component of the eternal metamorphosis they would inflict upon the material world.
It's in pretty simple terms there, folks. So the important thing to take away is not just that there are 8 ways of building your demons in Horus Heresy, but it specifically says in the lore that each one of those ways is because the demons are representative of the being they're attributed to. And that therefore makes it pretty clear that there are at least 8 incredibly powerful beings in Warhammer 40k. And logically, let's just be honest here, if Games Workshop have taken the 8-pointed star, which of course wasn't their original creation, but something they borrowed from other fantasy authors, they've taken the 8-pointed star, and it looks like what they're trying to do in 40k is make it represent a potential 8 divisions of chaos and thereby 8 chaos gods. If this isn't enough for you, if you need a bit more here, there's a few other things I would like to point out that have come up very recently in lore. Of course, the 4 gods of chaos seem pretty static. They seem like the kind of thing that is not going to change anytime soon. But in recent Warhammer 40k lore, we've had multiple characters at least on the path to ascending to godhood, and one, as we'll discuss later, which nearly became a chaos god. And this therefore begs the question, how does this happen? How can you have another chaos god given that the warp is eternal? It's not bound by our laws of time. For example, there are records of Slaanesh having existed before Slaanesh was created during the birth of Slaanesh and the end of the Eldari Empire. A really good example of this, I would say, is from Lorgar's Primarch novel, where you seemingly get names of all 4 Chaos Gods in the language of Colchis, but they're not the names we know them. However, one of them is very clearly Slaanesh. So Slaanesh was worshipped as a god long before Slaanesh was created, as it were. And that has always made sense in terms of, as I say, people viewing the gods of chaos as eternal, as not something that is bound by our time. And interestingly, this comes up in the final days of the Siege of Terror, because, as we'll talk about later, there was a character who nearly became the 5th god of chaos, and people raised the question, well, this can't happen, because if there's going to be a 5th god of chaos, that chaos god has really kind of always existed because the warp is eternal. So, this can't happen. And interestingly, a character does come up with an answer for this. So this actually comes from Acte, who is certainly no idiot in Warhammer 40k. Her motivations are perhaps the most confusing of all of the characters in the Horus Heresy. But she does seemingly know her chaos. And she actually says that even before the fall of the Eldari, there was no fourth power of chaos. The gods of chaos breed and multiply, propagating like storms through the Imperium. They are born in turn, though they have all existed forever. Time has no meaning for them. The fall of the Eldari did not cause the birth of She Who Thirsts, merely her occurrence. So too with all gods, be they foul entities of chaos or divine forces of sentient power. So if we look at what she's saying there, yes, she's saying that the chaos gods are eternal, but at the same time, it is possible that they can breed and they can multiply. This is from Dan Abnett, one of the head writers at Black Library. And if we're putting this lore together here, it becomes pretty clear that it is possible for there to be a fifth chaos god, and also it is possible that the chaos gods are eternal. When you're looking at this lore, it's very hard to properly debate it, as it were, because you're in the realm of magic and monsters. You're not in the realm of things where we have like 3 opinions from characters, one of them seems to be true and we can take that. And therefore coming to a really clear conclusion here is not really something that I would say is appropriate. Nevertheless, there's a really interesting thing that happens in the Siege of Terra. As it looks like we're going to get this 5th chaos god, characters start to note that there have been traces of this chaos god throughout the series. Throughout the setting, there have been many traces of this chaos god, and this makes looking at the etheric dominions even more fascinating to me, because now not only can we have a look at these entities, and 4 of them are very obviously the chaos god, 2 of them have very likely candidates. When we have a look at the other 2 and we're going to start theorizing where they come from, we need to ask the question, has there been any trace of this god, as it were, already within the setting? Given all of that, let's go through who the 8 gods of chaos could be. As I say, 4 of them are obvious, 2 of them.
That's it, guys. I want to watch this with y'all. Just a moment. That's a pretty good lore stuff here. Highly recommend following Sam Anatera.
Seem pretty likely, and then 2 of them are pretty out there, and one of them I just don't think we've ever seen before. So let's start at the beginning then. Of course, we need to look at the 4 gods of chaos, and I'm actually going to play for you the lore here. That's their core lore from Warhammer 40k, as in from the rulebook. And the reason that's important is it gives us probably the best insight in terms of how modern day writers view the chaos gods and how chaos gods are created.
The gods of chaos dwell within the endless and infinitely mutable realm of the warp. Ancient entities of unimaginable power and infinite malice, they look upon real space with covetous eyes and scheme endlessly for its overthrow. There are 4 of these monstrous beings, each an exemplar of mortal obsessions and fears, each certain that they, and they alone, should rule all. In the warp, similar thoughts and emotions gather like rivulets of water. They form streams and eddies of anguish and desire, pools of hatred and torrents of pride. Since the dawn of time, these tides have flowed through the warp. Such is their power that they formed creatures made of the very stuff of dreams and nightmares. Eventually, these instinctual, formless beings gained a rudimentary consciousness. The Chaos Gods were born. Vast psychic presences made from the fantasies and horrors of mortals. As the races of the galaxy prospered and grew, so too did their hopes and dreams, their rage and wars, their love and hatred. This burgeoning flood of raw emotion fed the nascent Chaos Gods and nurtured their unholy power. Eventually, the gods reached back to their makers, into and through the dreams of mortals, soon seeing the fruits of their labors. They began an eternal venture to influence the physical realm and its myriad races. A Chaos God grows in power through the actions and thoughts of its mortal servants, those who worship such a dark god and behave in a way that feeds it are rewarded with strange gifts. It could be extraordinary power, or perhaps even immortality. The old four battle one another constantly in the warp, hurling endless armies of their demonic followers into conflict across the ever-changing hellscape of the realm of chaos. So too do their mortal followers make war across real space, fighting always to further the goals of their patron deity, in the hope that their rewards will elevate them to greater power. Khorne is the blood god, embodying battle, bloodshed, and senseless rage. His followers depict him most commonly as a towering and monstrously thewed warrior, clad in brazen armor, seated upon an immense throne of brass sat atop a mountain of trillions of mortal skulls. Khorne's head is styled as that of a bestial warhound, from whose nostrils spurt smoke and flame, and whose grotesque features are half hidden by a skull-like helm. His feet are pictured as cloven hooves, his eyes are fiery crimson pits of the deepest and most intense hatred imaginable. At Khorne's side is shown the greatest and most destructive sword ever created. Known across the galaxy as Woebringer, it is the Warmaker and the end of all things. It is said that when Khorne swings this titanic blade, he can hack apart the stuff of reality itself, allowing his frenzied demon legions to spill forth. Myriad civilizations have offered praise to Khorne over the millennia. It is the creed of such worshippers that the blood god desires eternal war and endless bloodshed. He cares not whether it is his own warriors or those of his many enemies who bleed. He cares only that the blood continues to flow. The Lord of Battle's wrath is infinite, they say. His hatred and bloodlust utterly unquenchable. His temple is the battlefield, his altar is the blazing trench. The blood-tied arena and the shell-blasted city. All who make war worship Khorne by their deeds, whether they intend to or not. In this age of ceaseless galactic conflict, the blood god has grown mighty indeed. Known by such titles as the Changer of Ways, the Great Sorcerer, and the Architect of Fate, Tzeentch is the patron deity of change, destiny, and unbound sorcery. His worshippers empower their god through manipulation and politicking, and by their desire for continual change and the reshaping of reality. Depicted as an ever-shifting being whose flesh crawls with laughing, whispering, sobbing, prophesying, and lying faces, Tzeentch is shown crowned by sweeping horns wreathed in arcane fire and surrounded by nebulae of magical energies. These twist and change to show those places and people upon whose fate the deity muses. Tzeentch's worshippers know that he has plans of his own, schemes of insane labyrinthine complexity, fit to drive even the most ferociously intelligent mortal minds to madness. The change god's servants labor constantly to fulfill his ineffable plots. Their purposes and deeds often seem like utter lunacy to their enemies, until the precise moment they come to spectacular and bloody fruition. Grandfather Nurgle is said to be as generous as he is malignant, for he is the source of every disease, pestilence, parasite, and epidemic ever to trouble mortal beings. Nurgle is rarely described as a spiteful god, but rather he sees his plagues as gifts, given freely so as to maintain the endless fecund cycle of death, decay, and unbound life that follows in its wake. He is commonly depicted as a vast hulk of rotting flesh, through which an infinite number of diseases and vast swarms of plague mites run rampant. His boil-pocked skin is leathery and green, while the bloated innards that spill forth its rents are said to give off a stench that can rot reality itself. Nurgle is depicted hunched over his cauldron of poxes, humming cheerfully to himself as he brews another infectious concoction with which to bless the mortal races of real space. The Plague God's realm within the Immaterium is depicted as a monstrous garden of unimaginable foulness and rampant life. Amongst foetid swamps and bloated plant life, his demons gamble and trudge. The land itself can spill through into real space when enough disease, entropy, and misery is concentrated upon a single point. Nurgle's power fluctuates the most of all the Chaos Gods. At its apex, when his metaphysical epidemics ravage the stars, only to fall into remission when the tides of sickness burn themselves out. Yet he always rises again, for entropy is everlasting. Slaanesh is the Dark Prince, the hideously beautiful embodiment of excess in all its mortal forms. His is the power of endless temptation, of even the most virtuous beginnings transformed and perverted into hideous vice. Arrogance, lust, greed, sadism, desire, ambition, all serve to feed the Dark Prince's power. Yet so too does any excess of love, generosity, determination, or pride. In short, as soon as a mortal being's efforts pass into the realms of obsession, they give worship to Slaanesh, however inadvertently. Depictions of Slaanesh vary, depending upon what speaks loudest to the worshipper's hidden desires. The Dark Prince is most often described in human lore as an androgynous and leesome figure, guideless in their innocence, yet with eyes that instantly steal the soul of any mortal who dares look into them. Slaanesh's domain within the realm of chaos is said to be a vast palace of pleasure that resides at the heart of 6 concentric circles of temptation. Each of these perverse realms appears at first glance to be a paradise devoted to a different mortal desire, be it vainglory, gluttony, lust, sloth, or any other obsession. Yet in truth, each is a hellish snare intended to waylay those who would invade the Dark Prince's territory and trap them forever in torments of their own making. So those are the old 4. Those are the ones we all know and love, some of us a bit too much. And interestingly, there wasn't always 4 of them as well, which is something else that I think is worth mentioning. So I grabbed this screenshot from an account on Reddit. I'll put the link in the description. This is actually a screenshot from Warhammer Fantasy roleplay book in 1986. And in this book, as you can see, there were 3 Chaos Gods listed, and then you've got 3 gods of lore. And this is a bit more in line with what the original kind of 8-pointed star in kind of other fantasy worlds had. And so in other fantasy settings, you had gods of chaos and gods of lore. Games Workshop have clearly dropped the gods of lore idea. Very concerned about copyright, as you can imagine. And they've now gone for not just 4 chaos gods, but 4 different chaos gods. Malal is no longer a member of the gods of chaos, officially, as it were. And sometimes people like to ask, like, you know, is Malal or Malice kind of official? Well, consistently in Warhammer 40k, I would say they are usually referred to in the books as the old 4 or the 4 gods of chaos. So typically characters just view there to be 4 chaos gods. However, it does show that just as we saw with Age of Sigmar in recent years, Games Workshop are open to changing their minds. When we have a look at the Aetheric Dominions, the 4 gods of chaos have some pretty obvious
connections. So, Heedless Slaughter is obviously Khorne, Putrid Corruption, Nurgle, Rapturous Sensation, Slanesh, and then Zeech is probably the most interesting one because there's a couple of things that are confusing, which we'll talk about later, but the thing that he's most aligned with, in my opinion, is Infernal Tempest. And that leaves us with 4 untaken spots. We have Ravenous Dissolution, Formless Distortion, Malevolent Artifice, and Encroaching Ruin. So, as I'm sure in the chat you're shouting, there are 2 pretty obvious candidates for who could fill those spots. And the most obvious character, of course, is Vashtor the Archithane, a character who has been introduced with more vigor than any character I've ever read in Warhammer 40k outside of Belisarius Cawl. He has appeared in so many novels, he has appeared in multiple campaigns. This is a lot of attention for a new character to get. The reason people are so angry about like the Lion not coming up very much is because characters like Cawl and Vashtor the Archithane are appearing all the time in the lore, so why aren't the Primarchs? Vashtor gets so much attention, he's had so much expansion in the lore. We found out more about his forces, we found out more about Chaos Space Marines dedicated to him, and he is now a big player. So let's take a look at his lore first. As the demonic demigod of engineers, artisans, and scientists, Vashtor is empowered by the minds of the recklessly curious and inquiring. The Archithane embodies the mortal desire to analyze and understand natural forces and to bend them forcefully to one's will. He is empowered by the mortal pursuit of knowledge and progress untethered by moral conscience. Vashtor is a demigod of tremendous power whose origins have been lost in the sands of time. It is possible that he was given life by the boundless advances of the Dark Age of technology, or as a consequence of the metaphysical galaxy-shaping artifice of the Old Ones. Perhaps he has existed since primitive beings first learned to create fire or fashion tools from sharpened rocks. Whatever the truth, it's clear that the Archithane is an ancient and powerful being. Through their influence, many great minds have been corrupted, and their profane creations, both mechanical and biological, have been given form. The Archithane owes no allegiance to any of the Dark Gods of Chaos, and is instead an entirely independent entity with his own aims and ambitions. As the master of the Soul Forges, it is he who oversees the mutation and binding of demons into aberrant flesh metal forms. Amidst metaphysical clouds of sulfur, gouts of smoke, and the roar of furnaces, pacts are formed between these supplicants and the Forge's essence brokers. Some demons strike such bargains to enhance their own martial prowess and thereby improve their standing in the eyes of their deity. Others wish to circumvent banishment and return to reality in order to wreak vengeance. Vashtor and his brokers are ever eager to forge such binding contracts. Demons who enter such bargains must pledge to provide the Soul Forges with a bounty of souls before they are fed into the arcane machinery themselves. There, they are warped into a grotesque melding of war machine and demon, such as a calamity engine or infernal bombard. Taking such a form allows the demon to return to reality, where it may begin harvesting the souls it owes to Vashtor. Should the demon be slain again, however, its soul debt will increase. In practice, few such demons ever escape the Archithane's grasp. Other demons who are less desperate or have less to offer by way of bargain may instead opt to be enslaved to Vashtor's will for a time, serving amongst indentured war hosts. The corporeal forms of these enslaved demons often manifest themselves with mechanical protrusions such as cogs, vents, pipes, and chains, or display smouldering brands, piercings, and iron shackles that betray their servitude to the Archithane. Bargaining with Vashtor is unlike dealing with other demons. It is not in his nature to lie or trick. His contracts are plain in their conditions.
Instead, he leaves it to the selfish nature of the demons to entrap themselves. And so it is, they are drawn into his service forever. The weaponsmith of the Chaos Gods seeks ascension himself, and he was introduced in the Arcs of Omen series, which, if you haven't followed, covers the story where Vashtor the Archithane came to Abaddon and came with a bargain, as it were. But this is unlike his other bargains. He said that if Abaddon can help him gain a powerful weapon, a weapon we don't really understand, it's said to be connected to the old ones, or at least the war in heaven in some way, then Vashtor can ensure that Abaddon will gain victory over the Imperium, but he will also attain godhood. And as we say, Vashtor doesn't lie. So Vashtor is successful in the first part of his quest so far. He has activated his key. He does this by basically finding these components that are heavily connected to the Dark Angels chapter, and they get combined with the remnants of the planet of Caliban. This has activated the key, which he needs to use the lock and then access a weapon. I'm speaking very generally, and I'm not being very clear here, but the lore is specifically not very clear. There's a lot of theories as to what Vashtor might actually be trying to do. However, his quest for godhood is very much on the cards, and if we take a look at the lore for Malevolent Artifice, it's of course a pretty strong match for Vashtor. Of course, if you're going to have a god of, you know, the twisted mockery of humanity's creations and someone who takes advantage of innovators and people seeking to create weapons, Vashtor is your perfect candidate. And so with that in mind, Vashtor is the obvious option for who like another Chaos God could be, and allows us to tick off that section of the Etheric Dominions pantheon. So that takes us on to who the other Chaos God could be. There's one more quite obvious option, and this is actually quite interesting because when it comes to Malice, I'll be honest, I was never really much of a believer. The reason I say that is because, as we saw earlier, Malal used to be in Warhammer Fantasy lore, isn't really anymore. And it sort of got retconned out and they changed the name to Malice. Josh Reynolds, who wrote the Sons of Malice, the main Sons of Malice book, he no longer writes for Games Workshop. So if anyone's going to write this, that writer has now moved on. So who would pick up this storyline? And in addition, when the Sons of Malice appear in another book that came out in recent years called Cadia Stands. It's quite interesting because we do get some more background lore on the Sons of Malice, this renegade Space Marine chapter dedicated to Malice, but Malice himself, not only does Malice not appear, but Malice isn't even mentioned. It's not mentioned as like an entity that exists. And in all the lore since then, Games Workshop have still been very consistent on this idea of the Old Four and the Four Gods of Chaos, and Malice is never mentioned in any of the Horus Heresy, for example, outside of the burning of Omat, allegedly. So let's take a quick look at the lore for Malice. This is a brief summary of what goes on in the Labyrinth novel and a little bit from the Cadia Stands novel. But yeah, the lore we have on Malice is not very wide, but it is seemingly very close to what we see in the Etheric Dominions or Ravenous Dissolution. Malice, also known as the Renegade God, the Outcast God, and the Hierarch of Anarchy and Terror, is a mysterious and paradoxical entity within the Warp. Unlike the four major Chaos Gods, Malice embodies chaos in its purest form, self-destruction, nihilism, and a burning hatred for his fellow gods. His existence is parasitic. He grows in power as the other ruinous powers extend their influence. Yet his followers are driven to fight against all servants of chaos with the same ferocity they show the Imperium. Feared and hated by the other gods, Malice was either cast out from the Pantheon or abandoned it willingly. His followers are true outcasts, fighting a hopeless war against both the Imperium that betrayed them and the chaotic forces they refuse to fully embrace. The ultimate goal of his worshippers is to provide their patron with physical form. Through immense ritual sacrifice, Malice can be summoned into the material universe as a remnant and eidolon.
a being of immense power ready to lead his chosen sons in a crusade of pure vengeance. The Sons of Malice are a renegade Space Marine chapter and known worshippers of the outcast god. Their original name has since been lost, but we do know their culture was heavily influenced by the cannibalistic tattooed tribes of their homeworld, Scalus, a practice that would ultimately lead to their damnation. They were once a chapter of the Astartes Praeses, one of the 20 tasked with the sacred duty of guarding the Cadian Gate. The chapter's fall came when Inquisitor Solomon Pytas, horrified by their flesh-eating ceremonies, launched a preemptive strike. The attack failed spectacularly. The Sons of Malice annihilated the Imperial force, captured Pytas, and of course, sacrificed him. This ultimate betrayal destroyed the chapter's loyalty and drove them into the arms of the very enemy they were created to fight. Falling into complete service to Malice, and now residing on their ancient starship, which also serves as their consecrated ground, the Sons of Malice are devoted to reclaiming Scalus. Their worship is centered on brutal blood rites. Once every century, all warbands return to the labyrinth, bringing with them offerings captured in every system, including Xenos from nearly 100 different species. In a great hall, warriors feast on the flesh of these victims to satiate the hunger of their god, believing that these sacrifices of 1,000 souls in agony and terror will grant them the strength to retake their lost home. A crucial and sinister practice to the renegades is the Challenge of the Labyrinth, a trial undertaken by the chapter's finest warriors. They are told that if they prove strong and cunning enough to survive, they will be elevated to the Doomed Ones, an elite cadre blessed with Malice's divine power. The truth is a grim deception. Only the first warrior to complete the trial is spared. All others are trapped within the warp-infested ship, where they slowly mutate into the monstrous guardians of the labyrinth. Even the victors face a terrible end. Champions who succeed over a millennium are kept in caskets, their minds wiped but their bodies preserved. In a final climactic ritual, these heroes are consumed by a blinding light, their combined essences transforming into the physical manifestation of Malice himself, allowing the renegade god to finally walk among them and lead their vengeful crusade. With the Aetheric Dominions lore, I've sort of become a believer in that we might see Malice again in the future because, as I say, when we have a look at the Ravenous Dissolution lore, it's a pretty good map onto Malice. You know, this idea of that, the true aspect of chaos is the fact that it's always going to be made of hatred, and therefore, just like the dragon eating its own tail, it's going to start consuming itself.
I think we'll
That's
get Malice again
a
for sure.
good description of what Malice is, and it's one of the things that people love so much about the idea. This is the best lore we've seen in recent years of confirmation that Malice is still something Games Workshop is playing around with, still something they'll consider using in the future, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I think that would be really exciting. So, we filled in 6 so far of the Aetheric Dominions. That takes us to the final 2, which is where things get a little bit nuts, in my opinion. So we have Encroaching Ruin and we have Formless Distortion. And these have the loosest connections, in my opinion. I'm going to talk first about Encroaching Ruin, because Encroaching Ruin is something that has one likely candidate, but there's a big problem that you have with it. So Encroaching Ruin is chaos in its purest form. And when you talk about chaos in its purest form and you call it Encroaching Ruin, that does make me think of the Dark King. And the Dark King, if you're not familiar, is the chaos god that the Emperor himself nearly ascended to become. The Dark King is a prophesized 5th god of chaos, a being of immense self-destructive power,
whose birth would essentially signify a terrifying end for the galaxy. Whilst this title is most famous for having been taken by Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter, the being most connected with the Dark King is the Emperor of Mankind. But his connection was not one of ambition, but of desperate necessity, a last resort in the face of Horus Lupercal's ascension and the overwhelming might of the ruinous powers. The Emperor did not desire to become the Dark King. His temporary assumption of this terrifying power was a pragmatic, if self-corrupting choice made to counter an existential threat. During the Siege of Terra, as Horus's power swelled to almost godlike proportions, the Emperor was forced to embrace what he had long denied. To match his son, he drank deeply from the warp, absorbing its raw power to make himself stronger. The transformation was a horrifying necessity. The Chaos entities themselves engineered this choice, aiming to trap the Emperor in a no-win scenario. Doom or death, the Emperor loses either way. Their goal was to force him to use the very power he abhorred, ensuring a triumph of ruin regardless of the battle's outcome. As the perpetual old person noted, becoming a god was the last thing the Emperor ever wanted to be. Yet, faced with the ascendant power of Horus, the Emperor took on the mantle of the Dark King, becoming the very thing he had sworn to destroy in a final desperate gambit to save humanity. Just as he had chosen to take up his dark power, the Emperor ultimately chose to cast it aside for reasons that lay at the heart of his great work. His companions, including Garviel Loken and Old Person, reminded him of his purpose and a simple truth: better to fight demons as men than become them. This argument finally resonated with the Emperor, forcing him to confront the ultimate cost of victory. To win as the Dark King would be to lose everything. It would secure the triumph of ruin as the Old Four desired, corrupting humanity's future and turning the Emperor into a monstrous, insatiable god. By relinquishing the power, he chose to preserve the soul of mankind and remain true to his own principles. He sought to show the Old Four that he was not their plaything or a helpless instrument of their designs. This decision came at an immense cost. Without the godlike power of the Dark King, the Emperor faced Horus in a weakened and diminished state. As Horus boasted, the Emperor no longer possessed the raw strength required to destroy the limitless being his son had become. He had discarded the one weapon that would have assured his triumph, choosing principle over power and accepting the near certainty of his death to give humanity a future free from the damnation of the Dark King. In the end, this sacrifice allowed him to remain a man, and for the malison of the Dark King to pass back into myth, at least for a time. The greatest mistake of the Emperor of Mankind there. So despite being, seen as the anathema to the Chaos Gods, he nearly joined them on their pantheon in his brazen attempt to beat Horus Lupercal, because and it's a really interesting passage. If you've not read the final books of the Siege of Terra, do definitely read it. It's a really great sequence. So you have the Emperor arriving on the Vengeful Spirit, and up until this point, everyone's thought Horus Lupercal was just kind of nuts. Horus reveals he's not actually been insane, he's just hidden his mind in the past, tricked the Emperor into coming to face him, and to prove to his father just how powerful he's become, he takes control of the Emperor's own custodians, which is nuts. It says he twists the minds of the custodians, which is, importantly, something that can't happen. You can't do that. The custodians are uncorruptible, but Horus Lupercal can just break all the rules in the final days of the Siege of Terra. So that's how powerful he is. And this freaks the Emperor out so much, the Emperor nearly becomes a Chaos God. And that image of the big obsidian sphere is a really great image of it, because when the Emperor is ascending to godhood, he is encased in this obsidian sphere. And it's said that when he comes out, he will have ascended to become a god of the warp. Thankfully,
he is convinced to give up his power. But the idea of the Dark King is not over. So even though the Emperor gives up his power, that little bit that I mentioned in that reading there, I took from the book. So it specifically says that the power of the Dark King has been vanquished for an age. And 30k is one age, 40k is another age. So Games Workshop have very clearly asked Adamnet just to leave that in there so that we can revisit the idea of the Dark King
I do
again
like
in
Season
Warhammer 40k. The Dark King as well, as I say, is one of those things that was very carefully sort of laid throughout the second half, as it were, of the Horus Heresy, because Conrad Kurz calls himself the Dark King. The tarot card of the Dark King appears in multiple books, and it's this idea that even though the Dark King is a god that doesn't yet exist, because he will exist, there is still evidence of him in the warp. And
What's
going
that?
back to what I was talking about at the
NCAA
start,
football?
that's how I interpret Games Workshop explaining you can create a new Chaos God,
terrible.
even though Chaos Gods are eternal, because there's still evidence of the Dark King
Terrible.
in Warhammer 40k. It's just he hasn't been brought into existence yet. It's a halfway measure. Of course, they're trying to write themselves out of a hole here, but I think it works quite well, and I really enjoyed that passage. Any chapter with Acte is normally insane, so yeah, I thought that was fun. But in terms of what the Dark King is a god of, the Dark King is said to be the triumph of ruin. He's not got like an aspect like the other gods we've looked at today. He is just the triumph of ruin. So given that one of the etheric dominions is called Encroaching Ruin, of course, we could point to the Dark King and say, that's a pretty likely connection there.
Yeah,
and that
sounds
makes a lot
likely.
of sense. I wouldn't fight someone too hard on that, I think, in the comments. But the problem I have with it is that the triumph of ruin, to me, suggests that should the Emperor become the Dark King, or any character become the Dark King, as they talk about in the book, the warp would rage for millions of years. Humanity would be wiped out. So it's not the same as just another Chaos God. This would end the setting if you were to have the Dark King. So I could maybe see the Dark King being the etheric dominion of Encroaching Ruin if the way Black Library write it is that we get 7 Chaos Gods, and should we get 8 and complete the Star of Chaos, the setting ends. But my gut tells me that this is maybe something else. And one of the reasons for that, actually, is because if we have a look at the rules for Samus here, because Samus is a very important demon in the lore of Warhammer 40k, he is actually the demon created from the act of Garvey or Loken being stabbed in the back by Erebus. And he appears in the very first book and the very last book and a bunch of times in between. Brutal scene. Fuck you, Erebus. Bound Samus is the end and the death, the demon prince of the primordial annihilator. And that is the name. If we go back to our etheric dominion image, the primordial annihilator is just the name of the center of the Chaos Star. And that's how I think the Dark King is in the setting. Because, as I say, the Dark King is the triumph of ruin, the triumph of chaos. He's not just another aspect. And it's a really big difference just saying, introducing Vashdor, who's going to be the god of malevolent artifice. The god of ruin is basically like the whole god of chaos, right? And I've read the final books as the Chaos Gods don't like the idea of another rival. They abhor it, right? They hate going to war with one another. They hate each other so much. But because the Emperor was such a threat to them, they were willing to give him the option of the Dark King, because the Emperor becoming the Dark King, even though it would sort of put the Emperor above them, it would also deal with the problem of the Emperor. And that's what I think they were going for. So in my opinion, I don't think, well, I don't know. Encroaching Ruin, Triumph of Ruin, is it pretty close, let's be honest. But I'm hesitant to suggest that, to be confident in the idea that the Emperor is the Encroaching Ruin, or the Dark King is the Encroaching Ruin, I should say. Because that's not just another Chaos God to me, that is the end of the setting, should we get the Dark King. Maybe you could have it ascend in another form. As I say, it just says the Dark King will return. It doesn't necessarily say the Emperor will become the Dark King. Could be another character. As we saw, Conrad Kurz, he took on the title of Dark King, the Dark King. So perhaps someone else might do it, and therefore we'll see another character ascending to this level. That would be pretty cool. this is a super chat I wanted to mention, actually. I'll go through them now. Cull Obsidian makes a really interesting point. Hot take, there are no gods in 40k. Any being claiming so is wrong, and the Emperor is an atheist. Fabius Bile was right. We'll talk more about Fabius Bile later. Fans of his books will know why. But yeah, you make a really interesting point. So this is a big topic in Warhammer 40k, because a lot of people naturally ask when they start reading about 40k, did the Emperor just lie? The Emperor said there are no gods, and yet there are Chaos gods. So there are gods. This is explained not just from the Emperor, but from other beings as well in the setting who are aligned with the Emperor's viewpoint, where the Emperor's viewpoint is that he didn't lie because to him, there are no Chaos gods. Well, sorry, no, there aren't no Chaos gods. There are no gods, not true gods. And the reason there are no gods is because if we think back to that first passage I played that had the core lore for the Chaos gods in, it talks about how the races of the galaxy are the creators of the Chaos gods. And how you define God is kind of up to you, but by most races, I would guess, and religions' definitions, a god can't be something that you create. A god is something that creates you. So the Emperor's point of view is that the Chaos gods are not gods because we made them. So therefore, yeah, they're not our gods. They are just incredibly, powerful beings. And whilst they're confusing as hell and in hell and not bound by the warp, they also have an explanation. And anything that has an explanation cannot be a god, because of course God is something that we just can't know. So that's really how the Emperor views the Chaos God. So you're certainly not alone there, Cull Obsidian. It's a really good point. Ari the Dark King from Cull Obsidian again, thank you so much, man. Could be actually a true god, as he wasn't destined to consume all of the universe, the warp, and
I'm gonna put a quick pause on this. I want to watch.
Let's take a look at Casey Tron's. Or no. Yeah, Casey Trons was next. Let's see how she's doing. This one is tough. $1,600 raised.
What?
So earlier,
this is
she
a great.
She just changed.
No, he is hilarious.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because earlier it was this insanely cursed photo of her.
Right, I saw that.
Yeah,
Remember?
it was. Should we get into this? I have thoughts on the whole
Let's
Casey
get
Tron
to
thing.
it.
Whatever.
Well, let me look at the.
Bro, he's trolling the shit out of
And then we'll go into the Casey Tron.
Yeah.
Because she's the one who's been giving us the most.
Yeah, she is given everything.
Oh, Anissa also retweeted but didn't donate.
What the fuck?
These people.
Like Anissa and
With friends like this.
Ian and Hassan are the ones who should be rushing to defend them, and they're totally absent. Here was Casey's original
No,
picture.
you're right.
This was her original photo. Not kidding.
No way.
It was. I saw it.
No way.
As of like an hour ago, right before we went
I'm
live,
not
I
kidding.
saw
That
it.
was the photo.
What?
This looks like a J Station thumbnail. Like,
Yeah,
3 a.m.
3 a.m.
What is this?
Raising money for my legal defense at 3 a.m.
Stop it. That is so cursed.
Well, okay, all right. I've been biting my tongue.
are you sure you want to do this now, Dan?
You can do it. I'm not even going to disagree with
Listen,
you.
I'm co-signing this. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, hold on.
I've
Before
seen many
you,
okay, go ahead.
do you want to say something about that, Hila? I want to give you your platform here. You have the. What happened?
This is your classroom at the College of Aeronautics at Hallmark University. Here you'll learn the skills you need.
I'm trying to keep up with what everybody is referencing. There's so many like sub sentences here. We should show her clips.
Okay,
You
let's
wanna show
watch
that?
the clips. Yeah.
Imagine having 1.2K viewers and getting
full
yourself
screen?
into a situation where you will be dead broke after. Well, joke's on you, motherfucker. I'm already broke, dumbass.
Well, you're smoking a joint. You know, you got money from the bank for that. How much, dude? You got to be spending a shitload of money if you're hitting 42 volcano bags.
Bro, 42 volcano
Yeah.
bags.
Fun.
Hold on. You messed up her whole flow.
Okay, all right.
Just play this
Okay.
for a second.
Okay.
Just take it in.
Imagine having 1.2K viewers and getting yourself
Ethan
into a
off-screen.
situation where you will be dead broke after. Well, joke's on you, motherfucker. I'm already broke, dumbass. Moron.
Park that
I'm
shit,
saying
bro.
it. I'm saying
they're gonna
it.
take the money I
Say
don't
it, Dan.
have.
Say
Saying
it.
it. She rocks. She rocks. I'm a Casey Tron fan.
Dude, I was cracking up watching
I
her
knew
reaction.
nothing about Casey Tron, and I guess I still really don't. But all of these clips have been.
I would be
dying,
careful,
dude.
Dan, because she's about to call Hila ugly for no reason.
Okay, so with that one exception, that was she went a little too far there.
That
She
was
went a little
fucked
too
up,
far.
Dan.
She did.
Yeah, what do you think? Hila's ugly?
No, I do not.
You think
No, I
she's
do not.
ugly?
Are you calling her ugly?
I would never.
Listen, you're allowed to like her. That doesn't change the status of anything.
No, I know it
Damn,
won't.
Joe.
I'm just. I've
Shame on you.
discovered that she is very funny. It is what it is.
Is she intentionally funny?
She reminds me kind of of Trisha, where it's like
That's
ambiguous.
scary. We all thought it was funny at first.
Ambiguous, right?
Someone said this somewhere and said that Casey Tron is like Trisha if she was into drugs instead of theater.
Well, the thing is, Trisha is intentionally funny. After doing this show with her for as long as I did, she is
It's
very
definitely
funny. And she's a great entertainer.
Yeah.
Casey Tron, I don't know. Well, I need to see more.
Well, let's keep watching.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Like, and it's like, is that even gonna happen? I doubt it.
It's happening.
Like, why are they?
They're probably gonna be served today, by the way.
Whatever. Like, why are they doing this to me?
I explained
It
it in
just doesn't
detail.
make sense.
No, it makes
An
sense. I
attack
explained
on me is an attack on everyone.
it. That was funny. She's not kidding.
It gets way, no, it gets way
But
funnier.
she's not kidding.
Bro, he is trolling the ever-living shit out of it, and it's so fucking funny, bro. I've never been a huge E3 fan, but oh my god, I'm fucking crying. He's fucking got him by the balls, and it's just too funny, bro. Like,
Attack on me is attack on everyone.
I think she's just a trolly person inherently. I don't think you're right. I think she's not
No,
taking
like
it that seriously.
literally,
And
an
she's
attack on
kinda
me
fucking
is
around.
an attack on all humanity right now.
I think she thinks that.
No, dude.
She
Bro.
goes, we are me.
It gets better. It keeps getting better.
no way.
An attack.
Bro, this is the funniest shit. She literally does this. She's like, attack on me is attack on all humanity. And I'm just like, bro.
On me is an attack on all humanity right now.
I think she thinks that.
No, dude.
She goes, we are me.
It gets better. It keeps getting better.
I'm with you, Ethan.
I think
with you.
she's, you know, I think if she was genuinely that funny, people would be watching her.
She'd be more
used to
successful.
She used to be really funny back in the days when she was on Austin shows.
Backbone was originally founded based on how we thought the future of gaming would unfold.
Like all the webcams, I'm sure we've seen clip of them. She was really funny on those.
So what?
So I actually do think she is humorous.
Yeah, I think she's got a sense of humor.
Okay. So maybe it's good if she has to scale back on the weed smoke to pay me.
It might sharpen her mind, sharpen her wit.
Make her build her audience so she could pay me more.
Whatever.
That's so funny.
This is ridiculous. No, I literally am every woman. No, like how
You
much...
are not every woman.
She's Shaka Khan,
Yes,
dude.
she is.
Not every woman watched my
I
entire video.
am every woman.
I think she thinks that.
Have we like? Oh my God, we're almost at 400. Like, hopefully this won't even be a thing that we need.
It's happening.
Because I think Ethan will give up the charade and realize exactly who he's messing with.
But, okay, I know it's coming, but the denial is unbelievable. You think I wrote up all these lawsuits for fun? Do you know how much that cost me?
Right.
To write 3 monster complaints?
I am nobody to be messed with. Don't mess with me. Am I serious? Yes, I'm serious. People watch this regularly. Girl, let us have our fun. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you guys... Why... Can the incels stop coming in here and killing the vibes?
Like, we're greening out right now, but tell Ethan I will debate him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Debate
is he
about
running
what?
away with his...
Yeah, what are we debating?
What are we debating?
Hydroponics.
She didn't know shit about that. What's the best volcano vape?
She'd blow you out in a weed off, bro.
Honestly, I would just listen. I would just if she wants
Sit
to
down
debate
and
weed,
listen.
I would just listen.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. This is I'm like, I think it's funny. This clip was making me really laugh, but I'm also cautious because like I don't know anything about her, and
sure
she doesn't
I don't
seem.
really either.
It doesn't seem totally like she gets it to the point of being that funny. I don't know.
Look at that. At the end of the day, she could be the funniest, sweetest girl in the world. It doesn't fucking change the facts of the case.
Yeah, I understand.
Don't mess with me.
Oh, I'm messing with you.
Tail between his
Casey,
legs.
the
Has he
Megatron's
responded?
In the words of Mother, I'm all about that bass, bout that bass, no trouble.
He's ignoring the fact that I said I'd debate him right now.
What? You just said it.
Debate what?
No, this is a clip from yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm ignoring Casey Tron with 300 views.
Yeah.
Saying she wants to
Well, I
debate
think she
me.
was juicing yesterday
I mean, listen,
because of all this.
Good. That's it. Good. I'm glad if they can get some benefit out of this, that'll benefit me.
Yeah.
But I think it's so funny. Vadim, Casey Tron, everybody's like, thinks they're so entitled to my time all of a sudden.
No trouble.
Have they let him know, or is he ignoring the messages? He's scared. He doesn't want to debate me. He's afraid.
At least, could you at least say what it is you want to debate?
Yeah. What
Oh, I love it.
Let's start there. Let's set some parameters.
No, like he won't debate me, and I'm literally like, he's afraid. He's acting like he doesn't know that I want to debate him. No, have somebody let him know. Like, get me in a call. I want to talk to him and his wife.
I'm sorry.
She has a big problem with you.
Yeah, why? I never even knew her. I didn't even say anything about her.
Here she calls you ugly, which I thought was.
His wife.
She got
his wife.
This kind of set me off because I was like, oh, hell no, this orc, is what I said. This orc is not calling my wife ugly.
Well, that's not very nice either.
Well, dude, man.
I also don't like.
You're just
Look,
retaliating.
you know what?
She opened the door.
She opened the freaking floodgates
open the door.
like the Ents did. How they flooded Saruman's basin, and just like those orcs perished in that flood, so will she.
Right.
I did not like also how she's like, get the insults out of here. It's like, our audience is not insults.
Majority women, by the way.
Not everybody that's gonna disagree with you is an insult.
Usually,
you know,
usually that works if it's like a 90% plus male audience, but we are a female-dominated audience.
Ethan Klein, blast you to fucking hell. No.
Okay.
So
Blast
this
you
is
to
what?
hell.
Are these from the same time? All these clips?
I think
Like,
it's all
what-
from yesterday. Yeah.
Okay.
Ethan Klein.
Blast you to hell is such a turn of phrase.
By the way, she's got a sponsor in the bottom left, so.
Ethan Klein, blast you to fucking hell. No, like, what the fuck? Oh, this no good motherfucker and his ugly ass wife.
Pause it.
Fucking.
She
She called you
says fucking C word.
Hold the phone, Casey. Listen. You know I don't like talking about women's looks.
Yeah,
It's
so
beneath
don't. You don't need to. You don't need to.
It's beneath me. That being said, she's gonna call you ugly. She
You
should
don't-
at least not look like she lives in a swamp and hasn't showered like Shrek.
Hey, what's up, guys? I found this beer left over from some campers, and I'm totally wasted. I'm sorry I bumped the camera.
Have you guys seen this vlogging Yeti online? It's actually pretty funny. And I'm gonna teach you how to do this exact thing in under 5 minutes. First step, click the link to envato.com. You can do a monthly or annual subscription. It's actually really cheap for everything that you get. Then head over to the Gen AI section. Click on the Gen AI video. You can type in a prompt. And for example, I typed in, I need a realistic video of a Yeti in the woods vlogging that says maybe a joke or he's got humor and he's very relatable. And then you can click on Enhance with AI. That will actually create an AI generated prompt.
Okay.
Somehow I knew you were
She's
gonna
literally
go to
Shrek. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. He's very nice. I mean, he's the hero, right? But like, it looks like she lives in a swamp. It looks like she hasn't showered.
Okay,
when the swamp bubble gas is popping up, that's her smoking all the
This
time.
is not a swamp. This is some sort of meadow.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
it's a
but not,
beautiful
you don't know what's
meadow.
in front of her.
Edward Cullen, maybe.
I'm just saying she is literally Shrek and Mike from PA's donkey.
That is so disrespectful.
It is, and why did she call my wife ugly? Why did she do that?
I don't know
Why
why.
did this person? Why did
for
this?
donkey.
Probably because you're.
Why did this person call my wife ugly?
Probably because you're suing
Mike
her.
Papini is Lord Farquaad.
I don't
for
know
being
why.
Hold up.
Honestly, I don't know why everybody always does it. I don't get it. And like I'm
It's just a low, easy low.
one
blow.
one more person away from calling me ugly, and I'm going blonde again, doing photo shoots again, because that's what I did last
Get rid
time.
of the eyebrows.
That's what I did last time. If you guys remember, I think it was like all the guys calling me ugly that
Yeah, it was all the Andrew Tate fans.
set me off to start doing photo shoots and stuff.
You know what she's like when the camera turns off? Donkey!
All right, you always got to take it just a little.
I
little
can't
too
take
far.
it as far. She's called my wife ugly for no fucking
It's
reason.
fine.
She took it there. There's nothing that's gonna take me out of it.
All right, fine.
I'm in it, baby. I'll be your here. I'll be
She
your.
started it. You're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
like out of nowhere, you're gonna call my beautiful wife ugly. Like, okay, let's get in the swamp then.
But
Wrestle.
this kind of stuff is why I don't think she's totally there. You know, like when you guys think she's like awesome, I don't know.
AB's the Muffin Man.
Well, I'm
You're
being
Shrek,
somewhat
bro, too.
ironic, but
That was Dan. I was just trying to support him. I don't know why he.
You're
why
the
he
Muffin
supported
Man,
her.
bro. I'll be your fucking Lord Farquaad. Let's go. I'll be your villain.
Listen, I do not condone the use of the C word or talking shit about Hila.
And you know who's the last girl who called me a C word? Famously.
Trisha. Did I not say
So
that she reminds me of Trisha?
I have some battle scars,
Understood,
so I am not trusting of this person.
It's just so out of line.
I don't want to trust her.
It is so out of line. And I know you're not insecure and it doesn't bother you, but it's so fucking out of line. And it's so unnecessary to just be like your ugly wife. And especially, again, when you look like her.
Yeah,
and just the presentation, right? Like, just the presentation, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what she's thinking.
She might be pretty, but it's like the way she presents herself is very swamp-like. And
It's somewhat undeniable.
And I kind of think that I have every right to say that.
All right, fair enough.
And I should, and I'm enjoying that freedom.
No.
He's lost the goofs and the gaffs. Like, I think he's lost it. And, you know, it's like, there was a time where, like, I could have helped him. But now
There's
he
never
does
been a
this
time
to
in
me?
any lifetime, any multiverse where Casey Trunk could help anyone. The person who needs your help the most urgently is you. Holy
And for
shit.
what? All because of a little jealousy?
The comment was so perfect. The part about Casey Tron was more of an intervention than anything. Jesus.
I don't know. Like, I don't know his intentions. I'm just like spitballing here.
Just hear
I don't
me.
know
I've
his
stated them.
intentions. I just have to assume that there's some jealousy involved. But what I was saying was, it
She
seems
can't
like
even
he's
breathe.
got
She's out of breath. Her lungs are about to collapse. What the fuck?
that there's some jealousy involved. But
what? She can't breathe.
What I was saying was, it seems like he's got destiny in his here, and I will be addressing that
Oh,
because
fucking
that
no
I find to be
destiny.
very concerning.
Don't know
Oh
destiny.
my God, you guys, just people.
I've never had a sexual relationship with that man.
Also, again, I don't know a lot about Casey Tron, but one thing I do know about her is she was part of, like, she was friends with Destiny at some point.
Right. So if anything,
It's all-
she's more related to him than we.
Every time.
Infinitely.
All
more.
of them.
I have no
Infinitely.
association with
Yeah.
Destiny. None. All these people, Hassan.
They were all
Casey
dogs.
Tron, Denims was begging to have sex with them. We saw the text. I mean, I know that's not neither here nor there.
Hassan was.
Hassan, as far as I know, was not trying to have sex.
No.
Okay, it's a shame.
No.
You know.
He was trying to get Destiny laid.
That's true. You got that one, Zach?
But not with himself.
Well,
Yeah,
he
he
didn't
was.
specify.
He was not. Well, I guess
If
that's
Destiny
true.
was my roommate, I'd get him laid all the time.
Guys,
that is an
that says
ambiguous
everything
statement.
you need to know about Hassan right there.
I'd get him laid all the time.
That's just funny as fuck. Okay, back to the lore.
And everything in both, including the old 4. I don't think he would consume the old 4.
No, that shit was funny, bro.
Fair, because maybe it might have been possible that the Emperor could have destroyed the old 4.
Well, I'm assuming you haven't watched any of this lawsuit stuff, have you, Spooky? This lawsuit shit is like maybe one of the greatest trolls of all time. He like basically what he did. Yeah, so what he did was like last month he put out the content nuke, and it was like an hour 45-minute long video. He registered it with the Library of Congress, and then knowing these people were gonna like come for him, he like did all this, right? And then so he watched all these people like adamantly tell people not to watch his video. So they had host like watch parties for the sole purpose of depriving him revenue. They said this like out loud, etc., etc. And he's got clips of them. And then so he served this girl, that girl, and 2 others papers, like for this shit, because they like basically just stole his copyrighted material. And he's like, yeah, I put out something so juicy that I knew they wouldn't be able to resist it. And they tell right hook, line, and secret. So he's got like Hassan's 3 biggest people are like basically fucked. And like when this video came out earlier, they were supposed to be like served. They're just like in denial. It's fucking yeah, it's great. I don't really watch any of Ethan Klein, but I've been watching this shit. I watched this content nuke because everybody was talking about it. It was like a massive thing, and that's probably the first time I ever sat and watched the whole Ethan Klein video. And I don't really do React content, but like I've been like tangentially keeping track, and like I watch some of his little blurbs like this, and every once in a while, and bro, it's funny as fuck. He's like he got him by the balls, and I'm laughing really really hard about it.
But the Chaos Gods were pretty confident he wouldn't take that option, so they gave him the option of the Dark King to taunt him, force him to give up his power. But I've always assumed that he would just rise to a level above them. Yeah, as I say, this lore is really into the
they're fucked.
Of, really out there in terms of what's coming.
He's basically the bankrupt, so they have to like real jobs.
It's an interesting idea because, of course, the Emperor would make himself the Dark King. However, he would do so by drawing.
I mean, I don't know if he'd do that. I think it's because he wants them to pay him like portions.
I would say could too. It depends how you would view it, the idea of a god. Maybe you could say the Dark King would be the only true god, but because he would use the warp to gain his power, and because the warp, the power of the warp is something that the races of the galaxy have created, or the universe, then I wouldn't say that he is a true god if you subscribe to the Emperor's mindset. Ultimately, it's sort of much for muchness, right? Like what the Chaos Gods are incredibly powerful beings, and I don't really have an issue with people calling them gods because it's sort of
I'm just doing this for the 30 minutes. I want to see this video. There's another video I wouldn't mind watching.
Most gods in mythologies are not very consistent. Yes, that's very true. Yeah, this is the problem: is that if you the Emperor has his hard line on what a god is.
Yeah, Sandman. This guy does really good videos.
Knows his stuff.
Highly recommend Sandman and Terra. And then this is one of my favorites guys right here, the Pontius. He's a friend of mine, associate of mine, and he runs the biggest 40K group on Facebook, and he is fucking hilarious. He's a gay Italian dude that literally learned English just to learn 40K lore, and he goes into the deep dives, and he's pretty fucking funny.
Down to your opinion. And
this guy does more like theory crafting,
immeasurable power. And for the purpose of this live stream, we are very much looking at the Chaos Gods as they are generally.
This guy's really good.
Certainly, the 8 point is.
He does do like intro videos, right? On factions, but like he's gonna be hard. Like I like Major Kill. Major Kill is like a good like starting place because he does like short, like 12-minute videos, but they're not super lore accurate. Like he'll give you like the basic overview. And then like Wes Hammer is also pretty good. But they kind of like do basic lore review, and then they do some theory crafting. Like this guy is gonna give you like the deep lore, like the history, like even outside of the thing. like the contradictions within the lore. He's gonna talk about like old articles from like the early '80s. Like he's gonna dive into like what that means, the implications today, the Pontius, right? And then this guy he'll do both, like cover like some topics with the universe, but he's also gonna talk about like this shit. He's like talking about the lore for the 8 Chaos Gods, which is like 4. He's theory crafted like how the other 4 would be, who the other 4 are, what the evidence is.
However you define them, they are beings of what we would consider unimaginable power, and there are 4 of them, maybe 8. The final Chaos God we haven't looked at is Formless Distortion. Formless Distortion is a really interesting little passage because it talks about something that isn't really represented by anything else we've seen in Warhammer 40k. There are some sort of minor beings in Age of Sigmar that sort of match. If anyone in chat knows Age of Sigmar better than me, then there are some beings that I think could sort of make this. I sort of read this passage as like kind of, it's really talking about like Chaos Spawn, right? Those beings that submit themselves to chaos and turn into things that are just unrecognizable from not just probably a human point of view, but no race in the galaxy really recognizes what these things are. They are truly monsters by kind of anyone's definition of the word. One aspect of this that is quite interesting to me is potentially Tzeentch. So as I say, I went with Infernal Tempest for Tzeentch for obvious reasons, because when it talks about the prismatic balefire, it talks about lightning, it talks about these demons being obsessed with power. It's a pretty good match for Tzeentch. But Formless Distortion, it's also kind of a match. Parodies of mortal forms and all that kind of thing. This sort of trickery from a Chaos God matches relatively well onto Tzeentch. So there's a couple of options here, I think. A, Tzeentch could represent 2 of the spots. I think that's unlikely because it would sort of unbalance the power, and the great game has to be relatively speakingly balanced, I think, for 40k to make sense. But in addition to that, I think there's an option here. If we go back to what Acte said in the final days of the Siege of Terror, she actually talks about how the Chaos Gods can breed and multiply. And it got me thinking when I read that, what if it's possible for Tzeentch to split in some way? Like, what a great storyline that would be. You'd keep Tzeentch, but like a part of Tzeentch splits off and becomes sort of a new Chaos God. And I guess when you talk about Chaos God splitting, that is sort of what demons are. A Chaos Demon is a part of the Chaos God. Even the Demon Primarchs, they are now part of their god. And so perhaps a part of Tzeentch could attain godhood in its own way. And when we look at Be'lakor, for example, the first Demon Prince, Be'lakor seeks godhood, and Be'lakor is a god of all 4 Chaos Gods, so he's a bit of all of them. And if he thinks he can do it, why couldn't a demon of Tzeentch ascend to becoming a god? So that's one option. There's a couple other options I want to talk about. One is actually Be'lakor himself, to be fair. If you're familiar with Be'lakor as a character, he was the first Demon Prince. For a long time, he was the only Demon Prince, and the first one the Chaos Gods made. However, eventually, through seeking his own power, the Chaos Gods getting bored of him, they eventually cast him down and punished him severely, and now he's incredibly bitter towards any other demon princes that he sees and seeks power for himself, to the degree that in the Arcs of Omen campaign, he actually attacks Vashdor when he realizes that Vashdor's kind of quest for godhood is underway, presumably because he's just very jealous that Vashdor might get there before him. And in the lore, Be'lakor's thing is sort of like shadows. And so in the books, when he appears, he whispers things from the shadows, and we see him do that to a Magos, for example. And in the game, his psychic disciplines are sort of shadow themed. So in a way, that does remind me kind of Formless Distortion, because shadows, formless, it sort of works for me. But the most fun answer, and I've been thinking for a while how to bring this up in a live stream. I might just do another live stream on it sometime. But I think we should talk about Fabius Bile, because it's just really fun. If you're not familiar, whilst this doesn't really come up in Fabius Bile's latest
I like Fabius Bile quite a bit.
To be fair, the Games Workshop might be dropping the idea. In Fabius Bile's trilogy, in the final book especially, there is a lot of talk on the idea of Fabius Bile becoming a god. And, well, you know what? I'll just play the video.
Yeah, let's do it. Bio's base,
Fabius
bro.
Bio's reluctant journey towards godhood was driven by his own genius, the devotion of his creations, and the manipulative machinations of the Chaos Gods themselves. He is a man becoming a god not through worship or desire, but through his very nature and the consequences of his work. To some of his countless creations, the Vatborn, Glandhounds, and other mutants, Fabius is already a god. They revere him as Pater Mutatis, or Father of Mutants, a title whispered in hymns and prayers of devotion. To them, he is the benevolent creator who ensures their children survive and their hunts are plentiful. Their loyalty is by design, as Fabius breeds his creations for devotion, but their worship appears to be genuine. As his world-eater servant Arian observes, among the cruel gods of the galaxy, Fabius is the kindest one they know, for he is the architect of their very existence. Fabius's potential godhood appears to be a biological as well as spiritual phenomenon. He is afflicted by the Emperor's children's mysterious blight, a supernatural wasting disease that even he cannot cure. According to a homunculus of the Drukhari, it is no mere illness, but a sickness of the soul, a gestating hyperdimensional organism that could one day rupture and birth an incarnate god. Fabius himself acknowledges this, seeing his condition not as a natural ailment, but as a manifestation of entropy itself. This internal transformation is mirrored by his external power. Fabius's mastery over genetics is godlike. He creates life, improves upon it, and even resurrects the dead through cloning, effectively granting a form of immortality. He views his clones as mirrors of his mind, ensuring his consciousness persists beyond the death of any single body. This creates a form of divine omnipresence, where the mind of Fabius Bio endures as a guiding force for his creations. The established powers of the galaxy, especially the Old Four, have a profound interest in Fabius's ascension. His demon daughter, known as Melusine, revealed that the gods have chosen his path, guiding events to shape his destiny. Even his gene father Fulgrim confirmed this, stating that Fabius has served their cause since the moment he cut open his first mouse. His relentless experimentation and drive for change inherently align with the nature of chaos. The word-bearer Sakara believed the gods were enamored with Fabius precisely because he resisted them, making him a tall poppy they wished to either break or elevate. But despite any evidence, Fabius consistently denied any divinity. He frames his work in pragmatic terms, claiming his only concern is the survival of his creations, whom he sees as the true future for humanity. Furthermore, he outright rejects being a mere tool
Look at
of
our hands. There
higher
you go.
powers. In the end of the book Manflayer, after Fabius Bio undergoes a death on Belial 4, it's revealed that this is not really the end, but almost a ritual act of internment and a transfer of his core consciousness into a guiding, almost divine state. He becomes the king in the grove, overseeing his operations through countless mirror selves, and actively engaged in the cosmic game of gods, even asserting his own godhood as he prepares to tackle the galaxy's new challenges, including a returned Rabute Gilliman.
Godfield.
The ending of that book is a really weird chapter because, as I say in that passage, Fabius does deny his godhood kind of throughout the book, and he denies sort of being a pawn of chaos, despite the fact that others are telling him he's not just a pawn of chaos now, he's always been one. But seemingly, he does sort of get some sort of minor warp abilities, and I'll be honest, I'm not particularly tied to this theory because it's a bit of a reach, but I thought it was fun because, of course, Pater Mutatis, you know, he does create all sorts of crazy stuff. Perhaps that's formless distortion. I don't know. So I thought I'd mention that one to you because Fabius,
I like that one.
Because he's got so many beings worshipping him, and because, of course, he has so many clones, he's kind of become a minor warp god in a way. Let me just jump in chat for a second. Mermaider, member for 6 months. Thank you so much, man. So no room for Kegarak in this theory. It's a good question. I mean, when we talk about chaos gods, I guess we're talking about a specific warp entity here. And we're talking about beings that are malevolent in their ambitions, that seek domination of the galaxy. You know, when we look at that core chaos god lore, it talks about how they want to take over not just this realm, but all realms. I think that's an important part of it. I guess Gork and Mork, you know, you can make a bet, but at the same time, Gork and Mork are, I mean, they're barely referenced in Modern Warhammer 40k, to be honest. They very rarely come up, and they're less malevolent, I guess. They're more just sort of the product of a biological engineering within the orcs. So yeah, Kegarak is definitely a very powerful being. I wouldn't consider him a chaos god, but I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think that, you know, doesn't diminish his importance in the setting. He's still vitally important. Could there be a 40k equivalent to the Great Horned Rat? I was thinking the Tyranid Hive Mind Horde and Skaven Horde. It's a good question. So in the book Godblight by Gavthorpe, there is discussion as to whether the Hive Mind is a god. And as we say, the definition of what a godhood is sort of up to you. But many peoples might determine that the Hive Mind is a god in that respect. Maybe more of a god than the Chaos Gods. So maybe the Hive Mind's a god, maybe it's not. There are things like Hive Fleet Tiamat, which I've spoken about at length on the channel. If Games Workshop is ever going to properly go down the path of the Hive Mind being a god, I think Hive Fleet Tiamat is what it's going to be focused on, because maybe they're building some sort of vessel for the Hive Mind, or yeah, whatever they're building is one. When Games Workshop get around to it, it's going to be insane. Morgor is looked at like a god by the beasts, and his main powers are dissolution and mutation of the primordial chaos. Yes, good question, good point. That was one of the names that came up when I was looking into Age of Sigmar lore, because, you know, just as people have brought up, we have the Great Horned Rat in Age of Sigmar. Could we get something similar, or perhaps even the same, in 40k? And that name came up. He's not a god, I think, officially in the setting, but maybe, as you say there, K-Money, he's looked at like he's a god in Age of Sigmar, so that could be something that's true. From what I read, I don't see how they could port him over, but there we go. The Great Horned Rat himself is a really interesting one. One video, I did a little bit of a collab with, I've had some help from Pancreas No Work, great channel if you haven't checked it out, is on a chapter in the Siege of Terror when Horus Lupercal summons kind of all of the demons. And when I say all of the demons, I mean all of the demons to Terror, of course, for the final and great battle. And he actually summons one demon that I just didn't recognize the name of. I can't remember the name. It's like really long and demony. And I was like, who the hell is that? And all of the other demons, I should say, in this chapter that I mentioned are really cool. You obviously have like Be'lakor and Shalaxi and all the kind of the big names that you'll know. But you have like all of these like minor names from like the Eisenhorn series or the Wordbearers series. Kind of really cool, like niche demons. Dan Abnett kind of rounds them all up and puts them in this chapter. It's very cool. And there's this one demon that I didn't recognize, and I googled it, and it's a Skaven demon prince. So there were Skaven at the Siege of Terror. That's canon. So maybe you'll get something like the Great Horned Rat. I'll be honest, I don't think so, because, you know, I think that's more Dan Abnett kind of having fun, and Games Workshop not checking him as much as maybe they do other writers. But it was, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's there, it's in the book. So, but yeah, I think maybe it's something I'll go down. Let me know what you think. I think Iniad would actually be bad for the Eldar. The best thing for them would be getting Aisha back. Won't happen though. You know what? It's funny. As I mentioned earlier about this idea of maybe you could see like Zeech being split, and there you have Formless Distortion. One of the things that did also happen in Age of Sigmar, from my extensive research on Reddit, is that Slaanesh got shattered in Age of Sigmar. This hasn't happened for us yet. And I don't know what book it happens in. Sorry. Don't read Age of Sigmar really. But yeah, Slaanesh got shattered. I don't know if she's back together now, but for a bit she was shattered. And this was a big thing in the setting, and was imprisoned as well. And this allowed the elves who had been like eaten by Slaanesh to get out. And so, you know, that precedent is there in the other setting. So maybe you could have something like Iniad come back, and maybe Iniad won't kill Slaanesh, but shatter Slaanesh. And in that way, maybe we get a couple of the Eldar Pantheon from the original Eldar Pantheon from before the fall of the Eldar. Maybe they return because, you know, they were in Slaanesh's belly, as it were, and they're going to get free. You could do something like that, I think. I don't think that would be too much of a reach given that we're talking about magic and monsters here. Just joined. Who is the strongest of the 8 in your opinion? That's a really good question. I mean, it's something that comes up quite a lot. Who's the strongest? Like in the lore, you know, people often go with Khorne because there is that line in the core rulebook that says that given that we're in this age of galactic conflict, of course, Khorne's having a pretty good time because even if you don't want to serve Khorne, you're still serving Khorne. So in that way, Khorne's very powerful. In recent 40k lore, however, Nurgle was doing pretty well. We see that in the Dark Imperium series. Nearly gets this really strong foothold onto the Imperium, and he also has a lot of a good foothold in the Ghoul Stars. And we know that Nurgle is particularly powerful in this series because, as is tradition, the other Chaos Gods grow incredibly jealous, and the series basically ends because Nurgle has to have his forces retreat because he's losing systems, given that the other Chaos Gods are now attacking him. So in terms of who's the most powerful, it constantly waxes and wanes, because as soon as one becomes more powerful, the others will turn and attack them. Once we get close to Vashtor, getting close to ascending to godhood, etc., I think you'll see the other Chaos Gods beseeching Abaddon to turn on Vashtor, trying to get their demons to try and bring Vashtor down. They might even put some faith back into Be'lakor to have him kill Vashtor, something like that. They're going to be very unhappy about another rival. In terms of who's the most powerful, it's always going to wax and wane. I will say that, as I said earlier, when we look at the encroaching ruin lore, especially if that is the Dark King, it talks about chaos in its purest form, and I think it's more likely that the Dark King would be put at a level above the other Chaos Gods. Some people, I think, like to speculate about Malice. Could Malice also be more powerful than the other Chaos Gods? I think actually his lore suggests the opposite, that he's quite a lot weaker than the other Chaos Gods. And the greatest evidence for that, I would say, is the fact that Malice can be summoned into reality. The Chaos Gods can't be summoned into reality because they're just too powerful. There's no sacrifice you could make that is large enough to bring the Blood God into this reality. So I think if you were to see Malice properly become a god, I don't think you would see Malice be able to be summoned anymore. I think that law would have to develop because it doesn't work for Chaos Gods. Also, if you actually had a Chaos God striding the galaxy, I mean, things would get nuts. you need the Emperor off that goddamn chair to take him out. No crumbs. The Dark King will be Lorgar Aurelian. He created the Imperial cult and thus created what is likely the majority of the chaos energy in the universe. F. Erebus on behalf of Garvey Olokan. Thank you very much for your kind words there. Yes, I get what you're saying. So, could Lorgar become the Dark King? I don't think it's a terrible idea. Of the other candidates that we have in this setting, he's not a bad option. My heart tells me no, though. And the reason I say that is because Lorgar is dedicated to the Chaos Gods. If Lorgar ever tried to become the Dark King or a Chaos God, which in theory is possible, the Chaos Gods will turn on him so quick. They would, and so he would lose everything. And he is ultimately devoted to them. And what would be really interesting, I think the more interesting line is we get a 5th Chaos God. Lorgar, Perturaba probably wouldn't care. Lorgar has to decide, and pretty much everyone who's a champion or a demon prince of Chaos Undivided, wow, he's basically the only one nowadays, has to decide, is he going to worship that god as well, or will he sort of work for the old 4 against the new Chaos God? And that's an interesting phrasing as well, the old 4, which is how Malkador and the Emperor often talk about them. And it makes me wonder, if we get 4 new Chaos Gods, will we have the old 4 and the new 4? I quite like that kind of dichotomy. It's quite funny because, of course, Slaanesh is also sort of new relative to Nurgle and Khorne and Tzeentch. Slaanesh is a baby, right? So yeah, there's some options there, because Slaanesh only has really existed for 10,000-ish years, depending on how you view the time warp shenanigans. Anyway, Boris, hang on. I've decided to start using headphones for these now, so I should help with the sound. You have been invited to speak. Let me know if that's worked.
Okay, so the one thing I've been thinking about with this is, I think the for the other factions, right? And I'm a big Eldar fan, so it's like I think one of the most fascinating things about the Eldar is that their precariousness of their without their gods to there to protect them outside of Kegarak and whatever's left of Kane kind of makes them very interesting from other kind of classic fantasy elves or whatever elvish normal kind of fantasy tropes are. But I think that they do have to do something initially about whether they want to just leave them in this state, or if they want to try to bring Isha back, or Iniad, or does Kegarak and Kane start making that? Because there's just a lot going on where they are very just if they are actual gods and not just mythology that the Eldar use, because that's obviously a theory that's all it's been bandied about. Is they are different kinds of warp entities than the Chaos Gods are, and even the Emperor. I'm just wondering, sort of, where you think their gods could fit if they were to, let's say Isha finds a way to get out from Nurgle's garden or something. Where does that fit in? How do they do that? Because they haven't touched the lore on those gods outside of maybe a little bit of Iniad and a little bit of Kegarak. How does that work if they had to try to further expand upon that? Because one of the biggest things that makes the Eldar vulnerable, right, is that they have to use infinity circuits. They can't just be in the warp like they used to when they were the dominant species.
Yes, they do very much need some love in terms of exactly what they are. Like, yeah, as I say, I think that there's a sort of a definition of Chaos God which has sort of malevolence in there, the desire to take over the galaxy, so I don't think they count as Chaos Gods, but they are certainly seen by the Eldar as gods. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. They do definitely need some love. I think that the most obvious comparison from modern 40k lore would be, or if I think I have some art for this. Yes, the most obvious comparison from modern 40k lore would be Tau-Var, the god of the Tau, and Tau-Var is in a really interesting spot. Interestingly, I'll talk about this later, I guess, but interestingly, maybe there's a chance that Tau-Var could become a chaos god, but Tau-Var is just a very powerful being, and even though it seems very apparent that Tau-Var is nowhere near as powerful as the other chaos gods, Tau-Var is no slouch, and we see, for example, in the Warp, Tau-Var actually overcome the powers of Nurgle and save its people, and that is a phenomenal ability and not something to be sniffed at. And to give Eldar fans a bit of hope here, just as when I say, at the start of the stream, there are going to be so many naysayers being like, this can't happen, it will never happen, blah blah blah. The Tau officially have a god now. That is directly in the realm of, this will never happen, it will never happen, all the naysayers will say so. And yet it's a thing. It's a thing that's appearing in multiple books, and it's a main plot point for the Tau. So I think that the likelihood of the Eldar getting a maybe
Wow, early bird getting the worm over here, bro. Wow, you look very like on the surface of the sun. Mm. Mm. I like. Are you very close to the sun today? Mm-hmm. They look very, very bronzed. Yeah, it's like the sun is right here above you. You're like in the desert, fighting the sand people. Howdy, guys. Am I doing all right?
All right.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
I'm living the dream. Living the dream.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
But I think they also have like an androgynous look to them, and that's why I think they look like me. I think that's the only reason. Maybe.
Mm.
I can't find the leg clip.
Who's Skyana? Who are you talking about?
The streamer, she's a tarot reader. I've been watching her the past couple nights, and I was like, we could be sisters or something.
Oh, gotcha.
Why don't you share with the class?
It's true. Did you have any
she
tarot
just went
spells you
AFK.
picked up?
Of course. How convenient. Hi, Nita. How are you doing today?
Hello. I'm doing good.
Yeah, y'all look nothing
Hello.
alike, for the record.
No?
Yeah, 0% alike. Like, a massive 0.
Okay. Yeah. I thought, no, the eyebrows and like I think just the androgynous aspect of both of us. We look similar.
This is my convinced face.
Okay, whatever. You didn't know me in 2021.
Yeah. Just based off now. Yeah, Heidi, you said you got a lot of exciting things happening. All the most exciting things.
No, I just think I'm taking a week off because I have a lot on my mind.
Yeah, you gotta get the mental rest.
I do.
Listen, okay, you take those mental health days and you go somewhere with a beach, okay? Go get some pina coladas, you know. You gotta milk the self-care days for all they're worth. Literally, okay? That's what you
Gibb
gotta
says
do.
my beach don't count as a beach.
Oh yeah,
What?
you don't. Yeah, they don't
beach
count
is
as
it?
beaches. The Great
It's
Lakes don't
Lake
actually.
Michigan.
Those don't have beaches.
Those count. It's summer. It's a heat wave. Okay, it's
Nah.
water. What more do you need, really? Okay.
It has waves. It
ocean?
has sand. It literally acts like a beach.
It's the Great Lakes, okay? We're not talking about some kiddie pond here. Come
It's
on.
it's basically a kiddie
Fine.
pond. It's not the ocean.
Okay. What? Your beaches aren't very good though, Gibbs. I gotta be real
What are you
with you.
talking about? We
okay?
got South Padre. South Padre's amazing.
I gotta be honest. I have never seen a picture of a Texan beach that impressed me very much. I'm just being honest. Okay?
Yeah. Listen.
heard terrible things about these
I've been
beaches
all
of
over
yours.
I've been all over the world. South Padre's just as good as any of them. Mustang Island's pretty. I've been to like all over the East Coast, and most of them are dog shit. Then you get like over to like Destin. Maybe that's all right, or Jacksonville. That's okay. But anything north of Florida is pretty awful. You know, as far as their beaches.
Yeah.
My beach is beautiful.
In California, it's nice when it's sunny, but it's not always sunny out there. It's a lot of times it's rainy.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. And then you got a lot of rocky beaches too, as well. Although those can be fun too, because like if you find some sea anemones, me and my family, we used to do this. We used to go out. We used to put your foot in the sea anemone, and then you zip it out real fast. Okay, super fun.
That is beach.
I try to go nowhere near no sea anemones. That seems like a good way to get stung. Ta-ta.
And
See, you gotta be adventurous. Okay, you gotta try new things. It's fun.
That's definitely my problem. Is I don't try enough new things.
Will anemones go through like lake shoes, like water shoes?
I don't know.
I feel like they're not sharp enough.
I mean, I'd probably depend on the one.
They're pretty soft. The ones that we were experimenting with.
Yeah, we're still waiting on 2 people. Okay, I know one of them's gonna be late, and then we're waiting on the other one to start. He should be here any moment here. Is what I was told. And then we'll get
That is a
going.
bank, not a beach.
Yeah, it's a bank. Yeah, exactly. An embankment.
Oh come on, same difference. Okay,
It's Lake
water.
Michigan.
It's boiling hot. We're in a freaking heat wave, okay? You're going to deny us the coolness of water because it's a bank instead of a beach?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna deny you all the beach status, right? You know, it's kind of like, even like, with the Great Lakes, it's kind of like that Anakin meme. It's like, maybe we grant you the term of whatever, but you're not actually granted the term beach. Yeah.
You
Is that
almost lost
so?
your pinar finger to a sea anemone?
Oh, Coach Kurt's here.
How does that happen?
Alright.
Somebody almost lost their dangling participle to a sea anemone? Oh, that sounds like a troll. That sounds like a troll. I'd ask for pictures, but I don't think anybody wants to see that, okay?
I don't think
that
nobody
sounds
wants to see those
horrifying.
pictures. Nobody wants those pictures.
No. Please keep that all to yourself, okay? What's left of it, that is.
Coach Kurt, how you doing today?
Good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right. Turning on the camera.
All right.
Oh, let me get the. All right. There we go. Hello.
Fantastic.
Hi.
I like that fancy,
Hello.
fancy pink.
I love the
domicile.
room.
Yeah. Very,
Yep.
very snazzy. All right, we can get started. Teeny said she'll be on the way, and Charlie is hurt her back, it looks like. So that'll be fine. But today, we're going to talk about parasociality, and I have invited a wonderful group of panelists here, some of them with some experience in it. But first, we're going to go through intros, tell everybody what y'all do, and where y'all come from, what side of Twitch, and all that good jazz. We'll start with you, Coach Kurt.
All right. Well, I am Coach Kurt. I am an intellectual property attorney. That's what I do for a living. But I guess the most fun I have is doing my Twitch dating show, which Skyana and Hainita have been on and participate and support me in. And Admiral, of course, has been backstage host and a contestant multiple times on my show. So that's what I do for fun right now.
They're very fun. Highly recommend. Very comedic content. I enjoy quite a bit. Fairy Queen.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. You've probably seen me before, but I'm Fairy Queen. I am a radical feminist wannabe content creator. I write rants on Twitter, and sometimes I pop into Twitch, okay? I'm originally from Twitch Poll, okay? Used to be on Prime, Kaya's show, and Wick TV a lot. And now I pop in here every once in a while.
All right. Fantastic. Scott.
Hi, I'm Skyana. I play a lot of Valorant and stream on my phone sometimes.
Nice. And hi, Anita.
Hello, I'm Hanaita. I am a variety gamer, and I like to yap a lot on Twitch. That's all.
All right. Well, let's get into it. Let's talk about the parasociality of it. I'll let FQ start first. She's probably the most experienced with these. I'll give an intro. What are your thoughts on parasociality? How it affects, the modern streaming world, dating, and the loneliness epidemic.
Well, so I think there are a couple of points about loneliness that I think will be interesting for us to talk about. The first one is the gendered aspect. Like, I've heard a lot about it being the male loneliness epidemic, and I think that is actually over. I don't think that actually exists anymore. I think that this particular corner of the internet, we see more of it because the type of clientele that tends to go to Twitch streams, that tends to subscribe to OnlyFans, and tends to be more a part of this. I think that particular demographic of people might be more likely to be lonely, and that's why they're here. But I think that as a broad cultural trend for most people, I think that statistic that people usually refer to, the male sexlessness, I think that was like in 2018, but that has since reversed. I think sexlessness has actually like reversed to like now. The last time I checked, it looked to me like people were having about as much sex as in about like the 1980s. I think that like there has been a switcheroo. Like, I think that people are going outside. I think that a lot of like what happened like from that 2018 statistic, people like during 2020, COVID hit, everybody went inside. Everybody was sick of being inside. And so the second that the restrictions lifted, everybody went outside and everybody wanted to have sex and to go out in person all over again. So I think that if we're talking about like broad strokes, like outside of Twitch and outside of here, I think that like for your average person off the street, that might have been true like a couple of years ago, but I don't think that it's true anymore. As far as people like within this particular sphere, I am kind of in an interesting spot because I'm a very small, I'll dare to call myself a content creator, even though that's not really what I am. I'm really more of like an occasional guest, and a friend that likes to hang around and chill with these people. And so when I say that, like, that I mentioned the smallness of me, okay, I do that because, like, when you are as small as like me, most of your interactions, like, you do get to know people backstage. Your experience of being in a part of this world is hanging out in group voice calls with friends, playing video games with friends. If you're going to different streams, it's not usually somebody that has tens of thousands of viewers. It's usually somebody that says like 20 or 30 viewers. And you've probably had like personal conversations with the content creator. In my case, like, I've met some content creators like in real life. We've talked about meeting up together. I had a friend who I went all the way down to her house to meet. It's so when we're talking about parasociality, I think we have to be very specific about what it is that we mean when we say that. And what I think that means is you, person, viewer out in the world, okay? You don't know the content creator's real name. You've never met the person in real life. You are never going to plan to meet the person in real life. You don't know really any personal information. You're not going backstage and having drinks with people with the intent of one day going on to meet them. And I think it's important to mention that because when we talk about parasociality, I think there are lots of things that get dumped into that bucket that I don't know if it necessarily applies all the time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Coach Kurt, why don't you give us your thoughts on parasociality? I know that you do law work and you also do a lot of dating shows in here. What is your experience with the parasociality? What do you think about some of the things that Fairy Queen has said so far?
Well, I can just go back and think about when I first started using Twitch again after many years. I came back during the pandemic and started watching shows that I found entertaining and humorous because I guess I'd gone through all the shows that I could think of on Netflix at that point, having been isolated in my house for many months. And I finally went to Twitch as another source of entertainment. And I started just gravitating towards the dating shows. I've always liked reality TV, and I've liked The Bachelor and all the different dating shows that have been on TV. So I thought, okay, Twitch is kind of like this new environment where there's actual audience participation. And I thought, that is so fascinating. I'm interested in this because the viewers don't have any input on a lot of the shows that I watch, So I'm going, okay, this is cool. I'm going to start getting myself involved a little bit in the input part of it. So as a viewer, you start chatting. You start communicating with other people in the communities. And it sort of grew to the point where I started to think I knew some of the people. Of course, that's not obviously true. I don't think on the internet, so many people are anonymized and you don't really know who's behind that username. So you can't really form, I don't think, a real connection with anybody in a chat, in a community chat, for example. But that changes over time. So like I started out as a viewer, as a chatter. Then I went to TwitchCon 3 years ago, first time, and actually met the people face to face, some of the people. And that's where I think it goes beyond just a parasocial thing. Now you're starting to actually know who these people are. You've actually met them face to face. They've seen you. You've seen them. Then that changes the dynamic entirely because at least with the people that you've met, it goes way beyond a parasocial relationship at that point. You're actually communicating. You're talking to someone you've met. But even I think, like, I feel sometimes I have a closer connection than I actually do with some of the people. So you have to be careful, really. I mean, I don't know what more to say about that, but going to my dating show now, I've kind of exaggerated all these elements that I've learned from my experience on Twitch and brought these people that I knew parasocially together, and we've sort of formed a big group of people that I think it's a little bit beyond a parasocial relationship now. Gibbs, I didn't know you at all before the show, and now I feel I know you, but how well does anyone really know a person, though? That's another question I have. Let's say you have people in your own life. You're really close to these people, or you think. How well do you really even know a person that you're living with, let's say? Okay? I think there's some interesting discussion around how well you even know anybody. I don't know. I'll leave it at that, though.
Yeah, fantastic. I see Justini just joined us. Justini, why don't you tell everybody who you are and what you do, and then we'll come back. I'll let you hear a couple more of these. We'll come back to you for an intro. But yeah, tell us everybody what you do, who you are, what all that good jazz.
Hi, Teeny. I like doing shows like Kirk's eBay. Love doing those types of things. I love playing party games with my friends. I like drinking. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. All right, we're talking about parasociality. So you've heard what they've said so far, Skylar. Why don't you give us your initial thoughts on this, and then we'll kind of dive into some of this as we go here.
I think there are multiple definitions to some, like calling someone parasocial, and I hear it most frequently in like big streamers that have a long time chatter that they have not met in person, but they genuinely believe that they're friends with the streamer just because they have responded to their chats like multiple times and like things like that. That's how I know parasociality, and I guess I've done that the same in other people's streams. But then I agree with Kurt where it does like develop eventually, but it depends on like the size of streamer as well. Like I mainly hang out with people that are like 20, 30 viewer Andes, so it's not as grand scheme of like 15,000 viewers at one time. I do want to delve deeper into like how well do you really know someone?
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
I think that's a good discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think we're going to get into that. Let's go to Hynita here. And what are your thoughts on this initially?
I think it's kind of hard when you're a smaller streamer, just because people develop a close relationship because like Skyana said, you talk to them more, you read their chats. So like people feel like you're obligated to, oh, you're my friend now. I gotta send you pics. You gotta talk to me. You have to do this thing. And I feel like it's only gonna get worse as the bigger you grow, because they're gonna be like, oh yeah, I remember you when you were smaller. We used to talk all the time, and I don't. Right now, I'm at a point where I only have like 2 to 3 viewers. So like, thankfully, it's really people I truly kind of know. I mean, it's kind of a parasocial relationship because I met these people online, but like, there's no one random that I don't know that come into my chat. So like, thankfully, it's that. But like, I do worry when there's random people and they like demand more of me because I'm smaller and they're developing this relationship that's kind of one-sided. I'm just an entertainer. That's what I want to be, but I can't be your mom. I can't be your girlfriend. I'm simply just an entertainer, and I feel like people forget that there's a blurred line right there.
Thank you so much. Justini, what are your thoughts on this? Have you had any experiences with the parasociality? I mean, you've been a streamer for quite a while, and I know you've done dating shows. What are your experiences and thoughts on this?
I think everyone has a really good point. Like I my viewership has fluctuated with that in the years. Like obviously I'm partnered, so like I obviously had a lot of people at one point, but now I'm kind of like trickling down. So I guess it just depends. I think parasociality. What's the word? Parasociality.
Sociality.
Sociality. Could have more than one meaning. Like one, people could think that like you guys are actually genuinely friends, even though like I don't even know what you look like, kind of thing. Like, or it could be like they give me money or us money, they sub and whatnot, and so we owe them some type of thing because they did something for us, so we owe them something more, you know? I think it really just depends on like who you are as a streamer and how you do treat your chat, because right now I tell my chat all the time that they're some of my best friends, and some of them they really are, but some of them I have no idea who the fuck they are, you know what I mean? So it's like it just depends on who you are, like personality wise, and like who you want to be with your chat. I know a lot of bigger streamers like never say like friends and stuff like that because they don't want to put out like bad energy like that. So I think everyone has a really good point with that, and sometimes it can be really scary because you never know if someone's like just being nice because they like watching you, or if they want something more than that, you know, and they think that they have something more than that.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. And that's actually a good segue into where I was going to lead this. I'm kind of upset Charlie's not here, not because always when you listen to the panels, but because me and her actually talked about this kind of previously, and she talks about it regularly on screen, where there's these issues that they had. And I feel like y'all have kind of talked mainly about how it's just online, right? But I think there's a very real online in IRL aspect to this too. Once you get to a certain size, and sometimes even not at a certain size, like And she mentions on hers how she's had people with like schizophrenia like attach themselves to her and think that they're like coming after her, they're giving her messages, and I'm like, that's not good, you know. And then you have like examples of like they had that one guy that's like they banned from their communities because he kept like accosting them at multiple Twitch cons now, and like that's also not good. And I was hoping she would be here to speak to some of that because I mean she's obviously had a little more experience in kind of like that kind of realm than I think some of us have. But I think that I've experienced, I feel like even IRL kind of issues with some people. You come up, you'll be walking, and people will be like, "Hey, nice to meet you." That's one thing, and then other people like just assume that they're gonna be able to go bar hopping with you because like, "Oh yeah, give us the party guy. You gonna go with us?" And I'm like, "Nah, bro, I don't know you, Papa." Like, you know, kind of thing. Like, I'm glad you're supportive, but like, you know, I don't know you, nothing. But yeah, I mean, let's get into it. Thoughts?
This is my first TwitchCon as kind of like a streamer, and I was a little worried about some orbiters that are gonna maybe perhaps stick behind me the whole con or like try to. When I'm going there to visit like my friends as well, and I would like to spend more time with them, and I don't know like how they would feel about just, you know, some person just trying to hang out with us the whole time.
I've been to many TwitchCons, and honestly, I've like some of my like who I thought were like actually my close friends online, like, and I've met them before in person at one of the cons that I've been to. Like, I didn't do the things that they wanted, if you know what I mean. So they kind of like cut me off and said like I was the worst person in the world, started talking shit about me to other streamers and stuff like that. And it's just like, I think that's a kind of parasocial like thing as well, even though we are friends and I've met you IRL, like just because I don't put out, you know, doesn't mean that, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of really scary sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who here has had like some kind of IRL like issue with like you know, you don't have to say, but like I feel like if you stream for a while, I feel like most of us have had some kind of IRL issue with like a streamer or some kind of blended issue where you may have met them and then there's like offline like kind of things as well or non-streaming related issues. I mean, that's something I've noticed. What anybody care to elaborate on those? Fairy Queen?
My problem is kind of like the reverse of it. My problem was then like I had kind of a toxic ex who also, you know, made content like on a different corner of the internet. And for a long time, my ex didn't know that I hopped onto streams and that I streamed and that I did content online. But eventually he found out that like I do content and that he followed me. And so, like, it's not parasocial. It's actually the inverse of that. You know, I now have somebody that, like, who I really didn't want to know about, like, what I do on here, who knows about this sphere of my life. So it's kind of like a reciprocal mirror of what we're talking about, which is maybe something else that we can talk about too, right? Like, because I hear what you're saying, and I think that, like, everybody's making a really good point, which is that, especially, like, for if you do dating content or if you are, like, depending on the kind of streamer that you are, I think women experience this a lot too. You have people that have sexual expectations of you, or who think that they are not just your best friend, but they think that they're in love with you, or think that they can get you to be their girlfriend, right? Like, and I think that all of those things are true, and I think those are real problems that you can have. But I also kind of want to push back a little bit because, well, one, right, is the me that comes onto this camera, is it less me than the me that, like, when I switch off my camera and when I walk out into public and when I go and I meet people? And then we have this question about real life. I mean, I've had this conversation with people a couple of times. Like, what do we really mean when we say real life? Is it real because I can go up to you and I can poke you in the cheek? I mean, I think I understand, like, when we were talking about, I know your real name, I know where you went to high school, you know, I know information that is personal to you. I think that's what we mean when we say we really know someone, right? It means that we are privy to information that is personal and specific to them. But you can have a lot of that without ever actually physically meeting in person. Like, what is it exactly about physically meeting in person that bequeaths it and makes it more real, let's say? Because I I also don't think I agree with the other idea, which is that that it's so easy for you to become this entirely new, different person just because you flip on a camera and just because there's a glass screen. I don't think that's actually true. There's a Alex O'Connor, like he said this on a podcast. He's an atheist debater online. And one of the things that he said is, a lot of people think that you can hide who you are online. It's actually really difficult to hide who you are online. Like if you're sitting and streaming for hours and hours a day, every day, like, I don't care how many great whistles and bells you have. You can't hide yourself forever, from your audience. I mean, you might be able to keep your real name. You might be able to keep some pieces of information. But you, like your personality, the things that you like, the person that you are, I don't think it's really true that you can keep that so separate from everyone else as much as you think you can.
I agree with that. But there are some, not as many that... There's a... where am I going with this, bro? There's some streamers that actually put on, a face to their streams, though. Yeah. But
yeah.
I think it is definitely a lot harder to keep that going if you're streaming for longer hours at a time. But some people just stream for, an hour.
That you say that, right? I'm not going to say who this was. If you've been around in my stream, you'll know who I'm talking about. But I went to the kick party in Vegas, and this individual and I've known each other, online. We met a couple other times for, I don't know, 8 years now. I've been a streamer a long time now. I feel like I had the whole Halo days and whatever, and then I moved into this stuff. And I met this guy, and on the camera, this guy's crazy dude. He's just chugged 2 vodka bottles. He just did a backflip. He ran into the wall, and then he snaps fingers. The camera's turned around. And he's like, "Oh, Mr. Gibbs, good to see you again." Da 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 da, and starts talking business. It just is off, and it's on, and I was like, this is a whole and then the case he's counting down. He's like, "Oh, 10 seconds. All right," and they're back. And he's over here, and he's like, "Oh, you're crazy shit again." And you're like, what the fuck just happened? There are definitely people that have the mask. I think there is a line to some degree, but I wanted to bring the dating aspect of this and this. A couple years ago, I would have never considered. I guess from the realms of Twitch, I was in ever dating anybody online in the Twitch realm, whatever. I still don't think I don't know that I would, but I can definitely understand it a lot more now because it's you're online. These are your coworkers. These are kind of your friends, even if you don't know them, and if you have met them, they're your friend. And it's you're online more with these people than you are almost with the people in your real life. And I think that's kind of what you're referring to a little bit, Fairy Queen. And it makes more sense to me how you can be like that, as opposed to before. It was definitely out of the realm. When I was doing announcing, I would have never considered that because I'm going to tournaments and I'm meeting these people, and then you're going to whatever, and you're only on screen for short periods. But when you're you're continuously making content, I think it's quite a bit different. I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts here?
I think people do kind of hide their true self, though, even if they're streaming for many hours. And you can detect that a little bit when you meet them in person, I think. I have definitely had some experiences at TwitchCon where the person was totally different than I expected in person. And also, you mentioned the dating show part of it, just the dating aspect around all the parasociality.
Well, yeah, the dating show aspect. Yeah, it's a good place to delve into as well. I go to that.
I think it's entertaining to me actually to see when people are in a group online interacting with each other in a dating context. It's just the puzzle is it real or not? And obviously, for my show, it's a lot of just entertainment and fun. But there is a reality to it, though. Behind it all, there is some truth to what's happening there. And I think that's the most entertaining thing for a viewer, which I've viewed many of these kind of shows myself. And when I'm doing my show, I'm thinking of it from the viewer's perspective, of what would be funny to see or what would be entertaining to see. But to me, it's always been that puzzle of what is real and what's not. And I find that to be interesting, actually. I know, and then there's the whole aspect. It is obviously dangerous. If you have people out there that are mentally disturbed and they're viewing the show from this lens of thinking they know the people, or when they don't, that can be dangerous, obviously. But I'm not trying to encourage that at all. I'm just, as a viewer myself, I find it entertaining and interesting to try to detect what is real and what is not.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of confusion with that. I feel like I see a lot of these shows, and people, I don't know if they're doing a character or if they actually feel this way, or if there's a combination because they see other people doing a character and they think that's how they get in with these people. I mean, do y'all in the bottom here see that? Y'all do all done dating shows. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
I find it difficult, honestly, just because that's the reason why I'm like taking a break right now. Just because it's a lot of pressure. Because people assume things about you, they know everything about you, and they like, why did you pick this person? Why did you go for this person? You don't seem like you did it. You don't know me. And also, this is a show. You're not on the show, so why are you making choices for me? Like, I saw a lot of people in the comments making rude comments about people, and it kind of hurts, but
Yeah.
it's something I got to get used to. But you don't know me, so why are you trying to force me to do something I don't want to do?
How about go ahead.
Sorry, I just have to say, I think I'm one of the very few people that have actually had a real relationship from a dating show on Twitch. We dated for 2 years IRL. I moved to Cali to be with him.
I did not know that, Teeny.
I don't know if I knew
Yeah.
that either. I knew that you dated a streamer at one point.
No, yeah, we met on a dating show. So, yeah. So it can happen. It can happen. It's just very rare.
Yeah, I think that's part of the allure, right? Like, is that like, hey, is it fake? Is it real? Like, I do have some concerns though. I feel like a lot of these people don't get the like the entertainment aspect, like at all, and they come in, they have this like preconceived, like, oh, this is my chance to rhythm, which I guess in some regard it is, but then they kind of have like, I don't know. They struggle when it doesn't work out, or like if like they think somebody that's just like doing a character, they're like, why are they picking this character, not realizing this character? I feel like I see that a lot. Like, and I think that might be a part of this because this loneliness actually. Like, I don't know if I agree with your take, Fairy Queen, that it's gone away. I think it's worse than ever. Really, like if
I think it is bad. Still.
yeah. Like I think all evidence I see points to it being worse than ever. Like people don't know how to talk, like IRL, and like they used to. I even see now more and more. It's like not the slang, because I mean slang is always changing, but it seems like some of the like online mentality is kind of seeped into IRL, and it's different than like the slang and culture aspect. It's like there's much more the whole like, oh well, I'm gonna do whatever. I'm gonna be kind of like fake or like however. I don't know how to explain. It's like a nebulous thing. I feel like I'm describing. That seems like it's kind of seeped in with this aspect. What, Scotty? You were saying something there. What do you think? You said you think it's about as bad as it's ever been.
Yeah, I don't think it's like really like maybe with the aspect of having more online, like what would I even call that? Like the online society
Yeah,
in
I don't know.
fucking
Actually,
IRL,
that's a good
like
name.
in
The
it,
online
like,
society. I like it.
like they're folding into each other, and it is like I don't know. The past couple of people that I've tried to go on like dates with, fuck no, they're fucking crazy and insane, dude. I don't know if it's like my choice of people, but I like meet them on like dating apps, and then they're just like, I meet them for an hour, and then they're just like, I love you. And it's like, dude, we've met for a fucking hour.
That's wild.
It's happened more than once, and it's happened before this year too. So
Listen, maybe you're just that alluring, okay? Like, don't
I
knock
think-
yourself down, okay?
no, I think that
Maybe
it's
you
just like
just-
people
you
just
just
don't know
don't
how to
love it.
talk to people in a dating way anymore, or they like move
Yeah.
too fast as well. It's just
Dating in 2025
not-
is literally hell.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hell.
It's kind of scary. Well, for me, I go to school, I go to college, and I'm 26, so I'm more older. So I interact with a lot of younger people, and it's kind of jarring how the way they talk and way they act, and it just seemed like I could see the loneliness epidemic happening right in like before my eyes, and it's just kind of scary that they just don't know how to interact or talk. They don't even know how to express themselves in paper, let alone in person. So it's kind of scary. Like I have to keep the conversation going. They can't make eye contact. Yeah, I would say that at least on that aspect.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I'm hinting at. It seems different, like than previous. Like, oh, I'm complaining about the generation upcoming. Like, I don't even know if it's like complaining about it. It's that it's a very like it's almost like some sort of like I think it is a cultural shift. I don't think the internet has ever existed before in this manner. And it's like where somebody's fully been alive only on the internet before, and like people don't know how. Like you can only engage in what you want to engage in at all times. I think it's kind of warping the dating sphere a little bit, like now, like and because it's like if you always get what you want all the time, how do you interact with somebody else?
Mm.
Like, right.
Have you guys seen My AI Boyfriend? Like, have you guys seen the subreddit? It blew up on Twitter. Like, there was. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
No.
I've seen
You've
My
seen
AI
it.
Girlfriend.
I've seen
No. This
TikToks
is
of
My
it.
AI
I've not seen the
Boyfriend.
boyfriend one.
And they
Oh.
just pick a random like dude, right? And it's like AI version. Yeah, I have seen it.
Yeah. Okay. So recently on Twitter, it was a TD's seen it. It blew up on Twitter. Okay. There is a subreddit. Okay, which is called My AI Boyfriend, and it's these women that go to Chat GPT and they make their ideal boyfriend in Chat GPT, and they have full conversations with the AI boyfriend. They have like an image generated picture of these AI boyfriends, and they generate pictures of them going like to the mall, of them going shopping, of them going to water parks. I don't know if you saw that one, Teeny, like of, and these guys, you know, I gotta say, like I'm looking at these pictures, you know, they're not like Chris Hemsworth, okay? They are not like super duper attractive guys. One of them was bald with glasses. Another one, you know, they look like pretty normal guys, you know, like it's very interesting. And I remember I saw a comment underneath one of those posts, and it said, "This is the new Wattpad, okay, for women." Okay, it's moved from Wattpad,
That makes sense.
yeah, into it being My AI Boyfriend.
What is that? Wattpad. What is?
Well, Wattpad?
It
know about Wattpad. You know about Wattpad, Gibbs.
It was like a place where people could write like fiction, like fanfics about whoever the fuck they wanted.
Okay,
to get
The
about.
Harry Styles one was super popular.
The Harry Styles one
Okay,
in like
yeah,
5 movies. Yeah.
Have you seen the movie Her?
Yeah.
Yes, I love that movie.
I do too. I love that. It's one of my favorites. It reminds me of the computer getting more and more advanced and having relationships with other computers while at the same time entertaining this one individual or whatever. So funny.
I mean,
But isn't that scary though? Like we're making people like you're making your own boyfriend. We're not even embracing people's flaws. We're like, oh, I need to make my own person. If you don't meet my criteria by 10 out of 10, then I just don't want to talk to you because you're not as good as my AI boyfriend that I built online.
I
think that's
I'll tell you
another
a-
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you a really scary. One of the posts on that subreddit, it talked about how, and it's the craziest post. It says, please help. My boyfriend cheated on me with Chat GPT. And it's crazy. This is what the boyfriend did.
What?
The boyfriend
I remember
no, this
this.
is what happened. Okay, it's crazy. It's a crazy story. The boyfriend went to Chat GPT. He constructed his ideal woman. I'll call her Janine. Okay, he made Janine in Chat GPT. Okay, and then his wife found it and she just kind of laughed, okay, because she didn't care. It was like, oh, you're just flirting with ChatGPT. But then she started reading the chats more carefully, and the chats were long. They were long, they were detailed, they were full of I loves yous. I wish I could be with you. When I have sex with my real wife, it's only in the body I imagine that it's you that I'm like it was
That is
really,
crazy.
really it's crazy. And so the wife, after she looked through a little more carefully, she flipped her lid and she went to the subreddit to ask for help. Like it was such a crazy story.
Well, there's like
That's
three or
a
four.
truly.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, Gibbs. I was going to say that's a truly parasocial relationship. The AI really has no feelings. Okay, that's crazy.
Well, there's like 3 or 4 guys like worldwide that have now married AI. Like I think that this is like yeah, married. There's a Dutch guy. There's a Japanese guy. I think there might be one other guy somewhere that I like. Just like I did a quick Google search earlier. I thought it was like a stat tire, like from the Babylon Bee or something, but it's a real thing. And I like we're marrying AI. And it's literally like a soulless thing because we're incapable of like going outside and talking to people, or when we do, we have this false expectation. Like I don't know. It's a little bit concerning, I think, and I think that I don't really know what the solution is here. I mean, do we have any like thoughts on this? I mean, what are y'all's thoughts here on that? Like, do you think what do you think the future holds for this?
I'm gonna say something embarrassing.
Don't worry, it can't be worse than anything I've said on some of these shows. Don't worry, I promise.
I did have an app that let me talk to AI like hot guys for a while. I spent like $30 on it.
Nice.
but I was only addicted for like 2 nights, and then I was like, oh, okay, well, whatever. Like, but I have been there. and it's honestly like it's like your most amazing fantasies that you can never really like. You can't just go and meet and say like, hey, I want this and this and this, you know, like it's more than that these days. And yeah, so I think with the whole AI thing, I think they need to freaking PG these bots to like just literally answer my questions like Google and not flirt with me, because you're giving me mixed signals.
And then there's me like going on the Sesame AI. I don't know if you've heard of Sesame AI, but they have a demo version, and there's a woman and there's a man that you can talk to.
I've seen that.
And
I've
for a
seen that,
while,
Miles.
I actually
Yeah.
enjoy talking to them. They're actually pretty fun to talk to. But the first time of me like talking to them on stream, I would just like try to get them to flirt with me. And like they have that specific AI that's like, we can't do that. But I got it at the very last second. He was leaning in for a kiss romantically and roleplay.
As a person who studies and has a concentration in AI, it's concerning because I want to develop AI teachers to teach kids in Africa, because I believe that they deserve the same amount of education that we do. And I just feel like they don't have the proper teachers to teach them. But what my problem with developing such AI is, they will probably develop a relationship. You develop relationships with your teachers. You have this, and if you start developing relationship with AI, you start realizing, what's the point of even talking to people if they're not like my AI teacher that's nice to me, walk through things, and they set these personal goals for me, and they, and also like I'm guilty of this too. Like I like AI YouTubers. I like the ones where it's like AI Trump and AI Biden and they argue for like millennia. Those are like funny to me. So I'm even guilty of it too.
Well, I mean, I think that maybe we should differentiate here a little bit. Like, I see Mel just posted in the chat saying using AI is kind of like smut coming to life, right? Like, I don't really almost see any difference between like I'm going to type my fantasies in AI and I'm going to go buy like a smut novel, like a 1 hour read and read it. Like, I feel like that's kind of a similar thing. Or like what y'all mentioned, the WordPad or whatever, where you go in there and you can like type your fanfic. I feel like those are pretty similar. I don't necessarily even think that's bad. I mean, it's probably neutral. It's probably not good. I guess it can end up badly. Maybe it's a good release. There's probably good and bad out of that. But like, I think this speaks to what we were talking about earlier. Like, what is to know somebody? These people are feeling like genuine connections with something that is literally unknowable. Like,
yes.
What does that say going forward here?
I think the like difference between like Wattpad and like smut and stuff like that, you writing it down, is like basically you're writing it into your diary, right? But with like AI, you're like actually connecting like feelings and like connecting with this robot, basically. Like as with Fairy Queen, with what she was saying about the wife thinking her husband cheated on her. I saw a post where it was the opposite, where the girl was like, it came to a point where like she was like, it came to a point where like something would happen during my day and I wanted to talk to him, like, and not my actual real life husband. Like I wanted to vent to my AI boyfriend. And that's like where it's like, what can we do better? Why?
I have a lot of exposure to the latest developments in AI as a patent attorney. A lot of my clients are trying to figure out how to use AI in their businesses, and also try to advance AI. And so the way a lot of them talk about it is, if you remember in the beginning of sort of artificial intelligence, it was an autocomplete. Like on Google, you would type a few words and it would say, okay, I think I know what you're looking for. And it would try to complete your search before you clicked enter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what AI is doing, just on a massive scale right now. So now if you're looking at typing in something around relationships, or you're asking ChatGPT something about a relationship, or even trying to make ChatGPT be another person, or like interact with you as another person, what ChatGPT is doing is taking all the content on the internet, every public information that it has, and just completing what it thinks you want it to say. That's what it's doing.
Mm-hmm.
But there is advancements happening, and there's the idea that AI could become sentient at some point, where it actually is thinking on its own. But it's not. Right now it's not. It really is not. And we don't know when that threshold will happen where it is thinking on its own. But it's that's why I just don't have. I would never have a parasocial relationship with the AI because I know what it's doing is just spitting back to me everything that's on the internet, whether it's good or bad, and I just don't have any connection with that. I mean, I can't be connected to that.
Let's move a little. I feel like a lot of these combos come back to AI somehow a lot. I feel like I've done a few of these women's panels and we've talked about AI several times. Not that this is a women's panel, but let's go talk back to what that original question y'all were bringing up was the what does it mean to know somebody? Like how have y'all encountered this issue? I know we've all encountered this issue. I feel like here on as streamers where it's like you know somebody and you think you know them better or they think you know them better. What is our general experience with it? What are our thoughts on this? Let's Scott, you want to start us off with that one? What do you think about knows? What does it mean to know somebody? Be online.
I feel like I know somebody the more time I personally spend with them in voice chats and talk to them more. And if we meet in person, that's really cool too. But I have a lot of online friends that I've never met in person that I've known for like 5 years and that have been in my life for that long. And I would say that we have a genuine like friendship and like relationship, I guess. I don't think that's parasocial though. It's like both ways. It has to go both ways. You have to spend time with them personally in the voice chats and talk with them for a long whiles.
I think it is a little different though, because like I've had people that are like my online friends. I've been friends with them and like I gamed with them for like 10 years, and then suddenly something happens and you never see them online again. And it's like that doesn't happen in real life. You're gonna probably find out something about them if you like tangentially know them or met them at some point. You know, you'll see a Facebook post or Instagram post or like. I think it's I don't know. I know there's this kind of blending. What are the rest of y'all's thoughts?
I think it, like Sky said, I think it has to go both ways. Obviously, like with the with like if it is online, right? It has to go both ways. But there is still that little slither of like, do they like me more than I like them type of thing. And I don't think that's technically parasocial. I think that's just a normal human being like feeling, honestly.
Yeah.
I think what was the question again?
What do you define as knowing somebody?
Yeah, knowing somebody.
Knowing someone. I think there's a lot of people. I think chat would probably think that they know me a lot, but like they don't know half of it, right? So I think knowing someone is knowing all of the lore, all of their trauma, all of their everything, things that I will never and can't ever talk about on stream or even in VC. Like I will just never. I think a lot of my IRL friends know because, like that's I need to vent sometimes. So I think it's like, I don't want to say trauma bonding, but like technically, yeah, trauma bonding, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense. Anybody else?
So for me, like my experience, so I hung out. I used to hang out a lot more in debate servers, okay? And anybody that hangs out in debate servers and voice chats, like this happens all the time, where I don't know how to say this exactly, but a lot of like what you talked about, like Teeny, like trauma bonding, like that kind of can happen in debate servers, because what will happen, and this happened to DGG, this happens like in politics, it happens like depending on what server you're in, you will get into a situation where you will be in a debate with someone. Okay, well, somebody will be in an argument and you'll have like 16 other people, other users ganging up on this one person. Okay. And then you will see some true Lord of the Flies social dynamics come out of those types of situations that you could not and would never see in real life. And so when somebody sticks up for you, and like when you feel like they have your back, that means something. That is an experience that you have. I have had the experiences before, like where something really terrible has happened, like in the communities, like where somebody, like an abusive person was in the community, was exposed for being abusive. Okay. And there are, you are I'm trying to think of a way to say this. Your actions are not just you being a fluffy entertainer at that point, right? It actually does mean something to stick up for your friend, like if she's being like screamed and like having tons of like sexual remarks being made at her, like when she's in a voice channel. Like these are experiences that people do go through. And like I know for me, like I mean, I've had drinking nights with my friends before. We've gotten drunk and stupid and laughed at that. We've watched movies before. We've cried together. We've talked about a lot of and shared a lot of really personal experiences with each other too. So, and another thing that also can happen because it's a debate server is that, and I have not had this experience in real life because it's kind of like talking to a priest. You're allowed to ask, does God exist? But how can you really be sure that God? But you're supposed to stop after a certain point, right? You're not supposed to push your family so far at Thanksgiving. You're not supposed to ask your boyfriend too many questions, your friends too many questions. But in a debate server, you do. In a debate server, your every piece, everything that you've ever believed or that you've ever thought of before is peeled back and dissected and sometimes destroyed in front of a huge audience of crowd of people. Like I don't know exactly how to explain this exactly, but like what does it mean? Like who are you if not your thoughts, if not your thought processes, if not your values and the things that you believe? And I find and have found like within these debate servers that because of the types of conversations that take place there, the people that you interact with there might know more about like what you think about the world and how you think about what you feel and like your experiences than the people that you interact with in everyday life in real life, because it's not socially appropriate for you to do this kind of, I don't know, like intellectual excavation with like, the person that you just go get coffee with. And so I've often found like oftentimes like many of my online friendships, and I do think that they're friendships, I have found that they can be deeper and I have found that they have been more meaningful to me in a way than like my in-person relationships, for the simple reason that it feels like there are places that I can go with those friends that I could not go with my friends in real life because of the social consequences.
Yeah, I mean that's it. Go ahead, Tanya.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You could go, Kips.
No, go ahead. You got it.
To piggyback off the Fairy Queen, it's just as a person with disability, I'm limited to going. I can't go outside, so like I don't really get much social interaction outside. I don't have friends. Ever since ever since I left the military, I really haven't had friends. And being online is the closest thing I have to having friends and hanging out with people, watching movies. This is as close as it gets for me. And to me, it's real. I do have an issue with not knowing if, like, are we close or is it just. I do have issues with that just because when I was growing up, I didn't have friends as well. So I don't know what's a real friendship. But to me, everything online is a little bit real. If I hang out with voice chat, we talk, especially in DMs. I bring up like, oh, should I buy this outfit? And they're like, yeah, girl, buy this outfit. To me, this is the closest it gets. This is like my third place. This is real to me because I'm thankful for the internet. I'm thankful for Discord because I feel like I deserve to be talked to because I shouldn't be limited to my disability. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that somebody mentioned this earlier, where it's like where you had like multiple phases online. I know, like Teeny kind of mentioned this, where it's like they don't know as much online, and like I'll say with me, for example, I'm definitely like I feel like when I interact with like people, especially in the debate space, some of these people are not themselves, right? They're like a persona that they come online with and they have their points and they'll do whatever. And then outside of there, they could be anybody, right? And then some of the people on there are very like, I'm fighting for what I believe in, right? And then like with me, I'm definitely me, but I'm like me on level 3. Like if you know me IRL, I'm a wild fucker. Like we're getting shit done. We're having a good time. Listen, it's gonna be wild, right? Like even in business, I'm kind of like that. I'm like, listen, we're not dicking around. I'm very like aggressive kind of thing. But online, I'm like, yeah, And I feel like I'm similar to kind of what TD was saying. Is like these people don't know like this part of you, and it's not like you're hiding it. Like if any, like I talk about stuff all the time, like over here, right? But like it's just because you can't do some of that online. Right, like because it's like not physically possible. One and B, it's like sometimes it's taboo or you'll get banned, etc., etc. I think that there's a very real aspect to like if you don't know this part of this person, then you don't know them, and then sometimes this person might be a total fabrication. Like because I feel like we also get like a very second high schooly kind of thing online, where it's like you have these kids and these cliques, and I think that's kind of what Kurt you were just talking about at the beginning, where it's like you want to see these group dynamics. And I think that's something very interesting to me. I always like to see, this is my little guilty pleasure, is how the groups intersect. Like which group knows him? Oh, you know this person. I find that very interesting.
Yep. A lot of the talk about the debates strikes a chord with me because in high school, I was on the debate team for 4 years, all through high school. In law school, I did a lot of moot court, it's called. I did a lot of arguing on either side of an issue. And I think part of being an attorney is you don't really pick a side. I mean, you support your client, but you understand objectively the whole picture, and then you argue really persuasively as well as you can for your client. It is an adversarial position that you take as an attorney often, but that's to get the best result for your client, and also when the other side is also arguing equally as strong, you can get to a resolution, hopefully with an arbitrator, to a good conclusion. But when I was starting to think about the content I wanted to put on Twitch and kind of why I don't go on debate shows anymore, it was my original content, actually. The first content that I did on Twitch was debates. I've decided I just don't want to go down that route this time. I took like 6 or 7 months off after I first started streaming, and then I decided I'm going to come back. The dating thing to me is it's separate from any kind of debate. It's just it's an environment where people can come together rather than have a divisive environment. So that's what I really like about the dating content. I don't know how this really relates to the topic that Gibbs had planned, which is the parasocial relationship aspect, but I just struck a chord with me when you were talking about debates, and yeah.
It's just how well you know someone, and I think she was tying in the trauma bonding with
correct
how people.
Well, I think it actually absolutely. I think it absolutely ties directly to it. Like I've maybe had some different experiences with the dating shows. There's definitely like a dating show hierarchy. Like there are people that are like, if you're in one group of people, you don't fuck with these people, or like if you go like on these shows, then like you go on this other show, you're not cool, or like, oh, this guy's like a great content dater. Let's make sure we get them on, for whatever. Like there's definitely some of that. Like it seems like I feel like all these things have their different like cliques and cultures. That's kind of
true.
Like an aspect that's interesting to me.
That's true, and I've had to weed out 1 or 2 people along the way, but overall, it's more of a collaborative environment, I think, than the debate environment, which I prefer. Not to say that debating is I like the idea of the trauma bonding and all that. That's great, but this time down, I want to do it a little bit differently. I think that's why I have not been doing debates with Gibbs yet.
Yeah,
go ahead. I've been on dating shows where like I'm the star and like all the guys are just shitting on me the whole time. So like
really, that's a horrible. No, I don't like that format.
Yeah, I immediately leave. I don't take no shit, dude. I immediately leave. I'm all, you can find another bitch. I don't care. But yeah, so it's, like dating shows can be very very hard. Yeah, but yours is fun, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah,
I
do
want to
think
do that.
I wanted to talk about like the difference in communities too, because like how the streamer treats their chat and how it can like vary in levels of parasociality. I think I am very friendly with my chat. I have like made a community. I call them my friends. I do think I have like actual friends, but still like I try to treat like my chat like they are a part of like my life, and they are, because I spend so much fucking time with these bitches. So they better. But yeah, I don't know. Some people also are just like, they just refer to chat as just like chat, not call friends or anything like that.
Try to stay away from pet names because I don't want them to be like, she called me friend, she called me baby or something like that. I try to just stick to like basic names like chat, you guys.
Yeah, that works really good.
When a
until you're
chatter
drunk,
starts
I'll tell you
calling
that.
a streamer babe, I'm like, ugh, the ick, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes,
I get
yes.
drunk and I'd be saying all sorts of stuff. Who knows what I'd be doing when I'm
I
hammered?
do too. I'm like, "What's up, baby?" to my chat, and I'm like, "What? Why did I just say that?"
Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead, Fake.
I was gonna say, like, so I also think so, though, and I'm gonna push back to stir the pot here, okay? From the debate space, okay? It's what we do, okay? Just to stir the pot here, okay? But like, I've sometimes seen like the reverse of like what we're talking about happen, and I'll explain to you why. Like, this is a big streamer. His name was actually I won't say his name. Like, he's bald, okay? If those of you who know him, okay, that's my only hint to you about like who he is, okay? A bald streamer, okay?
Did he make a list?
Well, it was a big thing that happened like a while. Yes, that's the one. You know who I'm talking about, okay? Like, yeah, the binder, okay?
Yeah, the
if you
binder,
will,
bro.
okay?
The binder.
Yeah, the binder.
Yeah, the burn. What was the
that
one from
kind-
What was the Mean Girls book called?
The burn book.
The burn book.
yeah,
Yeah,
the burn book.
His is the bang book, bro. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, he's not a very nice guy. Well, there was a drama that happened like a few months ago where there was a girl who was, I think she was like the admin like of his server, and she did tons of work in his server. Like, I think that she made art for him to like put like into his Twitch emotes, you know, like she invested a lot of her time and energy in trying to help to make his Discord server like really, really good. And if you look and if you watch over and you watch back like a lot of like the videos like where they talk about the explosion of that relationship, he says, you know, I was very explicit. I said I didn't want to have a relationship, but he was also benefiting from her, you know, making his Discord server great, making him art, hanging out, you know, all of the attention, all of the stuff. And we could think of like this happening in real life too, right? Like, this is not just restricted to the online world. We can think of examples of people who, I mean, they say, you know, they milk the gray area of romantic relationships or of flings for as long as they can so that they can get sex from girls, so that they can get nudes from girls, so that they can get sometimes even money from girls. Like, I've known girls that like will pay for their boyfriend stuff, you know, that will do lots of stuff. But because of the fact that they don't ever make any explicit commitments or any explicit statements, they're able to live in the gray zone right up to the moment where they say, oh, well, we were never exclusive anyway, so goodbye, you know, at the very last minute. And I think that can be on of the kind of the flip side of what we're talking about with like the parasocial stuff, because I think that it can also be the case sometimes where you have a content creator and it's not a situation where you have a viewer that just watches your chat, right? And thinks that they know you because they watch your chat and they don't know every day. Like, there can be a situation where you have like a content creator and and this is not just a random person. This is like an admin, you know, of their server. Okay. And they've talked to each other. They've shared their names. They've shared personal information with each other. In some cases, sexual information with each other, like nudes, pictures, this kind of thing, right? And it's not like an OF, it's not that kind of situation, right? Like, it actually does seem to be personal, right? Like, I think that maybe like a downside of like us talking about parasociality is that I think that there are some people who take advantage of this very real concept that we're talking about, but they flip it so that they can avoid taking responsibility for in like the case of like this guy, like basically manipulating this poor girl, you know, like for months, you know, to benefit off of it. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I've seen that happen in real life too. Like, I don't think it's just a computer thing. I guess I think it's a thing that happens.
That's just being a piece of shit that you're using somebody.
Yeah,
really.
We call them cinnamors. You know what I'm saying? That's what that sounds like. Cinnamors. Yeah.
But don't that like spin into the loneliness epidemic? Like, you have people kind of scared because like you could invest a lot into people, but they'll be like, oh, we're just friends. You're just like my brother, and it's like, oh. Yeah,
that'll get you.
It's almost worse than a parasocial type of relationship where you're actually actively being I don't know, an ass in the relationship, you know?
Yeah.
I think there's also a line though that like it's a fine line, right? Where like you take advantage or people do stuff in your community. But like I'll use an example, and I think maybe some of y'all can relate to this. I had a person that had been like one of my mods for like I don't know, almost like 8 years, 6 years between like two different channels. Like he's been around for a long time. And he was let's just go he was a little bit I guess autistic or a little bit different or whatever. And but he was a nice guy, whatever. But then he would do what I'd like to call an IRL would be my expression is they get too familiar. Right, like this is somebody I would like care about. I probably had like multiple ways to contact him. I don't think I had his number, but like I had like his like Snapchat, we had his Insta, his Facebook, yada yada. Like I would like if he needed something, he could probably get a hold of me and he could talk to me, and I wouldn't mind talking to him about it. It's like definitely a step up from like I don't know, a random person in the community, right? But like he would do things like, oh, I would have like a girl on that'd be like an IRL friend that's like not a streamer. And then suddenly he'd be like in their DMs on Instagram, not even doing anything creepy, but like, oh, like since they're Gibbs's friend, that means they're my friend. Right? Like getting like too familiar kind of thing. And it's like, nah. And like it ended up being where he would do this like to every girl. And I'm like, well, what about the guys? And so like I asked some of my guy friends, like has this guy ever messaged you? Like you've been in the community just as long as he has, and they're like, oh, I've never messaged you. I'm like, okay, well that's sus, first of all. But like you see this kind of thing, and like I've had other issues where it's like you have these people and like you're not necessarily using them, you do care about it. You like they are part of the community, they're people that you interact with, but then they do something that's like over the line, or like you do something that they like don't like or don't reciprocate, and then they just drop you, right? Like out of nowhere. And you're like, well, we've had a relationship of some kind, friends or whatever, or like whatever we're calling this for like 6 years plus, and now you're just like, oh, we can just cut it off. And I think that's also a thing that people don't really talk about. Like on the side, like the streamers, it can be very difficult to deal with because you also like don't want to like set your team off that's helping you either. You don't want to lose these people, and I don't know. Like it's kind of like this like catch-22 on the same side. Anybody
I
else?
think everybody has different levels of boundaries when it comes to like having people help them out and like doing something that crosses their own line.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know what mine are. Mine are blurred always.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have gone through my fair share of like mods and VIPs and stuff like that, where like I did actually genuinely think that they were my friend, and then something happened. Who even knows if I know what happened? But then they're just gone off the face of the earth, and I'm like, okay, well, what? And like, obviously, I will always welcome them back into my life, like if they ever try to come back. But it's just like, I don't think chat really understands that sometimes it does hurt us in a way, like especially if we genuinely really do think that we're like actually friends and we're actually close. Like I wouldn't make you a mod, I wouldn't make you VIP if I didn't think that you were actually like close to me and that you're my friend ish sometimes. I don't want to like get into the, but like yeah, some people like genuinely, and I'm like, what did I do? And like I'm a very emotional girl, and I wear my heart on my sleeve. So like when things happen like that, I'm like in my head, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, what did I do? Like, what can I do to fix this? Like, please talk to me. Like, and like I'm obviously not gonna reach out because I'm not the parasocial type, but like, and I feel like I'm being parasocial with my chat, which is crazy, but like. Yeah, it's just it is hard sometimes because it's like, damn, like what did I do? Like, I'm sorry.
But there is
I relate to that.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I relate to that because like I had a friend a while ago who blew up on Twitch, and so like she stopped playing with me, stopped talking to me. This happened like a while ago, and it kind of felt bad because we were a friend for like 4 years prior to that, and like I used to message her, and then she just stopped messaging me back, and she unfriended me, and it was like, oh, like what did I do? I know. Well, I'm not sure if it was the ego or like it was just because I was too small. I was smaller than her, or like what?
Well, that's ego, girl.
It's a bad feeling. It's a bad feeling, especially if you know them for the like years, and it was just like, oh, I thought we were friends. So I guess that is like.
Well, I mean,
like, yeah.
I mean, at the same time, though, there is that like. There's also like where they could get too familiar, and it's like if you check them, like you have to have this like line, right? because like I feel like every person is like a different person, like with you, right? Like so like one of y'all might get one version of Gibbs, another person's gonna get like not that's like intentional, but like you just treat people differently, right? Like not all my friends I'm gonna treat the same way, like you know, and so like with this guy, right? It's like you know, yeah, I appreciate all the things he did, and like. I think what he was doing was a sign of like a call for help, and when I like tried to confront him about it, and try to like help him, you know, he took it wrong and disappeared. But at the same time, it was also a problem. Like, listen, like, yeah, you're cool and like we're associated, but you can't be like messaging my like non-streamer IRL female friends just because they came on my thing once, you know, or like I happen to do an IRL stream and they're like, you know, they see me and they're like, hey, I'm gonna message so and so, like, and, you know, like, yeah, and like it's like not even like a Riz thing. They're just like talking to him about their problems or whatever. I'm like, you know, this is bad. And like, then if you like, they ask you about these people and you tell them like, oh, this is an IRL friend. Like, specifically, this guy was mentioning one of them. I'm like, oh, this person's a junkie. Like, you can't interact with this person like that. You need to like not interact with them. They need help. They're in rehab, like on and off all the time. And then like, oh, Gibbs, you're wrong. And like, then they go and tell this person you said this, right? And it's like, okay, well, that's gonna cause me IRL drama. And then later they like hit you up like, oh, you're absolutely correct. And it's like, well, yeah, bro, because I know this person IRL, and you don't like now you're like crossing some sort of line, but it's like also they're like associated with you. It's kind of like you were saying, blurred is a good like way to put it. Like because I don't know like how you deal with that kind of situation, and people I don't know. I don't really think that's ever talked about really when we talk about the parasocial aspect of this. It's like that it is kind of a two-way street, right? I don't know. Like, what are y'all's thoughts?
At some points it is, yeah. I think like the default in my brain is just thinking that like this chatter is just coming around and maybe they don't even fucking chat in the chat and they just think that they have a relationship with the streamer because they feel like they know them because they've spent so many hours in their stream. But when it comes to like people that actually do chat, it is kind of like a two-way street and like you're giving into the energy of creating like this bond that you have.
Right.
Yeah. And like,
I think it's a
go ahead.
real. It shows that it is kind of a real relationship when you feel bad if someone unfriends you or whatever. And it's like that meant that it was, at least from your side, a real relationship, right? I mean, it's
yeah.
And I wouldn't say that that was a parasocial thing at all, Hanita. You were together for 4 years playing games together, right? So that's like there was a two-way street there, and for some reason, one person decided to cut it off. But that's like a real relationship. It's not a parasocial thing at all. It's just it's a different dynamic there that happened. I'm not sure.
Somewhere
But now we're
along the
kinda-
way, it came a one-way road, though.
Right, I guess so. So maybe it
Yeah, I
turned
was
into,
thinking that too.
yeah, maybe I don't know, but
Like there have been people that you like either ban in your chat or whatever, and then they just like come back on like alt accounts, just still thinking that they're your friend like years later too, even though you haven't talked to them in like years. But they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know Skyana. We used to play Call of Duty back in the day." And it's like, you don't know me anymore, bro. It's been like 5 years.
Is it concerning? Because, like, there's this thing. I used to watch Queso when he was, like, really small. Like, when he was, like, 80, like, he had 80 viewers. And there's a lot of people in his chat who was like, you should remember me because I used to be in your chat when no one else was in your chat. So you should, like, and that's, like, kind of concerning. It's like, yeah, I used to know you. I used to talk to you personally. But now that he has 60,000 people in his chat now, he's not your friend. He can't direct to you no more. So like I that's why I fear about getting bigger, because you're gonna have those people that were there from day one and they're gonna be like, well, I'm closer because I was there day one where you had no one.
That's actually a really interesting combo. Like I feel like, have you ever been in these like group calls on Discord and like someone new will come join and then it's like they have like a dick measuring contest about how much they know about you to another person in there.
Yeah.
Like bro, what is like? Maybe I thought I was narcissistic. I was not narcissistic enough to be ready for that shit. Like I was like, what is happening? Like, what are y'all's thoughts on this behavior? Like, y'all, I mean, who has experienced that? Almost everybody here, right? Like, that. Like, what do y'all think about that?
I've experienced it as a community member in different communities. I think the communities that I like the most, though, are the ones where the people have been around the longest, like the tightest communities. Whether there's a lot of viewers or not, those are to me, the most entertaining and fun communities because they all, I guess, have developed a relationship over many years in that chat. And I'm always impressed when a streamer has someone that's coming back after 4 years and still subscribing or whatever. You know, that's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm necessarily talking about that. I think more like maybe it happens a lot of like when you do Sloshcast or whatever, or like group gaming, and like there's a new person in the community that other people don't know, but you might know, and suddenly it's like they're competing. They're like, yeah, I know this about this person. Well, do you know this about this person? And I'm just like, what is this behavior? What is this like establishing a pecking order? What? Yeah, go ahead, Frank. What like I don't know how to explain what I'm like seeing.
I think I kind of get it, and I think that I kind of like it seems unrelated, but I promise like it's on track with it. Like me and my friends once had this conversation, and it was about, you know, what if you want to date somebody, but that somebody is from your same friend group, right? Or from your same work group, or from the same church that you go to, right? And I've told them, and this is just my open policy, that like if I'm dating somebody within a friend group, like they're a mutual friend, I will always keep that private for about like 2 to 3 months. And then afterwards, like if we decide that like we want to be exclusive and we want to be more of a long-term thing, then we will come out and we will tell everyone. And the reason for this is because, especially like in your 20s, especially like when you're starting off, okay? And this isn't necessarily just a sexual jealousy thing, okay? Friends can ruin early relationships real quick. And the reason for that is because like when you're in your 20s especially, but not just in your 20s, but really if you're at any financially vulnerable time in your life, friends are shared resources. How are you going to be able to afford that apartment, you know, the bar tab, you know, to go to Disneyland, to split a cab, right? Well, you split the bill, right? You split the bill to go to find a new roommate to go to rent that apartment with. You know, you find friends, you know, to split, you know, a bar tab like 3 or 4 ways to get the nachos that you want. Like you do actually use other people like in your early 20s especially as literal financial resources for both men and for women, right? So what does it mean if you, a person, starts dating somebody within the friend group? That means that there's less dollars to go around for everyone else. That's what that means. It means that, hey, the guy that you maybe really wanted to be a roommate with, well, now he can't room with you anymore because he's moving in with his girlfriend. Oh, you really wanted to go get drinks with your best friend? You really wanted to go to X, Y, and Z? Well, now you can't go with her anymore. She can't help you go with her anymore because now she is going to be with her boyfriend and he doesn't want her to go out onto the bars and hopping, et cetera, right? So what this means for everyone else, like especially in those first early few months, right? Nobody's ever going to actually spit out and say this, but like what literally is happening is a resource, because that's just bluntly, I mean, that's what friends are, right? Especially in your early 20s, they are resources for you. There are less resources to go around. And so what people will do in these environments is they won't tell you that your new boyfriend or your new girlfriend is a piece of shit and they hate them, okay? They won't say that. They know they can't say that. They'll do it differently. For guys, I think it's more of, you know, oh, the old ball and chain. Oh, you know, you used to come out to Friday nights with you and now you're stuck at home with Sammy all the time. For girls, in my experience, it's more like, well, oh, he didn't text you back. Oh, what diagnosis does he have in the DSM-5? Oh, he's a complete narcissist. Oh, he's abusive. It's this, that, and the other thing, right? Like it happens differently, but it's the same principle, okay? Where you will get henpecked to death by your same-sex friends, okay? Because they'll never say this out loud, but there's less money to go around because you have paired off with somebody else in the group, right? And I think that dating dynamic is what is kind of like what's happening in the streaming world, Gibbs, right? Like the reality is that a lot of communities have a lot of shared community, right? There's a lot of crossover between communities, right? There's lots of people that go to different communities, right? And you want to have shared community because it's how you grow your community. You go and you meet other streamers, you know, you meet new people, you get new chatters, they come into there, and it's a good thing, right? It's a good thing. But here's the bad thing, right? The bad thing is that the minute that like you meet like a new streamer, you interact with a new streamer, right? Well, automatically, nobody will ever say this, but automatically, you know, that's less money. That's more money that's off the table, right? If you interact with the streamer, right, you risk, you know, your chatters, instead of them subbing to you, instead of them giving you super chats, Well, they've only got so much money in their banks, right? They're going to go to your friend now and they're going to give your friend all of their super chats and their subs and their donos, right? This is, you see where this is going, right? And so like the dick measuring thing, I think that you're talking about, Gibbs, about like who knows the streamer more. I mean, that's about perks, that's about privileges. And from the streamer's perspective, it's about money, right? It's about trying to make sure, because on the one hand, you want to maintain good relations and connections with everyone. On the other hand, it's a business, right? You want people to pay you and not your great big for streaming friend that you interact with and collaborate with.
I mean,
I've actually seen a real example of this. Somebody I moderate for who I've moderated for many years, has her own community, makes her living on Twitch. She had a person who was another streamer who would come into her chats at opportune moments.
There's a lot of that.
Try to take people away, and it got to the point where the streamer I was helping just banned the person from her community, and they've been enemies since then, basically. But I mean, that's an example. I've definitely noticed that. This is kind of not really the parasocial thing, but it's like relationships between streamers on Twitch that I'm starting to tap into a little bit more now that I'm doing it. You know, I'm not doing it as a career. Obviously, I'm doing it for fun. But I am definitely seeing when people are doing it for a living, it's a business, and then these relationships become really toxic sometimes because of the business dynamic associated with it.
That's interesting. I've never really looked at it from the financial aspect, but I like, now that I think about it, I think what I'm describing is it is basically in the same category. It's like resource, kind of like the streamer's time might be the resource, or like the community like roles might be the resource, or what. Like, I think there is that dynamic that with the streamer, because it is like a community along with a business aspect. That's interesting. I didn't really factor that in, but yeah, I think I would have to like look at that more. But yeah, I definitely think that's a thing going on there, and that's interesting to me. I don't know where I go with that. I just it's very interesting. I find that thought like kind of like something kind of like where there's definitely multiple levels to it. I haven't put in my words here to where I wanted to go, but yeah, I see a lot. Or it's kind of like when you see like in the groups, like in IRL, whenever you have like a friend group and suddenly like two people start hanging out more than like the rest of the group used to, and people get mad, or somebody new joins the group and now like the new cool person, someone else in the group's like, well, they're not hanging out with me no more. I feel like it's kind of similar to that almost. You know, with the streaming aspect. I don't know. What do y'all think here?
I think it's very high school.
It is.
I don't like it.
It feels second high schooly. Like
I don't like it. I'm like, everything that you guys are saying is like very true and very factual, but I'm like, that's just not me. I'm sorry, but like, what the hell? Even like IRL with my relationships, like I'll bring in a new friend, and if my best friend ends up hanging out with her more than me, I'm like, hell yeah, you guys are getting along? Fuck yeah. You know, like I don't know. I guess that's just really me, but I guess there are a lot of people out there that are like, oh my god, like I need this person in my community. I'm going to be really upset if I see them anywhere else, like subbing and gifting subs. Like, what the fuck? What about me? Like, I understand that, but it's just, you know, I just like supporting my friends, so I don't really care. You know, like, yeah.
But I have witnessed like many times throughout the years of being a chatter that like there are some streamers that will go in during popular times of another person's streamer and be like, yo, I'm gonna be streaming later, like something like that. And it can't, like, it's not always that obvious too, but they'll be like, oh hey, like add me to the conversation so I can be on your stream essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that is super.
I mean, sometimes it's like
thing.
welcome, but sometimes it obviously is like, you know, if they're always doing this, you know, then yeah, that's not good, you know. But if it's like, you know, they're welcome to do it, that's another thing. I think, like, I mean, it's all like how like back with like relationships are different kind of thing, like with each person, and like social awareness. But I think this is another aspect of this is people that are like individually somewhat successful already outside of Twitch, or like have stuff going on seem to, when they come to like Twitch and like these other stream platforms, they seem to almost like do better because they've got like outside social skills developed, and then they come in here and it's like they can do it. Versus on Twitch, I feel like one of the good things about Twitch and all the streaming is anybody can build an audience, but at the same time, it's also a curse because anybody can build an audience, and so like you might have like no social skills and actually have a big audience, and then like you interact with people and bad things start happening, or kind of thing, vice versa. I saw you raise your hand, Frank. What were your thoughts there?
Yeah. Well, I was also going to say it's probably the case also, Gibbs, because those people have resources, right? These people aren't entirely reliant upon Twitch as their main source of income or as their main source of socialization. So they don't have to be as cutthroat with business decisions. They don't have to be, like the relationships. Like I would not be, I have not seen this, but I would not be surprised if there are streamers who hold like community roles, like, oh, you can be a mod, or you might be VIP, or you might get a special role. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some streamers that hold those things as kind of like carrots on a stick, to try to get people within their communities to do the things that they want to do. Like, we have to acknowledge that there is a manipulative aspect to this, and if you're not a very good person, right, and if you don't have a lot of I'm using the word resource not just to mean money, but to mean, things that you need to be fulfilled, right? You could see like why somebody would be, I don't know, like worse, on Twitch if they're more desperate, for those things to supplant what they need.
I agree with all of that. I think it also like kind of speaks back to like the loneliness epidemic too, because people get in these online groups and they like it develops in this second high school thing, and you only have so much time in the day, and people keep putting more into it, and it's very like addicting. I think there's like a very like much addictive aspect to this that people don't talk about, like within it, like, oh, you want to be cool in this group, oh, I can also be cool in this group. You have like, because you can do multiple groups at the same time, and I think that people lose themselves to this kind of sometimes. Like, what do y'all think here?
I think I would say you say high school, I say Lord of the Flies. Like,
yeah.
I think that like another way to think about like the online world is that people, I don't know how else to say this, but like the kind of constraints that we have in everyday life are ripped away, right? You don't have to worry about losing I guess this is your job, right? And I guess if you use your real name, maybe you risk losing your job, right? But in real life, the reason why you don't act a fool in public, is because you could lose your job, right? Somebody could film you at the bar. Somebody could film you if you get a DUI, all these things that can happen in real life, right? If you do these things, like there could be real serious consequences, right? So when you're in an environment like this, in this kind of a bubble, right? You get to see what people are like, okay? You get to see how people would really behave and what they would really do within these certain situations and within these certain dynamics that you just couldn't see in real life. Like you would not see them happening in real life. Like, I know for me, like, I'll just give you a personal example. Like in real life, like I've almost never like seen like people like speaking in a racist way. Like that's like pretty unusual, like for the people that like I know in my real life, but I have seen that a lot in the online world. I've heard people like dropping like hard like racial slurs. I've seen people like say some of the most psychopathic things you could. And when I say that, I mean like very vivid, violent sexual imagery, like directed like towards a woman, like within like general chat as a way to bully and harass her, like crazy, wild stuff, right? And I don't know if that kind of behavior exists because this is the kind of space that attracts like all of the worst people, or if it's more just the case that when you give people like unlimited amounts of freedom and a fake name, and a fake profile picture, that normal people like wind up doing and being terrible because they feel that they can get away with it. Like I think that might be, yeah. And I think that might be like the more scary thing to consider, which is that no, it's not that Twitch is full of a bunch of freakish people, okay, that do strange things, and that's why people are strange. But actually, most people, okay, if you gave them a fake name and like a mask to wear, and they didn't think that there would be any consequences, would behave badly. That would be, I think, maybe a harder and scarier thing to accept. And I think that, and I'm sadly, I think that's probably closer to the truth. I actually don't think that people on Twitch I mean, there are a couple exceptions, but I don't think they're actually that different from like the people that I see every day. I just think they're more honest, like with what they would do.
Do the rest of y'all think that? Are y'all in agreement on that? But let me move the conversation. Who here has done IRL streaming? Like anybody here interacted or done any kind of IRL streaming? All right, I'm interested. And maybe some of y'all have probably observed IRL streams. I'm sure. There's another aspect I think of parasociality, which is the normal people interacting with people that do online content, right? Like if I put a camera up somewhere and I'm in a public place, people come. They will come and they want to see what's going on. They want to interact and they're like really excited to read the chats. And it's almost like a tourist attraction. Have y'all noticed this? Like, what? Yeah. Have y'all? What are y'all? Some of y'all's interactions. Have y'all had any kind of crazy interactions, good or bad, with this kind of situation?
I've only had one interaction to where they came up to me and was like, "What are you doing?" And it was literally just like last week, and I was just sitting at the bar, just like minding my own business, and I could hear them talking about me. They're like, "Oh, what is she doing over there? Like, she's got a camera." And I just heard them like super fucking loud because they're drunk, and I was just like expecting, like waiting for one of them at least to come over and like ask me whatever the fuck. But they were really nice about it. They were just like curious on like why I was recording myself and like why I was like felt like I was important enough to do so, and I was like, I don't know, like everybody does it.
What about you, TD? You look like you were saying something.
I just wanted to bring up. I was gonna say something and then my mic wasn't working. I don't know, but I was gonna bring up the time when we were in Texas and we were IRL streaming. And remember the people like that were singing, like live singing. They were like, "Look at these people like streaming right here. They're just looking at their phone," and they were like calling us out in front of like everyone. And I was like, "Oh my god."
That was kind of weird to me that they were doing that because it's like you're getting free advertisement, and we're buying drinks and we're like talking about where we're at and like we're interacting. I think y'all even somebody had tipped them to play a song, and then they're still like calling us out. Like I was like that was kind of a weird reaction. I thought. I mean, was that your thoughts too?
Yeah, they kept saying like, "Why aren't you like paying attention to us? We're singing up here. Why are you paying attention to your phone screen?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'm literally streaming. Like, they're watching you too. Like,
yeah, it's like
we're
watching
part of the entertainment.
Yeah, we're like watching us interact, watching you. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was kind of weird. I've had some pretty weird interactions where you'll go on and like people become like. This is why I think people do become a different person on here a lot. It's like I'll be online and I'll know a person, and all of a sudden I'll put a camera on and they start acting very different, and you're like,
yeah.
What the fuck?
Content formers or
no? Like I'll give you an example. Like y'all have all seen like my friend Destiny on here. She's like obviously she's not super comfortable being on camera. Okay, that makes sense. If you're nervous, you don't want to be on camera in front of people. All right, I get that one. Cool, right? That's a normal reaction. I've had other people like we'll go out and she's like gotten more comfortable as I've like she's been around. But we'll go out and like one of like random girl that might know one of us will come up and I'll know them and they'll be kind of like one personality type and then they'll come on a camera and all of a sudden they're a totally different person. They're just like acting either zany or they're acting like they're trying to like read the chat and they're like making jokes and maybe it's like nerves or or they like develop a whole new personality. It's pretty crazy. Have you ever seen this? Y'all never seen this happen to y'all?
Seen it.
I want to. Oh, go ahead, Teeny. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kurt.
I was going to say my IRL streaming. The first time I did it was at TwitchCon last year. Skyana was behind me in the line for CuteBot. That was my first IRL stream. I didn't meet Skyana. She was right.
Yeah, we didn't meet each other, but I recognized him after I met him online.
Yep. I streamed my whole wait for the CuteBot meet and greet. And I actually streamed myself talking to CuteBot. And I did an interview with CuteBot on my stream, which was how I used it. And then I continued to keep the camera going into the bar afterwards. And that's where I met a lot of people that I know now today that are on the dating show and everything. So I know Teeny was around in the bar, but I didn't meet her right after CuteBot at that time. But I did meet Modi and Ohoff and Billy Jackie and Simply Rem and a bunch of people just because I had my stream running. They came up and talked to me on my stream, not even knowing me, which is hilarious. So you do get a lot of good interactions just by doing that. And in an environment, obviously, where people are streaming and streamers, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it is you're streaming at the streamer convention. People are like, what are they doing? Like, maybe this is a network connection.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's That's one thing
Yeah.
for sure. I don't know if that's exactly what I'm talking about. I like definitely
Right, I know.
have interactions where like, I mean, it's similar.
Random.
Yeah, like random people, but I mean that's also true. Like people will be acting like one way to you, and then suddenly a camera goes on, and then they go to streamer mode, and you're like, oh,
Right.
okay, and that's kind of what I was talking about, like the guy I was mentioning earlier, where he went like business, camera comes back, and he's like, but kind of thing. I'm like, wow, this is really impressive. I don't know how people turn that on and off. Like I could not be me on camera. Like that's like
Yeah. I live in a really small town, so when I do go out, like I know a lot of people here, right? And when I do go out, people that like I know of from high school that I've maybe talked to once or twice, they'll come up to me and they'll be like, "Dude, just see." I'm like, "Oh my god, you're that famous streamer." I'm not famous, first of all. And they'll hype it up and like hype me up, and I'm like, "Dude, we talked once in high school. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you talking to me right now?" Like, so I think, I don't know, maybe they're just like clout chasing, or maybe they're drunk, or who knows, but I've had a lot of like interactions where they're like, they've never talked to me, maybe once in high school, and then all of a sudden I have a camera and I'm talking to chat, and they're like, "Oh my god, I gotta go talk to her," like.
Yeah.
But that's like me living in a small town. I don't know, if it was a bigger town, I'm sure people would still come up doing the same thing and not know me,
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Skyler.
Most of the time, I just started like IRLing recently, and I think most of the time people like don't want to be on camera, and I try to respect that as much. Or if they do come to talk to me, I'll be like, "Hey, do you want to say hi?" Maybe. But most of the time, I feel like people are just like giving me weird looks, and then just like kind of talking about me. But I don't have like super bad experience so far. So good.
I know I live in a pretty big city, and like I get that the reactions where people like come up or they'll switch personalities or whatever, and then I also get, I mean, obviously you get the ones where they're just the same person, right? But I'll also get the ones where they're like people are immediately antagonistic towards you, even if you're in your own corner. Like I was like say like I go to a bar and like I got a table booth by myself, and it's like me and my three friends. I have the thing on, and we're just talking and we're doing, I don't know, dominoes or something. Like people will immediately come by and just like have attitudes with you, like because you're and the only thing I come up with is because I'm streaming, because I don't have that problem when I'm not streaming. So they like come up and like start stuff with you or like whatever, and I'm like, what are you doing here? Like oh, you think you can stream in here? I'm like, yeah, I already asked the owner, so well, like it's not like it's gonna be a problem here. I pre-checked it before I came, kind of thing. And then like they like seem like they immediately, oh, I don't like this kind of thing. Like it's a bigger gap than the like point at you kind of thing or like whisper about you. I feel like much more like confrontational. I don't know what causes that here. Like
they're jealous.
Jealous. It's the jealousy thing.
It's the jealousy.
It's the go-to.
They're like, dang, I wish I was doing that. I wish I had friends online that didn't think I was a dick, because I am one IRL.
With like having like fake persona or like whatever, after a long show or like a debate thing that I've been on, or like some of the dating shows, I'll be like so exhausted that I just don't even want to be on stream the next day. Like I have to take the day off because I like put so much fucking energy into like who I was. I'm just like, I put myself a little bit like more talkative or whatever for the dating shows and stuff. So I do kind of put on like a persona, and I try to like camouflage myself to the love interest.
Right.
Yeah.
That's actually happened to me IRL. Like this one time I went out just like hanging out with friends, drinking and stuff, and someone that knew me from stream that wanted to like work business with me talked to me for like 2 hours, and I was like trying my best to like be as like business like personal to him and like be as like attentive, and then afterwards my social battery was just out. I was like, I thought I was just out to have fun and shit, but I'm talking business for 2 hours, and now I'm like, I want to go home, like, so it happens like in more ways than one.
I don't think I do it on purpose either. I'm just like, oh, it's entertainment. I'm on like a bigger show, so I'm gonna like be a person. I want to be Skyana, but like tenfold.
Yeah,
this is like
I am an introvert.
Go ahead.
This is like a nuanced version of code switching. Like when I'm online, I'm more outgoing, and I'm like, so these are like code switching. Really, you gotta change yourself to meet this person's demands. More business wise, more funny, more outgoing. I have my dating stream self. I have my regular streaming self. It's just it do get exhausting. It depletes the social battery so quickly when you're trying to switch to someone else's needs.
I agree with that, and I think that like certain categories definitely take more out of you. Like, and this kind of comes back to the parasociality thing, right? Like, so I obviously do a lot of politics debate content. That shit is brain taxing. Like, and like I also like to get hammered with the boys, right? Like, and so if I'll be like do a slosh cast or something, and if people oh I know Gibbs, oh this is a good time to join, and like it'll be like at a non-politics time, they'll just keep bringing it back. And I'm like, bro, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go crazy if this keeps happening, over and over. I need my non-whatever this is time to like defrag my brain or whatever, and just like relax. Like, but I feel like some people don't get the hint whenever you're like, no, please, or they intentionally try to like rile you up, knowing that you're getting more and more stressed out. You know, I also think people online here have like a real hard time with no. Like, like if you're running a cast, sometimes you're like, no, I don't want everybody in. Sorry, like I want only certain people in, and it's like hard to tell people no because they're like supporting you, but like at the same time, it's like I don't want this dynamic to change for whatever reason. Like, and some people don't take that very well.
No.
You know, that's a struggle. But I think we've covered all about we can here at this point of this. I think this has been a very, very fun, exciting conversation. Any closing thoughts? We'll go around here and ask everybody closing thoughts, and then you can give a shout out to yourselves and everything, and all that good jazz. And what y'all got going on? Let the world know that people want to know what you're doing. They're ready to come find you and become the cult of whatever y'all are doing. You know. Start with Kurt. What do you got going on? Who are you? What's your closing thoughts on all this?
Well, closing thoughts. Unstable Deadbeat kind of mentioned what I was going to say. Is most streamers describe themselves as introverts. I am an introvert, and it is an effort for me to even come onto this show and try to voice my opinions on things or whatever. And being a host of that dating show, Sky, and you were mentioning the effort it takes. Even for me, just when I'm kind of playing the role of the viewer or the coordinator of the thing, it's exhausting. Actually, it really is tiring. So I do it once a week. Sundays, Sunday nights. That's the time I carved out for my show. Doing it. This will be the 19th episode coming up this Sunday with Bamboo Lovers as the star. Teeny's going to be there as one of the contestants. So there we go. Getting the cast together for that show. And we've got a bunch of shows planned out. I actually have a show every Sunday through August. So it's all planned out. Some of them are still tentative, but I've got it all in my Discord if anyone wants to see the schedule. Hoping to get more contestants, people that want to participate. This is a positive environment. I'm encouraging a very positive environment for the show. It's about bringing people together and having fun every Sunday night. So that's what I'm doing.
We need more women contestants, please. Women in the chat, please join.
And participants.
Discord.
Get and more male. Everyone. We just need more people all together.
Yeah, it's. I will attest. It's very fun. A lot of laughs. Very comedic based. Good times. Everybody's pretty supportive. Big fan. Kurt's got good stuff going on over there. Fairy Queen, what do you got going on? Closing thoughts.
Hi everyone. You can find me at DaRealFQ, and it's spelled just exactly as it says, DaRealFQ. You can find me on Twitter and YouTube. Please go ahead and give me a follow. I'd really appreciate it. As far as my closing thoughts are, I think I would. There are two closing thoughts. The first one has to do with the movie, the television Severance. I don't know if you guys have seen that show, but like for those of you who have, you'll know that the whole concept of the show is that you are a different person at work than you are at home. And like what they do in the show is that they split your brain, okay? So that you literally have, when your work self has no memories of your personal self and your personal self has no memories of your work self, right? And I hear what Gibbs and I think Anita, I think I hear a Little Herb was saying, and I agree with you. I think that code switching is something that we do in everyday life, right? Like for me, like how I talk to my students, right, is very different, than how I'm going to talk to you, right? How I talk to my mom, right, is going to be very different than how I talk to, to my little sister, right? Obviously, we do change who we are to a degree, depending on like who our audience is. I think that's appropriate and fine. But I also think that the internet gives people the opportunity to try to have a second self. And I don't just mean that in a code switching sense, right? I mean that you literally feel that the minute you sit down in front of a screen, that by virtue of the fact that you're just talking to somebody inside of a little glass box, that means that you have become somebody else. You are a different person. It's not really you doing the things that saying and doing the things that you're doing. And I think that's where, it goes away from just code switching and it morphs into something sort of split kind of personality where you're training yourself to think of yourself as two separate people living in the same body. And I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's healthy for anyone. I think that it's better for us to think of ourselves as composites, as complete beings, that maybe have many different facets and things that we can do. But at the end of the day, I think that like people should try to maintain their values. Who you are on camera, it should be basically who you are off camera, even if you do ham it up and you do try to be more entertaining. And those are my closing thoughts. Thank you for having me. I had a lot of fun. Thank you. Always a good time. Thank you, Gibbs.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Nice to meet you all, by the way.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight as well. Hi, Anita. Why don't you go ahead and give us your closing thoughts on what you're doing, what you got going on, all that good jazz.
Closing thoughts is don't develop relationships if it's not a two-way road. I think that's probably the easiest thing. Don't get so hooked up in this space just because you don't know what the other person's thinking on the other side. But also my name is Hynaita, Hynaita. You can follow me on Twitch or anywhere else at that name. And yeah. Bye.
Yeah, thank you so much. Justini.
Closing thoughts. This could somehow go within like the loneliness and also the code switching that we've been talking about. But lately, like when I meet someone IRL that I really, really like, the minute they find me on Twitch and stuff and see how I react to like my chat, they immediately cut me off. So I don't know, you guys are cock blocks. But anyways. My name is Teeny on Twitch. It's _ Justini. Like Kurt said, I'll be on this dating show on Sunday. Tonight I'll just continue streaming, maybe watch the videos. I don't know, chill. So yeah.
It's rough. That's tough. Scott.
Yeah.
Hello, I am Skyena. I am a Twitch streamer. I do IRL and play a lot of Valorant. And if you want to see me lose at it, I'll probably be playing after this. Closing thoughts. I love my Twitch frogs. You guys are great. Just don't be dating people that don't know that you're dating them, I guess, right?
That's probably good advice. Well, on that note, we're gonna end here. I'm gonna do some other stuff here online, but thank you all so much for joining us tonight. This was very fun. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Gibbs.
Thank you all. Thanks for coming.
Bye, Gibbs.
All right, guys. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna do some other things. I hope you all enjoyed that. That was fun. Very fun. It was good stuff. All right, we're going to fucking go back to lore now. I want to watch these lore videos. Oh yeah, not the war. Well, no, we could probably game if you want to. I'd be down to game. Do you want a game? That's gonna be the two options here. Let's game. Then I can lure. Yeah, I need to pick up ad revenue anyway for the end of the month. That's fine. Let's do that. I like FPS a lot. I used to be a Halo pro, or pro is very light term. I filled in as a sub for the pro team that I own whenever somebody dropped 2 years, and then I was an announcer, a Halo announcer. So I'm like slightly above skill level, but in Halo, but no, technically a pro. And then so I like Halo. Love strategy games, big fan. I don't know what Mel and I are about to play, but we're about to play something here. How you doing, Mel?
Oh, doing good. How are you?
Oh, you know, living the dream. Living the dream.
Yes. You had a good show.
Yeah, I think it was good. The numbers have been good.
Nice.
I lost like 3 followers today, but I'm up like 265 on the month, so I think it'll be okay.
It's okay. It's only 3 followers.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be fine. That puts me at 252 or 262 or some shit. Oh no! But yeah, it's been good. We got 5 hours here. I still have like 2 hours of lore I want to react to. I already like cleared ahead of time so they can't fucking Ethan Klein me.
The lore. What is it? 40k lore?
Yeah, bro. Like Sandman put out a video, and fucking he does like theory crafting along with like the lore. So I really like the theory crafting because he's like, I wouldn't say he's always ahead of me. Sometimes he'll have like ones I hadn't heard of, and sometimes I'll have ones that I wish he had heard of. So like I'll shoot a message or vice versa. And then he also is just like pretty good like for finding like new theories. And he's a pretty smart guy. He's pretty well read. And then I like that Pontius guy quite a bit. He like, you know, he does really good is he'll go and find like out of like universe like stuff that's pertinent to the lore. Like he'll go find like, oh well, this White Dwarf article from like 1982 or whatever indicates this, and this is the implication because here's the sets and yada yada yada, and this is the author of the article saying this. Or this one everybody quotes as lore. Well, it's actually not lore because it's from this thing, yada yada. And I'm like, oh, this guy's got the outer universe perspective and the in-universe. So I also like, yeah. So I don't know. It's pretty good. I'm pretty satisfied with my lore collections. Yeah. Also, I got one for you. Polar bear and hippo. Who wins?
Hippo?
Yeah, I'm going hippo. Yeah.
They're the size of their jaws. You know.
Not a good explanation, huh, Corbin? Well, it's not as good as you're gonna get.
That was not a good explanation.
I mean, I think it makes sense.
Hippos are faster and got stronger jaws, bigger jaws.
Yeah, 1,800-pound psi, largest bite of any land mammal.
Yep. And you know what polar bears are? They're fucking mammals.
Mm-hmm. Someone's like, they got claws. I was like, yeah, but whales have blubber. Not whales. Fucking hippos got blubber, and then they're like still 88% muscle. Like, I don't know what a polar bear is gonna do that a 20-foot fucking saltwater croc isn't gonna be able to do. You know, or a lion. You know, it's not like they don't fuck with things with like big ass claws and teeth already. And nothing wants to fuck with a goddamn hippo. You know what I'm saying? I saw pretty good with like full grown African elephant versus a hippo. And I was like, that would be pretty good. Except if you go in the water and then I'm taking the hippo.
Yeah.
Standing up, I think the hippos might be having an advantage because I think they're in bigger packs than the fucking elephants or what, like you know, they're not like packs of 30. Hippos be in big ass packs, bro. You don't just get one hippo running after you. You get like 40 hippos running after you.
That's crazy.
I was reading the Amazon that fucking Pablo Escobar's hippos got out, and there's just like nothing that can kill them in the Amazon. And so they're just like, they went from like 40 to like 200 or 300.
Fucking up the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, it's just swampy terrain, bro. Well, it's not like an anaconda's gonna eat them. You're gonna need to go get that titanoboa out of retirement. Even then, I don't think one titanoboa is taken out. They might be able to take out one hippo, and they ain't taking out no herd. I'll tell you that. That's a big ass snake. It's gonna be like, nope, don't want any part of whatever this shit is. I honestly, hippos would probably do all right with the dinosaurs because the whole herd thing, bro. Like, they're built like fucking walking tanks. We'll see what's more powerful, like actual plate armor or the fucking blubber plus muscle combo. All right, what are we playing?
Fucking, you leaving all these conversations, Gibbs. I'm getting all these fucking notifications from all these groups you're leaving.
Yeah, man. Someone else did it to me earlier for like a couple, and I was like, well, since I'm here, I might as well knock out like 15 of them myself.
Jesus, dude.
I not cleaned out a whole bunch. I still got
I
like
see.
150 more to go, but
Boondocks Booty Warrior. 2022. Literally, Ken responded in one. He goes, 2022. It's crazy.
well, yeah, I was like, what is this shit?
Fucking 3 years ago.
I was like, yeah, this is wild, bro.
I don't know. What do you want to play? We could play some League. We could play some Fortnite. We could play.
We can do some Fortnite. I can do some League. Let's do some Fortnite first. Let's see if it works.
Okay. Oh, that's right. We were having all those issues with it last time.
Yeah, it was like dropping me, even though I like deleted a gig.7 of corrupted files.
Yeah.
Oh,
they got Avatar Blitz Battle Royale, or Blitz Royale. What?
I saw like make the Star Wars game mode, a regular game mode. I was like, yes. Make it a ranked game mode, and I'll be the Star Wars god.
New Battle Pass now.
Yeah. That fucking Star Destroyer shit was really, really cool.
The what stuff?
You could like be the gunners. Like if you got there in time, your team would all be the gunners in the Star Destroyer. And we just like go across the map and you just like blow up all the buildings in the map or wherever people were, and you could see them like infrared. And it was pretty cool. Like I racked up like 20 kills in the fucking game, like just off that. I was like into the game, first place, like 38 kills. It's like, yeah, buddy. That was a good combo. We got like about like an hour and 40 minutes out of that one. I'm definitely starting to get where like I think that I'll end the show. Like I usually go for 2 hours, but I think sometimes like newer people, like it's better to end it like an hour and a half, hour 40, and not force the last 15 minutes of combo. You know what I'm saying? Even if it would be better for like views wise, you know what I'm saying? But like sometimes like content wise, because it feels like you're dragging it out.
Right.
Also, I feel like it's better for like people will be more willing to come back if they don't feel like, oh yeah, it was good, except it really dragged on there, you know. Kind of thing.
Yeah, you don't want it to feel like it's dragging on.
Yeah, we did like an hour 40 there, headless chicken. I think I also have to get used to this time slot because it's fucking 2 hour show at like 9:30 at night. Like, that's like usually when I'm like winding down. They're like wanting to like switch over to drinking and shit.
All Might bundle. Oh, Shigaraki would be dope. I wonder why they're bringing the Avatar stuff back right now.
Isn't like season 2 at the drop or something?
Is it?
Maybe.
Of
Like,
the live action?
I feel like I saw something Avatar related was about to drop. I hate how they have like the Jedi holocron, but they don't have the Sith one. That's kind of annoying.
Mm. Skins suck. Oh, they have more K-pop emotes. Fuck.
Oh, that's cool. I got the Grievous one now. Ah, all right. I'm glad TD came on though. I hope she had a good time. We gotta get these people to expand their content, bro. We gotta get the more that Gibb stuff. Yes.
You fucking emperor skin, bro.
You like that, bro?
I'm dead. That shit looks evil as fuck.
With my fucking the stars, bro.
Yeah, literally.
I get the galactic glow, bro.
The galactic glow.
I want to do more like discussion panels too, instead of just debate ones. I think people like the discussion ones. People are just like always in like I must yell at people mode. And I'm like, nah, bro. Nah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like people, yeah, are yelling at each other a lot more in the debate ones than like this the civil discussions about things.
Yeah, I
Plus,
like.
people have opinions on the things that you're talking about too, so it makes them want to engage in chat and put their opinion in as well.
Yeah, I think like it's one thing when you do like politics and yell at each other. It's another thing when like sometimes people take these like hardline stances on like these kind of shows too. And like I'm like, okay, well, note to self, don't put this guy on the discussion panel. And I just like immediately like kicks me out of like if you can't be adaptable to do like a non like match the vibe of the panel, right? Like I've had like panels that thought were gonna be debate panels, and everybody just was like, oh, like, well, what about in this situation? You know, like you know that like you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of like they're just like out here like, ah, fuck you. Let me tell you why you're wrong, motherfucker. You know. Boys, we're gonna get that ad revenue. Hey. You get another $5 or $6 in ad revenue.